120. The top genius of the genius class excelling in burst killing. Seeing that all the new students from the ordinary class had given up struggling, Lin Zichen didn't waste any words and walked directly to the martial stage under everyone's gaze. Seeing this, the new students on the martial stage consciously stepped down to make room. As Lin Zichen climbed onto the empty martial stage, a large screen directly above the martial stage immediately displayed a stopwatch timer. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s. If the stopwatch reached 1 minute, Lin Zichen would become this year's Rookie King. The top physical tester from Nanjiang Province. Hey! You made quite a name for yourself over the summer break, and I've wanted to face off against you for a while now. Now, let's see what you've got. The muscular young man twisted his wrists, his face filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Lin Zichen on the stage. After speaking, he dashed at high speed towards the distant martial stage. When he was still 20 meters away from the martial stage, he suddenly exerted force in his calves, leaping high into the air and jumping onto the martial stage. The others, upon seeing this, all showed surprise on their faces. That was a gap of 20 meters. With such a bulky body, he intended to jump directly across? How strong must his leg muscles be to accomplish that? Thud! A loud noise rang out. The bulky young man who had just leapt up, the next moment, slammed heavily onto the martial stage. The moment he landed on the martial stage, the stopwatch on the big screen reset to 0 and disappeared. The timer would only appear and start counting when there was a single person on the martial stage. I, Lu Kizi, am the strongest high school scholar in the history of Yuntian Province. 100-meter dash in 5.69 seconds. Vertical jump of 4.52 meters. One-handed weightlifting of 1150 kg. The muscular young man boasted his high school physical test results as soon as he arrived, full of confidence. Hearing these results, all the new students from the ordinary class felt an internal shock. One-handed weightlifting of 1,150 kilograms. These physical test results were exaggeratedly incredible. What's more important is that these were only his high school test results. And now, more than 2 months after the high school exams, how much stronger had this muscular young man become? With such a powerful opponent up first, can Lin Zichen win? He has a chance to win. That Lu Kizi only has exaggerated strength while his jumping and speed don't even reach the average line for valedictorians. He has a big weakness. Hearing your analysis, I feel like Lin Zichen stands a pretty good chance at winning. I also think Lin Zichen can win. The new students below the stage were all predicting the outcome. After some analysis, they all seemed to favor Lin Zichen. At the same time, Li Moyu and others in the corridor on the second floor, as well as a group of school leaders across from them, shared the same view as the students below, believing that Lin Zichen had a high chance of winning. Lu Kizi's strength was indeed great, but it wasn't so overpowering. Instead, his speed and jumping were quite lacking. This would put him at a disadvantage against Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen, aren't you going to announce your high school physical test results? On the stage, seeing that Lin Zichen showed no intention of revealing his test results, Lu Kizi couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Zichen calmly said, "No need to announce them. You'll find out soon enough." The moment the words fell, Lin Zichen instantly used blink step to rush in front of Lu Kizi and kicked out towards his abdomen. Then, a loud bang was heard. Lu Kizi didn't have time to react, and the next second he felt like he was hit by a high-speed dump truck. His body was flung into the air and he flew backward off the martial stage at a high speed. Not until he had flown about 10 meters did he crash to the ground hard, curling up in a ball in pain, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. All those who witnessed this exaggerated scene were shocked. Knocked out with a single kick? This Lu Kizi, a man so large and filled with solid muscles, was actually kicked off the stage by Lin Zichen? How horrifyingly strong must one be to achieve that? Lin Zichen's strength was undoubtedly much greater than Lu Qizi's. At this moment, whether it was the school leaders on the second-floor corridor, Li Moyu, and others on the same level, or the new students below, all were deeply shaken. Everyone predicted Lin Zichen would win, but no one expected him to win so easily. They thought that he would use his agility to spar with Lu Qizi, gradually draining Lu Qizi's stamina over time to secure the victory. Instead, Lin Zichen didn't go for subtlety but simply kicked Lu Qizi off the stage with a straightforward and brutal kick. This was a slap in the face for everyone present. Soon, Lu Qizi, who was writhing on the ground spitting blood, was carried away by medical staff. Seeing Lu Qizi injured so severely, everyone felt even more fearful of Lin Zichen. This seemingly gentle-mannered young man was definitely a ruthless person at heart. 45s. 40sixs. 47s. 48. As soon as Lu Qizi was kicked off the stage, the stopwatch timer appeared on the big screen. And now, the timer was about to reach 1 full minute. Just as the countdown hit 50sixs, a muscular long-haired young man on the second-floor corridor leaped down. As he landed, his long hair billowed out gracefully. He quickly landed on the martial stage with a thud. Daejeong Province's top scholar Luo Yongjian. 100-meter dash, bang! This top scholar from Daejeong Province didn't get to finish boasting his high school physical test results before Lin Zichen kicked him off the martial stage. He lay on the ground writhing in agony, completely incapacitated. At the same time, the big screen once again displayed the stopwatch, beginning the countdown. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s. As the stopwatch ticked, the entire gymnasium seethed with excitement. Awesome! Lin Zichen is awesome! Thrilling! To beat down those haughty geniuses of the prodigy class. Our regular class has its own genius too. At that moment, the freshmen of the regular class were all extremely excited. Although Lin Zichen had been the runner-up in the college entrance exam and could have joined the prodigy class, he was fundamentally not from the same world as the new students of the regular class. The fact was that Lin Zichen had not joined the prodigy class but had instead come to the regular class. And at this moment, he was representing the regular class in a crushing victory over the prodigy class. Lin Zichen was the pride of the regular class. All the freshmen of the regular class could share in his victory and bask in his reflected glory. On the second-floor corridor, the school leaders were all stunned. The strength Lin Zichen had just displayed on the martial stage had already reached the level of common tier 5, the same tier of brilliance as the unparalleled duo Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei. What exactly is up with Lin Zichen? His physical test data from the college entrance exam didn't even reach common 4th order. How could he have leaped directly to common tier 5 in just one summer vacation? This doesn't make sense at all. Is it possible he concealed his abilities during the college entrance exam? Concealing his abilities is impossible. There's no benefit for him in doing that. Why would he hide his strength without any reason? The school leaders were at a loss, unable to understand why Lin Zichen was so powerful. At this time, Lu Juanwu smiled and said, "This is the formidable power of the pure-blood human path, you conservative stick-in-the-muds will never understand." The dean of the Mechanical Academy raised an eyebrow, expressing some disbelief. "Are you implying that Lin Zichen's current strength is all thanks to your pure-blood human path's efforts?" "Of course." Lu Juanwu was smug. Ma Zhenhe was the first to object. "President Lu, don't make grand claims for your lousy pure-blood human path. Lin Zichen has only joined Tianren Pavilion for 1 summer. With just 1 summer, your pure-blood human path managed to elevate his biological level from common 3rd order, jumping 2 orders and directly evolving to common tier 5. If your pure-blood human path was really that impressive, would Tianren Pavilion have fallen to its current state, left with only 3 people?" Ma Zhenhe continued, "In my opinion, Lin Zichen definitely concealed his strength during the college entrance exam. It has nothing to do with the pure-blood human path." Lu Juanwu scoffed, "Oh, so my pure-blood human path isn't allowed to have had a breakthrough in research. What kind of breakthrough could you have? If there had been one, wouldn't you, with your personality, have already arranged a myriad of media conferences for widespread publicity? After finishing, Ma Zhenhe added, President Liu, if your wretched pure-blood human path ruins Lin Zichen, who's even more talented than the capital city college entrance exams runner-up Song Yuan from years ago, then just wait to be condemned through the ages. As he said these words, Ma Zhenhe felt a pang in his heart. Damn it, so Lin Zichen was so incredible, it was a damn shame he was snagged away by that old dog Lu Chuanwu. If I had known Lin Zichen was this formidable, I would have begged him during the summer vacation to come back to Evolution College to follow the path of genetic fusion. Fuck. Lu Chuanwu, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Ma Zhenhe grew angrier the more he thought about it, his face turning beet red with the urge to pin Lu Chuanwu down and pummel him as a form of release. Across the way, on the same second-floor corridor, Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei, along with others, were all wearing expressions of shock on their faces. They couldn't imagine that Lin Zichen was so strong enough to instantly kill the valedictorians from Yuntian Province and Daejiang Province. This was too shocking, simply astonishing. Li Moyu, Ma Ziwei, do you two have the confidence to defeat Lin Zichen? The valedictorian from Taehu Province, a wild young man with a mohawk hairstyle, hesitated for a moment before turning to the side to ask the peerless pair. Seeing the valedictorians from Yuntian Province and Daejiang Province were successively killed by Lin Zichen with just a single kick, he knew that as the valedictorian from Taehu Province, if he faced Lin Zichen, he was definitely destined to be killed in an instant too. In the entire genius class, perhaps only Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei had a chance to win against Lin Zichen. The other 7 top geniuses, hearing the mohawked wild boy asking such a question, turned their gazes unanimously towards Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei. These 7 were like the wild boy, knowing that they too were meant to be instantly killed by Lin Zichen, and could only pin their hopes on the peerless pair. I will win. Facing the gazes cast at him, Li Moyu didn't even think before directly answering. His words were filled with confidence. He was not shaken by Lin Zichen having just instantly killed 2 province valedictorians, nor did he feel that Lin Zichen posed a threat to him. Hearing Li Moyu's response, everyone else felt somewhat surprised. They had not expected Li Moyu to be so confident. It seemed that this valedictorian from the capital city must have some unknown trump cards up his sleeve. Otherwise, he could not be this confident. After hearing Li Moyu's answer, the 7 turned their attention towards Ma Ziwei, waiting for her response. Ma Ziwei didn't know if she could win against Lin Zichen, but seeing Li Moyu speaking so confidently about winning, her prideful self also followed suit, saying, "Can win." Just as she finished these 2 words, a loud shouting came from below. Li Moyu! Ma Ziwei! The stopwatch on the screen is almost at 1 minute, hurry up and choose someone to go up. If you don't go up now, the title of new king is going to fall into the hands of the ordinary class, then the genius class will completely lose face. It was the new students from the genius class who were shouting. It wasn't just one person shouting, but several people shouting together. Being new students of the genius class, they would never allow the title of new king to be taken away by the ordinary class. The title of new king, only those from the genius class are worthy of it. Far away on the martial stage, Lin Zichen, hearing this clamor from the new students of the genius class. He looked up at Li Moyu and the others on the second-floor corridor, and calmly called out to them, "All of you come up together, save time." How arrogant! On the second-floor corridor, someone responded with a voice tinged with anger. The next second, the owner of the voice leaped high from the corridor, jumping towards the martial stage where Lin Zichen was located. It was a slender figure. On top of the head, there were a pair of fluffy purple beast ears. The eyes were pitch black, exuding a strong oppressive force. Next up to take the stage was the daughter of President Ma Zhenhe of Evolution College, Ma Ziwei. 121, overwhelming. thud. A loud crashing sound echoed. Ma Ziwei, the only genetic integrator among the freshmen, made a dazzling entrance under the watchful eyes of the audience. She was beautiful, with a slender and curvy figure, and adorable animal ears. Because of her animal-eared appearance, she was extremely popular among the male freshmen and was the dream girl of many. Sister Wei is so cool. Sister Wei, smash Lin Zichen, show him the real level of the genius class. Chen bro, the regular class is counting on you. Lin Zichen, don't go easy just because she's pretty, you must crush her with all your might. Chen bro, you must win. As soon as Ma Ziwei appeared, the freshmen from the genius class began to cheer for her, their sense of collective class honor was extremely strong. Seeing the genius class cheering, the freshmen from the regular class also shouted tirelessly, cheering for Lin Zichen. Due to the large number of people, the cheers of the regular class freshmen overwhelmed one wave after another, quickly drowning out the cheers from the genius class. Hearing the shouts of the regular class freshmen, feeling the support for Lin Zichen from everyone, Shen Qinghan, who was in the genius class camp, couldn't hold back and also shouted, Xiao Chen, come on! Her voice was crisp and sweet, pleasant to the ear. However, this voice was quite out of place in the genius class camp. Many people turned their heads to look at Shen Qinghan when they heard her shout. Realizing her shout was inappropriate, she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, bowed her head, and silently moved to the side, reducing her presence. She thought to herself that she must be more cautious in her words and actions in the future. On the martial stage, Lin Zichen and Ma Ziwei paid no attention to the shouting coming from beneath the stage and were sizing each other up. Ma Ziwei was on high alert, staring intently at Lin Zichen. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen was calmly observing Ma Ziwei, carefully studying this sole genetic integrator among all the new students. He had seen countless genetic integrators on screen and in books from a very young age. But this was his first time observing one so closely in person. As for the Ratman from the Rat God cult previously, every encounter had been a life and death crisis, leaving no chance for careful observation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of breaking air rang out. Ma Ziwei, who had just been staring warily at Lin Zichen, instantly turned into a blur and shot towards him like lightning. Unlike the previous top scorers who would still boast their physical test data before fighting, she was ruthless and not verbose, choosing to strike directly. Such speed! Is this the boost from the Shadow Knight Cat's attributes? As Lin Zichen marveled, he slightly shifted his body and easily dodged Ma Ziwei's kick. She was dodged so effortlessly. Missing her strike, Ma Ziwei was shocked and her face began to express doubts about life. Having integrated with the Shadow Knight Cat's gene, her speed had already reached the level of a common Tier 5. Yet, Lin Zichen could easily dodge her kick. The gap in strength between them was too vast. With that thought, Ma Ziwei immediately distanced herself from Lin Zichen. She knew well that she was currently no threat to Lin Zichen. Continuing the attack would be meaningless. I have no chance of beating you now. Give me half a minute to fully activate the Shadow Knight Cat gene in my body, then we can compete. If you attack me during this period, then it would be a disgraceful victory, showing no martial virtue. After morally binding him, Ma Ziwei, who had retreated to the edge of the martial stage, suddenly looked more ferocious as she activated the Shadow Knight Cat gene inside her body. Soon, the characteristics of the Shadow Knight Cat on her body became increasingly apparent at a visible rate. Her animal ears gradually grew larger, fine cat whiskers grew around her mouth, and her eyes progressively became wilder and more oppressive. Her overall appearance shifted from a cute girl with animal ears to a wild and ferocious beast. As the Shadow Knight Cat gene inside her body continued to activate, the biological pressure emanating from Ma Ziwei slowly increased from the level of a common Tier 5 gatekeeper to a relatively high level of a common Tier 5. Lin Zichen, don't let her power up, strike now. Some of the regular class freshmen became anxious and shouted toward Lin Zichen on the stage, fearing he might mess up by showing off. Lin Zichen ignored the shouting from below and observed Ma Ziwei as she activated the Shadow Nightcat gene. This was a rare opportunity to observe, one that could provide insights into the characteristics of those who had integrated the Shadow Nightcat gene. Missing this would be a loss. As for Ma Ziwei becoming stronger, even if she became stronger, she would still be kicked out of the competition in due time. On the second floor corridor, the school leaders, witnessing the change in Ma Ziwei on the martial stage, all showed surprised expressions. President Ma, your daughter's integration with the Shadow Nightcat gene has already reached this deep. Her talent for genetic fusion is too high, one remarked. A genius, more of a genius than we imagined, another exclaimed. It's just that she's a top scholar from capital city. In terms of talent, she exceeds the top scholars from other provinces, another added. Several school leaders complimented Ma Zhenhe, using praise for his daughter as a way to curry favor with him. Ma Zhenhe did not respond, just furrowed his brows slightly. His daughter, Ma Ziwei, had only recently integrated with the Shadow Nightcat gene, and her body had not fully adapted yet. Too much activation of the Shadow Nightcat gene would cause a certain degree of backlash damage to her body. If nothing unexpected happened, she would probably have to lie in bed to recover for the next half-month. Sighing to himself, Ma Zhenhe thought, this child hasn't changed at all, she's still as competitive as when she was little. Just then, Lu Juanwu spoke, President Ma, your daughter is overexerting her body. If she can win the newcomer king title it might be worth it, but if she can't, it will be a loss for nothing. Ma Zhenhe retorted, ha, overstressing her body is still better than your pure-blood human path. At least when in danger, she can temporarily boost her strength to turn the tide. Your useless pure-blood human path can't overexert even if you wanted to. This was indeed the truth. Lu Juanwu, knowing that the pure-blood human path had no advantage in this regard, fell silent. On the martial stage, Ma Ziwei had activated all of the Shadow Nightcat genes within her, emitting a bio-pressure that almost reached a common sixth order. Lin Zichen, you're too arrogant, she stated. You just watched me activate the Shadow Nightcat gene in my body, watched me grow continuously stronger. Now, you will pay the price for your arrogance just now. Ma Ziwei looked towards Lin Zichen with more oppressive eyes, speaking in a cold voice. At the end of her words, only a buzzing sound was heard. Ma Ziwei's calves powered up, and in a blink step, she flashed in front of Lin Zichen, lifting her long right leg towards his head. Facing this fierce kick, Lin Zichen's expressions remained unchanged as he effortlessly dodged to the side, just as easily as before. Ma Ziwei's expression changed, unable to believe she still couldn't hit him. How could this be? With this shock, she went all out the next second, not holding back in her attacks on Lin Zichen. Side kicks, whip legs, sweep legs. Charging punches, hook punches, straight punches. Knee strikes, elbow strikes, flying kicks. Ma Ziwei unleashed all her strength and speed, using every leg and arm technique she knew in a frenzied assault on Lin Zichen. Still, the result was the same, Lin Zichen dodged them all. The freshmen below and the multitude of school leaders on the second floor corridor were all shocked and incredulous at this display. Ma Ziwei had become so much stronger but still couldn't touch Lin Zichen? What exactly was going on with Lin Zichen? Among them, Lu Juanwu was also very surprised. He was confident Lin Zichen could claim the newcomer king, thanks to Lin Zichen having completed a tempering skin procedure that significantly increased his physical defense. In combat, that meant he could wear down his opponents with his strong resistance. But his opponent couldn't even touch Lin Zichen. The speed Lin Zichen now displayed was excessively strong. At the same time, Yuan Dongji slightly furrowed her brows. She had originally thought Lin Zichen was just an ordinary provincial second-place scholar, and didn't pay much attention to him. But now, the physical strength Lin Zichen demonstrated was not at the level of an ordinary provincial runner-up. Was it the benefit brought by the pure-blood human path? Thinking this, Yuan Dongji looked towards Lu Juanwu, who was not far away. Then, seeing Lu Juanwu and the others also showing surprise, she furrowed her brow even tighter. It wasn't the enhancement of the pure-blood human path. This was Lin Zichen's own strength, completely unrelated to his joining Tianren Pavilion. At that moment, Yuan Dongji realized that Lin Zichen must be harboring a secret. Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichen, this pair of childhood sweethearts, both seemed suspicious. 122. Real Genius. On the martial stage, Ma Ziwei had been relentlessly attacking with full force, while Lin Zichen was dodging with ease. Seeing that she couldn't hit Lin Zichen no matter what, Ma Ziwei became emotionally imbalanced. The techniques she used to attack Lin Zichen became increasingly underhanded, essentially aiming for vital spots. It was either a poke to the eyes or an attempt to deliver a crippling blow to the groin. After evading hundreds of attacks, feeling that he had collected enough information about the characteristics of a genetic integrator with exotic beast gene of the Shadow Night Cat, Lin Zichen stopped wasting time with Ma Ziwei and raised his hand to punch her in the face. Bang! That was the sound of the punch landing. Suddenly taking a hit, Ma Ziwei's entire face became deformed. Then, carried by the massive force of the punch, she flew out of the martial stage and with a thud fell to the ground, rolling over a dozen times before coming to a stop amidst the crowd. Lin Zichen hadn't put too much strength into that punch. Ma Ziwei was merely sent flying out of the martial stage without being knocked out cold. Soon, with the help of two fellow female geniuses from the freshman class, Ma Ziwei struggled to sit up from the ground. By this time, her beautiful face, hit by the punch, was swollen with internal bleeding, transforming from an oval face into a pig-faced one. Seeing this, many of the regular class freshmen couldn't help but snicker at her misfortune. Even the two genius class girls helping her couldn't help but smile slightly at the sight of her pig-faced appearance, their expressions betraying their urge to laugh despite trying to hold it in. The change was too drastic. One second she was a charming and aloof goddess, the next a grotesquely disfigured pig-faced mess, which was hard not to find amusing. Ma Ziwei, hearing the laughter around her, knew her face had been swollen by the hit. She immediately borrowed a cell phone from one of the girls supporting her, using the screen as a mirror to see what had become of her beautiful face. My face. Upon seeing her face swollen into a pig's head, the usual expressionless Ma Ziwei first let out a heart-wrenchingly shrill scream, followed by bursting into tears on the spot. She was beautiful, came from a wealthy background, and achieved excellent grades. She was pampered by everyone around her from a young age. The boys around her would turn into fawning sycophants when facing her, trying every possible way to please her, all for a hint of her favor. However, Lin Zichen, with no regard for her beauty, smashed her face with a punch, ruining her beautiful features and instantly shattering her psychological defenses. Why Wei? Seeing his precious daughter's face ruined, Ma Zhenhe hurriedly sprang down from the second-floor corridor and rushed over to check on her facial injuries. The injury wasn't severe, there were no broken bones, just swelling. However, the problem was that she had recently undergone genetic fusion and couldn't use medication. This swollen face could only rely on the body's natural healing mechanism to subside, which would take a very long time to fully recover. For a girl, especially one who had always been beautiful, to live with an ugly pig face for an extended period was more unbearable than death. Thinking of this, the doting father Ma Zhenhe became so livid with anger that his face turned red. He looked up at Lin Zichen on the martial stage and fiercely questioned him. Lin Zichen, look at what you've done. It was a normal exchange, Lin Zichen calmly replied. Ma Zhenhe continued to loudly question, did you have to hit the face? Lin Zichen frowned slightly, feeling that Ma Zhenhe was being somewhat unreasonable. Too biased. Was this the case of doting on his daughter to the point of losing all reason? Lin Zichen. In the crowd, a male freshman from the genius class wanted to curry favor with Ma Zhenhe and pointed directly at Lin Zichen on the stage, loudly condemning, you hit a girl, and you aimed for her face. Are you even a man? Hearing this condemnation, Lin Zichen didn't even glance at the timer that was about to reach 1 minute, he simply jumped down from the martial stage and stopped in front of that male genius class freshman. Then, he threw a punch right at the guy's face, swelling it up like a pig's head. If I can't handle the principal of Evolution College, can't I handle a freshman? After beating up the genius class freshman, Lin Zichen lightly leapt back onto the martial stage, looked around at the audience below, and declared, on the path of evolution, there's no distinction between men and women, only between the strong and the weak. Well said. Li Moyu stood on the second-floor corridor, looking down from above at Lin Zichen on the martial stage below, approval on his face as he said, the path of evolution should indeed only distinguish between the strong and the weak. After speaking, he leapt down with a thud onto the martial stage. In that moment, the eyes of everyone present turned towards this valedictorian from the capital city. Brother Yu, beat him mercilessly. Li Moyu, you must avenge Wai Wei. Brother Yu, you're now the hope of the entire genius class. You must win. The freshmen from the genius class began to shout again, their voices several times louder than before. With Ma Ziwei having lost, Li Moyu was now the genius class's last hope. If he lost as well, then the genius class really would have no face to show in the future. Hearing the cheers and shouts from his class, Li Moyu felt a bit thrilled. He had been waiting on the second-floor corridor for so long, just for this moment. He waited until the entire genius class despaired, then he would make his grand entrance. That's how he would pull off the most impressive and satisfying show. Thinking this, Li Moyu stood with his hands behind his back, adopting the pose of a seasoned campaigner as he looked at Lin Zichen and said with a smile feigning profundity, Lin Zichen, I didn't expect you to also be a master at showing off. Pretending to be just an ordinary number 2 in the college entrance examination, then during the opening trials, knocking out a provincial top student with a punch in front of everyone, shocking the entire audience. I must admit, that's somewhat skillful. Unfortunately, it's only destined to become a wedding dress for my moment of glory. Because not only have you hidden your true strength, so have I. As he finished speaking, Li Moyu's eyes instantly hardened. The next second, his muscles rapidly bulged, stretching and bursting his clothes open, revealing an exaggerated physique. At the same time, his eyes glowed a blood-red hue, overflowing with a savage wildness filled with violence. When all was said and done, the biological pressure emanating from Li Moyu had broken through the shackles of Common Tier 5, evolving into the intimidating Common 6th Order that made the new students cower. A genetic integrator? Li Moyu was also a genetic integrator? And moreover, he had integrated with the exotic beast gene of the magic-eyed giant ape. When they saw the blood-red eyes of Li Moyu, the school leaders on the second-floor corridor were all taken aback, their eyes wide open in surprise. The magic-eyed giant ape was a terrifying exotic beast whose biological level could evolve to the rare level upon reaching adulthood. To integrate the gene of an exotic beast at the rare level, the physical body's strength needed to reach a higher level. Otherwise, it simply couldn't withstand the backlash of the exotic beast gene at the rare level. And here was Li Moyu in front of them, whose biological level was still in the common stages, and yet he had successfully fused with the gene of the magic-eyed giant ape, which was just monstrous. The brothers from the Jingdo Li family were the real geniuses. Whether it was Ma Ziwei or Lin Zichen, they were both doomed to pale in his presence. 123, the outcome has been decided. That's it. I'm afraid I'm going to lose even my underwear. Upstairs in the hallway, Lu Chuanwu looked down at Li Moyu with a face ashen as death. Upon seeing the eerie red glow in Li Moyu's eyes and realizing that he was a genetic integrator of the demonic eyes giant ape gene, Lu Chuanwu felt a darkness in front of his eyes and his heart twitched. 1900 academic credits. That was 19 million yuan. To pay off that much money all at once, his kidneys were definitely doomed. However, unlike Lu Chuanwu, the other school leaders all breathed a sigh of relief at that moment, each of their faces showing smiles. Having just seen Lin Zichen knock out Ma Ziwei with a single punch, they all thought they were bound to lose, allowing Lu Chuanmu to make a fortune. Unexpectedly, Li Moyu, an even more talented individual, had emerged midway, completely reversing the situation. It could only be said that the brothers of the Jingdou Li family were indeed formidable. Their talent in genetic fusion far surpassed their peers, leaving them trailing so far behind they couldn't even see their tail lights. Demonic Eyes Giant Ape Gene, Hui. The student union president, Zhou Suihong, looked at Li Moyu on the stage with some surprise. He had always felt that Li Moyu was no ordinary individual. After all, his own brother was the genius of Jing University, Li Yujin, so it stood to reason that Li Moyu, as his younger brother, wouldn't be far behind. However, Zhou Suihong had never imagined that Li Moyu could integrate the demonic eyes giant ape gene. Li Moyu's biological level was only ordinary, yet he could withstand the backlash from the demonic eyes giant ape gene. His constitution was truly strong, astonishingly so. His older brother Li Yujin had talent in the rapid integration of various exotic beast genes, albeit all of common biological levels. As the younger brother, Li Moyu's talent lay in integrating exotic beast genes of extremely high levels. The genetic fusion talents of the two brothers, one based on quantity, the other on quality, showed different kinds of strength. But what they had in common was that both were incredibly powerful, so much so that they made most of their talented peers look pale in comparison, and nearly incapable of contesting them. The more talented these two brothers are, the better. The greater their talents, the greater the sense of achievement I'll have when I trample them underfoot in the future. Thinking thus, Zhou Suihong silently smiled. At the beginning of this year, he had lost to Li Yujin in the National College Students' League due to inferior skill. Next year, he planned to crush Li Yujin on the same martial stage and claim the title of the top college student in the country. He was fully confident he could do just that. Below the martial stage, Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin, the pair of best friends, had somehow gathered together among the crowd, chatting and laughing. When Li Chuxin saw Li Moyu on stage suddenly transform into a muscular hunk, exuding a biological level pressure that was at least 6th order ordinary, she was completely stunned. In reality, she had never seen such a strong peer before. The strongest person she had witnessed was her best friend's childhood sweetheart Lin Zichen. But now, Li Moyu's appearance had shattered her perceptions, showing her an even stronger peer. Especially since this peer had dyed yellow hair and looked like a misfit, which created an intense contrast with his current power. Han Han, which province's top student is this little blonde guy from your class? How is he so strong? Li Chuxin asked curiously, linking arms with Shen Qinghan after regaining her composure. Hey! Shen Qinghan replied with some confusion, this little blonde you're talking about just introduced himself on stage as the new student representative before the trial started. You don't recognize him? I didn't want to listen to the school leader's nonsense on stage. I kept my headphones on and played with my phone the whole time. I see. So, which province's top student is this little blonde guy? He's the top scholar from the capital city. The top scholar from the capital city. Li Chuxin's eyes widened in shock. This little blonde was the top scholar from the capital city? What the hell? Why would the top scholar from the capital city choose to come all the way to Shan University, instead of attending the stronger and closer Jing University? Li Chuxin was baffled but didn't dwell on it for long. She soon sighed, oh, Zi Chen is so wronged. This capital city top scholar should have been at Jing University, but he ended up coming to Shan University. Otherwise, Zichen would have been the king of the new students at Shan University. It's such a pity. Shen Qinghan listened with a smile and didn't say a word, her heart racing with excitement. Not rooting for Xiao Chen, hey? Just wait, Xiao Chen will knock out the capital city top scholar with one punch and astonish you to the point of dropping your jaw. Below the martial stage. A spot with fewer people, hidden in the blind spot of the surveillance. Liu Gang and Wang Shizhe, at this moment, were both looking down at their watches. On the narrow screen of the watch, some newly appeared small text was densely packed together, making it somewhat daunting to read. For the average person, a magnifying glass would have been necessary to make out the words. However, both Liu Gang and Wang Shizhe had enhanced their vision over the summer, so even if the text was as small as grains of sand, they could still make out the content clearly. I've just placed an advanced magic seed in a park outside the school, at the same spot as before. Make sure the two of you come out to pick it up later. When you get the chance, see that Li Moyu swallows this advanced magic seed. After reading the message, both Liu Gang and Wang Shiji's expressions changed. Among them, Liu Gang replied to the other, Li Moyu is a young master of the Jingdou Li family. There might be too much risk in having him ingest the magic seed, wouldn't there? He felt that as a young master of the Jingdou Li family, even if Li Moyu consumed the magic seed, he wouldn't easily capitulate to the organization. It was likely that he would make a big fuss. And when that happened, he and Wang Shizhe would definitely be exposed and retaliated against by the Jingdou Li family. 123, the outcome has been decided. It took only a moment before the reply came, the organization's background is far more powerful than you imagine. The Jingdou Li family is nothing, easily crushed with a snap of the fingers. Liu Gang asked curiously, what exactly is the background of the organization? The other side replied, ask less, do more. After reading the message, Liu Gang looked up at Wang Shizhe and asked in lip reading, Shu Ji, shall we do it? Wang Shizhe replied in lip reading, do you think we have a choice? Liu Gang said, how about, we ask Principal Yuan for help? Maybe she has a way to solve this. Wang Shizhe said, she definitely has a way to solve it, but whether we can survive afterwards is another matter. Wang Shizhe continued, moreover, I don't think joining the organization is a bad thing. At least we are much stronger than before and have more potential. Wang Shizhe added, most importantly, I agree with the organization's philosophy. As humans, we can't save the people of Earth. Liu Gang said, that's true. After a brief lip-reading exchange, the two decided to follow the organization's arrangement. Exotic beast gene of the demon-eyed giant ape? On the martial stage, Lin Zichen raised an eyebrow, full of interest towards Li Moyu in front of him. He overheard the voices of the school leaders in the second-floor corridor, learning that the exotic beast gene Li Moyu fused with was that of the demon-eyed giant ape. Lin Zichen remembered reading about this type of exotic beast in books when he was younger. It was a kind of beast that was maxed out in strength and defense, but somewhat slow in speed. The biological level of adult individuals was on average high level. A small number of powerful individuals could reach the rare level. All in all, it was an extremely powerful and terrifying exotic beast, capable of eating giant mutant rats as snacks. Despite only being of ordinary biological level, Li Moyu was remarkably capable of fusing the exotic beast gene of a species that could reach the highest rare level into his body. As he thought about this, Lin Zichen carefully observed Li Moyu in front of him. At that moment, Li Moyu had completely activated the demon-eyed giant ape gene within him. His stature had increased by a full 50% over its size before activation. His muscles were all bulging prominently. The lines and proportions were comparable to the Hulk. His entire body radiated explosive power. Lin Zichen also noticed something else, just like on the martial stage, the speed at which Li Moyu activated the exotic beast gene was much faster than Ma Ziwei's. It was almost in the blink of an eye that Li Moyu activated the demon-eyed giant ape gene within him. Then, he rapidly transformed into a being brimming with explosive muscular power, pushing his biological intimidation to ordinary sixth order, possessing strength comparable to a sixth order creature. From this, it was clear that Li Moyu's abilities were much stronger than Ma Ziwei's. Li Moyu, who had fused with the demon-eyed giant ape gene, was worth collecting data on. Lin Zichen. The transformed Li Moyu spoke. With his arms crossed and standing at his newly acquired height of over 2 meters, he looked down at Lin Zichen from his elevated position and said, "Ma Ziwei is strong, and along with me, we are hailed as the unparalleled pair of freshmen at Shan University. But in reality, the gap between her and me is like heaven and earth. If you can knock her out with one punch, I can too, and I would do it even more effortlessly than you. I wonder if you will still be able to perform as effortlessly when facing me next. I think it's unlikely. Because the one who's going to be at ease next will only be me, Li Moyu, buzz." Before Li Moyu could finish speaking, a sharp breaking sound suddenly rang out in front of him. Lin Zichen made his move. He didn't want to listen to Li Moyu's incessant babbling, choosing to take a quick step forward and swing his fist at Li Moyu's non-stop chattering mouth, intending to use his fist to break off the little brat's babbling spell casting. Fuck! Faced with Lin Zichen's sudden sneak attack, Li Moyu cursed out loud, then quickly sidestepped to dodge the incoming punch. Good reflexes, dodging a punch I controlled at ordinary 6th order speed. Thinking this, Lin Zichen swung another punch at Li Moyu, this time with the speed of an ordinary 7th order. At this moment, Li Moyu was still in the midst of dodging the first punch, facing Lin Zichen's almost uninterrupted second punch. He had no time to react and dodge. Only a bang could be heard. Lin Zichen's fist heavily smashed into Li Moyu's face, warping it instantly and leaving a clear red mark. This punch wasn't too forceful, he used only as much strength as he had previously used on Ma Ziwei's face. Because of this, Li Moyu didn't go flying backwards but only staggered 2 steps back. At the same time, his face didn't swell up, but it hurt so much that he covered it with one hand, grimacing in pain. Strong defense, seems to be on a relatively high level for ordinary 6th order. Lin Zichen silently appraised as he watched Li Moyu holding his face in pain. "Playing sneaky, don't you have any martial ethics?" Li Moyu said, touching the half of his face that took a punch while squinting at Lin Zichen. Suddenly taking a punch from Lin Zichen made him feel humiliated, and he was somewhat enraged. However, he soon stretched his mouth into a smile and said, "Now, I've got my full attention on you, your fists will probably find it hard to hit me." Lin Zichen didn't respond, but once again flashed in front of Li Moyu and swung his fists at his face, retesting his reaction speed. This time, a prepared Li Moyu indeed reacted much faster. At the same ordinary 7th order speed, Lin Zichen threw 52 punches in a short 10 seconds, but only 9 landed, bruising the corners of Li Moyu's mouth. On the second floor of the corridor, the school leaders were all watching the duel on the martial stage intently. Upon seeing Lin Zichen's speed of 5 punches per second, everyone's expressions turned to surprise. Lin Zichen's speed is too exaggerated, it looks even faster than Ma Ziwei, who has fused with the Shadow Night Cat gene. I have no idea how he managed to train like this. It's fast, but unfortunately, it hasn't caused much damage to Li Moyu. The outcome of their duel has been decided. Indeed, Li Moyu might be slower, but he has tough skin, extremely high defensive capability, and can withstand his punches. On the other hand, if he takes a punch from Li Moyu, he's likely to fall right there. Yes, the margin for error between the two isn't on the same level. It seems like this year's newcomer king will be Li Moyu. After discussing among themselves, the school leaders all felt that the duel was over and that Li Moyu would become the newcomer king. Among them, Ma Zhenhe first looked at President Lu Juanwu beside him and said with a smug face, "President Lu, it looks like you're going to lose your pants this time." Lu Juanwu didn't react to him, just furrowed his brows tightly, hoping that Lin Zichen would be smart enough not to clash head-on with Li Moyu and instead use a maneuvering approach to engage in a war of attrition. That way, Lin Zichen might still stand a slim chance of winning. 124. The Rookie King is born. On the martial stage. After testing Li Moyu's reaction speed again, Lin Zichen took a light leap backward and created some distance from Li Moyu. Next, he intended to test Li Moyu's final attribute strength. Li Moyu had no idea what Lin Zichen was thinking and assumed that Lin Zichen had retreated because his attacks proved ineffective, compelling him to stop and pull back. Thinking this, he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Zichen, I underestimated your speed. But alas, your strength is too weak. Even if you are fast enough to hit me, you can't inflict any substantial damage. You're bound to lose this duel. Now it's my turn. With that, he forcefully propelled himself off his calves as if he were a cannonball shot out, swinging his cauldron-sized fist toward Lin Zichen's face. Lin Zichen loved to punch people in the face, so he would return the favor to let Lin Zichen taste what it was like to get smacked in the face with a heavy punch. Faced with Li Moyu's high-speed charge, Lin Zichen just stood there without moving an inch, showing no intention to dodge. He was going to take Li Moyu's hit head-on to test his strength. Lin Zichen, dodge! The ordinary class students below the stage yelled anxiously, seeing him still standing there unmoved. On the other hand, the school leaders on the second-floor corridor all revealed smiles, delighted at the prospect of winning 100 academic credits. Especially Ma Zhenhe, whose grin was more unbearable than an AK, fully prepared to mock Lu Chuanyu. On the martial stage, as Li Moyu reached Lin Zichen, he vigorously swung his fist right toward Lin Zichen's face. During its flight, the fist produced a bursting sound due to its extreme speed and formidable strength, sounding explosively powerful. Everyone knew that if this punch landed on Lin Zichen's face, Lin Zichen would be undoubtedly defeated. But just when everyone thought the duel would end, an unbelievable scene occurred. With a loud bang, Li Moyu's power-packed punch landed heavily on Lin Zichen's face. Then, Lin Zichen didn't budge, nor was he sent flying off the martial stage by that punch. On the contrary, Li Moyu's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he let out an agonized scream of awe. My hand! My hand is shattered! Li Moyu knelt on the ground, clutching his right hand tightly. He curled up, his forehead pressed against the ground, and his mouth emitted extremely painful cries. His entire right hand, wrist, and part of his arm were now comminuted fractures. The cause of the fracture was that his hand wasn't as hard as Lin Zichen's face. The bones in his hand had crack broken in the instant his fist struck. In an instant, excruciating pain swept through his body, making him grimace in terror and scream out loud, so much so that his saliva and mucus uncontrollably dripped down. What's going on? What happened to Li Moyu? What on earth is happening? Did Lin Zichen win? At that moment, the entire stadium became noisy. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to understand the scene that unfolded on the martial stage. Li Moyu clearly punched Lin Zichen in the face, so why was it Li Moyu who was screaming? This scene was too strange. On the martial stage, Lin Zichen, looking at Li Moyu kneeling on the ground, silently assessed, a genetic integrator of the demon eye giant ape has great strength, strong enough to shatter his own hand. Strength is greater than defense. Then, he shouted towards the medical staff still confused below the stage, Li Moyu's right hand seems to be a comminuted fracture, hurry up and come help him with emergency treatment. Li Moyu sustained a comminuted fracture in his right hand? Hearing Lin Zichen say this, a flicker of surprise crossed the medical staff's faces. Subsequently, they all hurriedly rushed onto the martial stage and began inspecting the injury on Li Moyu's right hand. When they saw Li Moyu's entire right hand deformed, they were all shocked, unable to believe what they saw. Make way! At this moment, a cool female voice resonated on the martial stage. It was Yuan Dongji. She had silently descended from the second-floor corridor to the martial stage. Seeing her, the medical staff quickly made room. Yuan Dongji stepped forward to Li Moyu, picked up his right hand, and checked the injury with her spiritual power. Upon finding the entire right hand, along with the wrist and part of the arm, had comminuted fractures, Yuan Dongji was immensely shocked inside. How did this injury occur? His hand hit Lin Zichen's face and was then injured by the recoil from his own strength? How hard must Lin Zichen's face be? While thinking, Yuan Dongji took out a snow-white pill, flicked it accurately into Li Moyu's mouth with her finger, and helped him quickly heal his hand injury. At the same time, she imperceptibly released her spiritual power, invading Lin Zichen's body to carefully investigate. Lin Zichen's senses were extremely sharp, and he detected Yuan Dongji using spiritual power to investigate him the moment it happened. But he could only act as if he hadn't noticed, allowing Yuan Dongji to continue her probe. He just hoped that his biometric attribute natural camouflage would deceive Yuan Dongji's inspection. After a thorough check, Yuan Dongji learned that Lin Zichen's biological level was an ordinary 6th order, with skin strength far surpassing that of others at the same level, and the strength of his facial bones and muscles was absurdly high. Apart from these, nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. But this was strange. Why were just the facial bones and muscles absurdly strong, while other parts seemed normal? 124. The birth of the Rookie King _2. This does not conform to human physiological structure. Yuan Dongji furrowed her brows slightly, feeling quite perplexed by this. After thinking for a moment, she couldn't come up with an explanation. Soon, she leapt up and left the martial stage, returning to the second-floor corridor. As soon as she landed, other school leaders asked her what exactly had happened below. She didn't say much. She only mentioned that Li Moyu's right hand had suffered comminuted fracture, Lin Zichen's biological level was as high as a common 6th order, and Lin Zichen's facial bones and muscles had naturally extreme strength. She pointed out these 3 details mainly to explain the bizarre scene that had just unfolded on the martial stage. As for Lin Zichen using the blood tempering technique to complete a tempering skin session, she chose to conceal that. The other school leaders, hearing her say this, were all incredulous. Lin Zichen's biological level was as high as a common 6th order? But how could a freshman who had just started school, without undergoing genetic fusion or mechanical modification, evolve to a common 6th order biological level? This must be some exotic beast in human skin. The more the school leaders thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Lu Chuanwu also found it preposterous, but he still feigned composure and said, "This is the power of the pure-blood human path, this is the power of the blood tempering technique." The others, upon hearing that, couldn't help but twitch their mouths slightly, mentally scoffing at him. "Lu Chuanwu, just give it up, will you? You were clearly so scared of losing that you turned pale, and now you have the nerve to take credit for the pure-blood human path?" Off to the side, Yuan Dongji quietly watched Lin Zichen on the martial stage below, her face thoughtful. This Lin Zichen, could he be the same kind of person as Kyungsu? No, that's not right. It's probably not possible. Aside from possessing physical strength far surpassing their peers, there's nothing similar about them at all. On the martial stage, seeing Yuan Dongji leave just like that, Lin Zichen knew that the effect of his biometric attribute natural camouflage had successfully deceived her, the vice president of Shanghai University. He felt a slight thrill in his heart about this. The effect of the biometric attribute was much stronger than he had imagined. Meanwhile, Li Moyu, whose right hand had just been shattered, had already fully recovered. He clenched his right hand, and seeing that it was as good as new, he was deeply shocked. What kind of miraculous medicine was that white pill Yuan Dongji had me swallow? How is its healing effect so powerful? Without thinking too much about it, Li Moyu quickly shifted his gaze to Lin Zichen in front of him. The thought of the punch he had just thrown at Lin Zichen's face made his right hand uncontrollably tremble, leaving him with some psychological shadow. That punch was unbearably painful, to the extent that it felt like his nerves were spasming. After steadying his emotions somewhat, Li Moyu looked at Lin Zichen as if he were looking at a monster and asked, "What exactly is your strength?" Lin Zichen did not answer, but instead countered, "Is your hand okay?" "It's fine, good as new." Li Moyu flexed his right hand in front of Lin Zichen to prove that it had healed. Lin Zichen nodded, "That's good then." With those words, he took a step and rushed towards Li Moyu, kicking him in the abdomen and sending him flying off the martial stage. Li Moyu, still in mid-air, was filled with question marks. Was asking about my hand just so you could kick me off the stage without any guilt? Ones. Twos. Threes. 4s. The moment Li Moya was kicked off the stage, a timer immediately appeared on the big screen and began counting. When the timer reached tens, Li Moya got up from the ground and shouted toward Lin Zichen on the martial stage, "Lin Zichen, when my genetic fusion advances further, I will come back to challenge you, and I will definitely beat you on the martial stage." You mercilessly heckled, shouting even louder, "As if you're the only one who can undergo genetic fusion. Lin Zichen can also undergo genetic fusion, and could just spend his whole life shitting on your head." Li Moya replied with both confidence and stubbornness, "My adaptation rate for genetic fusion is as high as 16%, and I'm bolstered by various special constitutions. On the path of genetic fusion, no one but my brother Li Zichen can be stronger than me." Hilarious. Some other regular class freshmen laughed in mockery. "What a sight, I've lived this long and this is the first time I've seen someone lose with such a brazen attitude." A freshman from the genius class retorted, "I don't know what you're pretending for, Li Moya. Losing to Lin Zichen isn't like losing to you. As long as I am a student in the regular class and Lin Zichen remains in the regular class, I can keep laughing at you genius class. Loser, where do you get the face to laugh?" Youths brimming with vigor, they easily started arguing. As more and more people joined the battlefield, it gradually turned into a heated exchange of words between the ordinary class and the genius class. On the martial stage, Lin Zichen stood quietly alone, waiting for the stopwatch to hit 1 minute and claim the title of new king. During this time, not a single person dared to challenge him on stage. Everyone was either caught up in the heated arguments or silently watching the stopwatch on the big screen, awaiting the birth of the new king. 57s. 58s. 59s. 60s. As the stopwatch reached the 60s mark, a fluorescent light shot out from the big screen, landing on Lin Zichen's face to complete facial recognition. At the moment of successful facial recognition, Lin Zichen's entrance photograph appeared on the screen. Above the photograph was a very conspicuous congratulatory message: "Congratulations to Lin Zichen from Martial Arts Class 1 for becoming the new king of this year." Although he didn't attend classes, his student registration was still with Martial Arts Class 1. Immediately afterward, the gymnasium's broadcast system also played the congratulatory message: "Congratulations to Lin Zichen from Martial Arts Class 1 for becoming the new king of this year." At this moment, the entire gymnasium fell silent. Everyone found it surreal. The title of new king, unbelievably, had been claimed by a freshman from an ordinary class. In the many years since Shanghai University was founded, it was the first time a non-genius class freshman had overwhelmed a genius class freshman to become the new king. It was a breach of school history. At this very moment, everyone was witnessing this incredible instant. Shortly after, the whole venue started to boil over. Zichen, awesome! Lin Zichen really captured the new king title, this is way too incredible. Zichen, the glory of the ordinary class. A large number of ordinary class freshmen were cheering for Lin Zichen as well as the ordinary class. Meanwhile, the students from the genius class felt a bit ashamed, standing quietly and silently throughout the whole event. On the martial stage, Lin Zichen paid no attention to the cheers from below. Using his biometric attribute Eyes of the Sky, he quickly spotted Shen Qinghan in the crowd below. Then, he leaped high to Shen Qinghan's side, wrapped an arm around her waist, and with another leap, brought her back onto the martial stage. Many people in the audience were puzzled by this scene. Some who knew the relationship between the two thought Lin Zichen was seizing the spotlight as the new king to publicly declare his relationship with Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan also thought so, her pretty face flushing hot and her heart pounding with nervous anticipation. She couldn't help but squeeze her legs together. Just as everyone's eyes focused on the martial stage, Lin Zichen unexpectedly jumped down from the stage, leaving Shen Qinghan alone on it. At the same time, the big screen immediately started the stopwatch again, as usual, timing the event. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s. As the stopwatch began, Lin Zichen said to the group of genius class freshmen below, "For the 2nd to 10th places, I'm taking them all." These words made the whole venue fall silent instantly. Everyone was shocked. It wasn't enough for him to become the new king, he even wanted to claim the 2nd to 10th places for himself? How greedy! Seeing Lin Zichen's audacity in wanting to monopolize the top 10 ranks for himself, someone from the genius class could not bear it anymore and shouted out in anger. "Lin Zichen, you're going too far. Let's all from the genius class go together and take him down. Damn, let's rush him. If we don't beat him down today, I'll write my name backward. And that traitor Shen Qinghan on the martial stage, beat her up too. Pin her down on the martial stage and rub her hard." At this moment, almost all of the genius class freshmen sprung into action, united like players in a game teaming up against a boss, and swarmed toward Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. As for the concepts of unfairness in a mass brawl, they didn't care at all. They had but one goal, to take down the excessively audacious Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, the genius class traitor. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe. Chinese novel audio wave. 125, one person wipes out the entire genius class. "I'll take the front, you guys flank from all sides. I'm on the flank. I'll guerrilla and sneak attack, providing support for you." The newcomers from the genius class had clear roles and begun to coordinate with each other, aiming to overwhelm Lin Zichen with their numerical advantage. Facing the genius class newcomers coming at him from all directions, Lin Zichen wasn't in the mood to play house with them and immediately started an overpowering performance with a flash of his figure. Bursting forth at the speed of an ordinary 7th rank, he proactively sprinted to the front of each attacking genius class newcomer. Regardless of whether they were male or female, he knocked them down with one punch each. Bang! 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 A series of rapid punches could be heard. Just a moment ago, the genius class newcomers had been surrounding Lin Zichen. The next moment, they were sent flying one after another. Then, they all crashed to the ground, curling up in pain, unable to stand back up. Buzz! As Lin Zichen was exchanging blows with a group of genius class newcomers, a whizzing sound suddenly rang through the crowd. It was Ma Ziwei making her move. Taking advantage of Lin Zichen's distraction, she burst out from the crowd in an instant, with a pig-headed face flying toward the martial stage, her target aimed directly at Shen Qinghan on the stage. Lin Zichen had swollen her face, and as an eye for an eye revenge, she planned to do the same to Shen Qinghan. Let Lin Zichen watch as his beautiful fiancé's face swells into a pig head to see what he would think. "Traitor, receive your death." As Ma Ziwei sprinted to a distance of more than 20 meters from the martial stage, she violently pushed off the ground with her calves, leaping high into the air and tracing a perfect parabola towards the martial stage. Just as she was about to land on the martial stage, Lin Zichen leaped forth, instantly catapulting behind her and fiercely kicking her upturned buttocks. Next, a bang was heard. Midair, Ma Ziwei felt as if her buttocks were about to split open. The very next second, she was flung out by the powerful impact coming from her butt, crashing heavily into the crowd, too pained to get back up. Seeing this, President Ma on the second-floor corridor immediately jumped into the crowd, anxiously checking his daughter's injuries. Fortunately, the injuries weren't severe, just a swollen butt. Over at the martial stage, under Li Moyu's leadership, the genius class newcomers quickly launched a second round of attacks. This attack was even more ferocious than the first one. However, they still couldn't withstand Lin Zichen's punches and kicks and were overthrown in an instant. All the people present were stunned by this scene. Originally, everyone had thought that at the start of the school year trial, all the regular class newcomers would unite to attack the genius class, striving to take a top 10 ranking from them. But now, it had completely flipped. Because Lin Zichen was so strong, it turned into all the genius class newcomers attacking him alone, just to prevent him from monopolizing all the top 10 rankings for himself. What shocked people most was that the entire genius class, despite mobilizing all its members, couldn't beat Lin Zichen. That was the entire genius class. Among them were the capital city's top scholar Li Moyu, the fourth-ranked Ma Ziwei, and various other peerless geniuses from different provinces. Yet, despite such an exaggerated paper strength, they were helpless against Lin Zichen at this moment. Being punched and kicked without any power to fight back, they were utterly overpowered by him the whole time. This scene was utterly unprecedented. About half a minute later, aside from the traitor Shen Qinghan, the rest of the genius class newcomers were knocked down by Lin Zichen, all curled up on the ground in pain, unable to stand, completely devoid of fighting capability. The ringleader Li Moyu took the worst beating, his face swollen up like a pig's head, even more severe than what had been done to Ma Ziwei before. By this time, the stopwatch on the big screen was almost at 1 minute. 57s. 58s. 59s. 60s. When the timer reached 60s, the big screen, like before, performed facial recognition on the person on the martial stage. Immediately after, Shen Qinghan's student photo appeared on the big screen, congratulating her for achieving second place in the school trial. Seeing that the second place had been successfully claimed, Lin Zichen leapt onto the martial stage and shouted at the ordinary class freshman below, "Who wants to be third in the school trial? The ranking is yours. The credits are mine. Me. Zichen, let me be third. Zichen, I'm up." In an instant, the ordinary class freshmen were all eagerly volunteering, each wanting to experience the feeling of standing on the martial stage under the spotlight. Lin Zichen surveyed the crowd, and eventually chose Li Chuxin, who had been shouting all along, and called out to her. "Chu Xin, come up." "Coming." Li Chuxin was so excited that she quickly squeezed her way out of the crowd and leaped energetically onto the martial stage. At the same time that she went on stage, Lin Zichen walked down with Shen Qinghan. Afterward, as usual, the big screen over the empty martial stage started the countdown timer. From 1s to 60s, no one dared to disturb her, all of them stood below, watching as Li Chuxin took the third place. Having easily secured the 80 credits for third place, Lin Zichen wasted no time and quickly picked a random ordinary class freshman to go up and become the fourth place, grabbing the 70 credits for himself. At the same time, on the second floor corridor, seeing that the talented class freshman from Evolution College had gained nothing, Ma Zhenhe turned to Yuan Dongji and said, "Principal Yuan, what Lin Zichen is doing seems somewhat against the rules. He's already won the title of the top newcomer, so how can he still act as an enforcer and monopolize the top 10 by finding puppets? How is it against the rules?" Lu Chuanwu was the first to jump out in opposition, bluntly retorting, "Come on, President Ma, you tell me, when has the school trial ever stipulated that one can't act as an enforcer to secure the top 10? Ma Zhenhe said, "Indeed, there is no explicit rule against it, but that doesn't mean Lin Zichen's actions are justifiable. What he's doing now is exploiting loopholes in the rules, and it should be stopped." In the past, the top newcomer was always determined through life and death fights within the talented class. They would also be nearly exhausted after securing the title of top newcomer. But this year, Lin Zichen was an exception. His strength was unmatched, far surpassing the other freshmen, and he single-handedly blew up the entire talented class. Without so much as taking a breather, his attacks were dimensionally overwhelming. And afterwards, he still had plenty of strength left to act as an enforcer and take over the top 10. President Ma has a point, this indeed is a loophole in the rules. After saying that, the Dean of the Mechanical Academy added, "However, we can only fix it next year, not now, as it wouldn't be fair to Lin Zichen." The other school authorities also said, "Indeed, the trial is already underway, it's not reasonable to change the rules now. We'll have to wait until next year to make amendments. Although these school authorities didn't like Lu Juanwu or Tianren Pavilion, they were still quite reasonable people. Of course, the main reason was that they were now benefiting from the current situation. For every ordinary class freshman that Lin Zichen brought into the top 10, all ordinary class freshmen would receive 1 credit point. These were free resources, why not take them? Hearing what the other school authorities had to say, Ma Zhenhe knew he had touched upon the interests of other academies and tactfully fell silent. But his expression was sour, clearly holding back anger. Yuan Dongji glanced at him and said indifferently, "President Ma, you've been increasingly unstable recently. It's best to slow down the integration progress of the Fire Eagle gene, lest it affect your daily life." Ma Zhenhe's expression softened as he replied, "Understood, Principal Yuan." 126. Lin Zichen's secret. About half an hour later, the school trial finally came to an end. Aside from Shen Qinghan, who came in second, the rest of the top 10 were all taken by new students from the regular classes. As a result, every new student from the internal school district's regular classes pilfered 9 credits each. That's basically like getting handed 90,000 yuan for free. Some of the regular class new students from less affluent backgrounds blushed with excitement. Under the impact of 90,000 yuan, they looked up to Lin Zichen with admiration and became his most loyal fans. The more extroverted among them even went so far as to call him Lord Chen eagerly, as if they were ready to kneel and acknowledge him as their godfather on the spot. Lin Zichen paid no attention to the cheers around him. At the moment, he was tallying up the benefits he had gained from participating in the school trial in his mind. The top 10 credits totaled up to 550 credits. Adding the 9 credits he received for being a new student from the regular classes brings the total to 559 credits. Additionally, there were the 10 Qi blood pills from Lu Juanwu. And 1 credit can essentially be used as 10,000 yuan. 559 credits would then equal 5.59 million yuan. This one battle had made him directly rich. In the time that followed, the top 10 of the school trial proceeded to the stage to receive honors and take photos with the school leaders. As the newly crowned king of the newcomers, Lin Zichen received not only a 100 credits reward but also an additional champion trophy. The trophy was made of special alloy, heavy and looked exquisite. But it wasn't worth any money, serving only as a memento. After the photographs were taken, Lin Zichen had the other top 10 new students transfer their credits to him through the school's app. Shen Qinghan also opened the app to transfer credits, but Lin Zichen told her there was no need and asked her to keep the 90 credits she earned for coming in second for herself. Seeing Lin Zichen say this, Shen Qinghan didn't make a fuss and kept the credits for her personal use. She wouldn't just take those 90 credits without giving something back, she would compensate Lin Zichen in another way in the future. Not far away, Lu Juanwu saw Lin Zichen collecting transferred credits from others, which reminded him of the bet he made with his colleagues. He looked towards the other school leaders and reminded them, "Don't forget about our bet, everyone. Lin Zichen has won the title of the top newcomer, so you can transfer the credits you owe me through the school app now. Rest assured, you won't be shortchanged. It's just 100 credits, I'm transferring them to you right now." Everyone honored their bets promptly, transferring the agreed credits to Lu Juanwu without any delay. Seeing 1,900 credits deposited into his account, Lu Juanwu couldn't stop smiling. With this large amount of credits, he wouldn't have to worry about providing Lin Zichen with triple benefits for a good while. Noticing his arch-rival smiling so jubilantly, Ma Zhenhe felt displeased and couldn't resist saying, "President Lu, I'd advise you not to be too smug. Becoming the top newcomer in the school trial just means having a physically strong body. When the others advance further with their genetic fusion and mechanical enhancements, the power structure will undergo a great shift. In next semester's newcomer competition, whether it's Li Moyu or Wei Wei, they will easily crush him as long as Lin Zichen continues on the pure-blood human path." After Ma Zhenhe finished, he added, Song Yuan is an example, and Lin Zichen is nothing but an upgraded version of her. Seeing him constantly using Song Yuan as a negative example, President Liu frowned slightly, feeling displeased. But remembering the 1,900 credits he had just earned, his mood vastly improved and he couldn't be bothered to bicker with Ma Zhenhe. Soon after, Lu Chuanwu went over to Lin Zichen, gave him the 10 Qi blood pills they had previously discussed, and decided to advance all the triple benefits for the entire semester to him at once. The benefits included various items like credits, exotic beast meat, scholarships, and so on. For convenience, Lu Chuanwu converted these benefits into credits and transferred 300 credits to Lin Zichen. With these 300 credits included, Lin Zichen's student account now totaled 769 credits. Now that he had so many credits, Lin Zichen immediately opened the school's app mall to see what he could purchase. But before he had the chance to look, Lu Chuanwu said he wanted to discuss something with him and asked for a word in private. Picking a spot nearby, they went up to the rooftop of the sports hall to talk. After telling Shen Qinghan to head back first, Lin Zichen quickly followed Lu Chuanwu to the rooftop. As soon as they arrived, Lu Chuanwu, with a face full of curiosity, couldn't wait to ask, Zichen, you were too strong in the opening trial of the semester. How much strength did you hide? I hid a little. What's your real level? Ordinary 6th order, 1 tempering skin session, a bit of muscle conditioning on the face, and naturally hard facial bones. You've actually learned tempering flesh. Lu Chuanwu was shocked, his breathing suddenly became rapid, and then he was incredibly excited. To learn tempering flesh just after starting school. Lin Zichen's compatibility with the blood tempering technique was unbelievably high. There really was hope for the pure blood human path to make a breakthrough. No. It was definitely going to break through. Lu Chuanwu, who had devoted his life to researching the pure blood human path, had never been as excited as he was today. After calming his emotions slightly, he earnestly said to Lin Zichen, before today, I would have said you had a good chance of evolving into an advanced level creature with the body of a pure blood human. But now, I can say with certainty that you can evolve into an advanced level creature before you graduate from university with the body of a pure blood human. You must persevere on the pure blood human path, and you will surely achieve great things in the future. Don't worry, President, I will, replied Lin Zichen confidently. They chatted briefly. Soon, Lin Zichen left the rooftop and returned to Shen Qinghan's dormitory. There was just one thing he wanted to do right away: shop in the school's app marketplace. And just as he left, Yuan Dongji appeared on the rooftop right after him. This new student of yours, Lin Zichen, is hiding many secrets. His true strength may be far greater than what he showed in the opening trial. Yuan Dongji walked up to Lu Chuanwu and said. Lu Chuanwu chuckled, what genius doesn't have secrets? Li Moya from the capital city has them, Ma Zhenhe's daughter has them, and your newly accepted cheaper disciple surely has them too. What's so strange about that? Yuan Dongji, true. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Chuanwu said, on the path of evolution, those who can succeed are all complex in their own right, and those without secrets simply can't grow. As he spoke, he looked at Yuan Dongji, his gaze somewhat profound. Your casual use of spiritual power to probe Lin Zichen's body on the martial stage earlier is a very offensive act. If it had been in the past, that would have meant a fight to the death. Yuan Dongji raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. You could tell I was using spiritual power to probe him. Lu Chuanwu didn't explain but simply snorted coldly. Yuan Dongji, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be too aggressive, or sooner or later, disaster will strike. Yuan Dongji ignored the advice, speaking indifferently, gathering tonight. Too busy. There's money in it. At your place or mine? Lu Chuanwu instantly asked with a smile on his face. In a certain dormitory at the school, Liu Gang and Wang Shijia were together, discussing how to make Li Moyu swallow that high-grade demon seed. The two racked their brains for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good plan. Force was definitely not an option, because they simply couldn't beat him. As for temptation, Li Moyu was the young master of the Jingdo Li family. He had everything he wanted and couldn't be tempted. While the two were taxing their brains, thinking hard, their special watches suddenly displayed a dense block of text. Change of plan, forget about Li Moyu, target Lin Zichen instead. Find a way to make Lin Zichen consume that high-grade demon seed and make him a member of the organization. 127. It's better to rely on oneself than on others. Leaving the gymnasium's rooftop, he returned to the dormitory. As soon as Lin Zichen entered, he saw Shen Qinghan exercising in the training room. Without the air conditioner on, she was drenched in sweat. For convenience and comfort, Shen Qinghan wasn't wearing underwear while training. The soaked clothes clung tightly to her body, perfectly showcasing her graceful figure in a very tempting way. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. The little girl who used to shyly wet the bed had unknowingly grown into a beautiful young woman with perfect looks and figure, a heartthrob to thousands. Looking back now, it seemed as if in the blink of an eye, she had suddenly grown up, giving him the surreal feeling of playing a nurturing game. He allowed himself a few moments of such reflections. Soon after, Lin Zichen sat down on the sofa and pulled out his phone to browse the school apps mall, often referred to by the seniors as the credit mall. Gene reagents, alloy equipment, high-tech gadgets, and so on. He merely glanced at them, focusing instead on the exotic beast meat. He browsed for almost half an hour. Eventually, Lin Zichen's gaze settled on the undead slug meat. He had seen this type of exotic beast meat in a mall before the college entrance exam, selling for 100,000 a pound. In the credit mall, however, it cost only 8 credits per pound. It was like getting a 20% discount, much cheaper. Without a doubt, this must have been a special price available only to Shan University students. He now had a total of 769 credits. At 8 credits a pound, he could buy 96 pounds. The remaining 4 pounds he could buy with money from an outside mall. That way, he could unlock the Undead Slug album. He was curious about the biometric attributes he might gain. Thinking this, Lin Zichen was about to place an order in the mall for 96 pounds of undead slug meat. Just as he was about to submit the order, he had a second thought, feeling that doing so wasn't quite right. A freshman who suddenly spends over 700 credits on undead slug meat, this behavior would look abnormal no matter how you sliced it, surely drawing others' attention. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it would be better to spread out the purchases over time. He'd buy a bit every so often. For now, he decided to buy just 10 pounds. With that decision made, Lin Zichen spent 80 credits to order 10 pounds of undead slug meat. After completing his purchase, he took out the chi blood pills that Lu Juanmu had given him. There were 10 in total. Each one was the size of a soybean, bright red and glossy, emitting a faint and pleasant fragrance. Lin Zichen tried one, popping it into his mouth. It melted upon entry, turning into a warm stream and flooding into his body, making him feel warmly invigorated. Simultaneously, a digital prompt popped up in the void. Chi blood plus 108. Is that all the chi blood it adds? The effect was less impressive than simply running a few kilometers with the boost of his biometric attribute, from Muse Spring's strength, which would increase his chi blood more. Better to give them to Han Han. Her biological level is low, the effect should be good on her. As Lin Zichen was contemplating this, Shen Qinghan happened to walk out of the training room. She was holding a pair of fruit earphones still playing music and stopped beside Lin Zichen, somewhat out of breath. "When did you get back?" she asked. "I came back half an hour ago." Lin Zichen handed her a chi blood pill and then said, "Here, try a chi blood pill and see how it works." Shen Qinghan accepted it without hesitation and swallowed it immediately. A few seconds later, her body started to sweat profusely, her cheeks turned a rosy red, and she seemed to be overheating. How do you feel? Lin Zichen asked while looking at Shen Qinghan. Looking pleasantly surprised, Shen Qinghan said, my body feels so warm, and my qi blood feels much fuller. Xiao Chen, this qi blood pill is really good. That's good. Take the remaining 8. Eat no more than 1 a day. Aren't you going to have 1? I've just had 1. It's not that effective for me, it would be a waste. Oh, I see. Shen Qinghan nodded and took the small bottle Lin Zichen handed her. Gazing at the 8 qi blood pills in the bottle, she smiled sweetly and said, with both credits and qi blood pills, it feels like I'm being sponsored by a sugar daddy. Lin Zichen chuckled and replied, if anyone is being sponsored, it's me by you. I'm living in your dorm after all. Then we're mutually sponsoring each other, Shen Qinghan said with a smile, and then she asked, what would you like for dinner tonight? I'll go cook it for you. Lin Zichen thought for a moment and replied, eating regular meals gets a bit tiresome, let's have some soup noodles instead, and a plate of cucumber salad. What do you think? Sure, leave it to me. Dinner will be ready in half an hour. Shen Qinghan assured him with a pat on her chest. After that, she started to undress while heading to the bathroom. She had worked up too much sweat during the exercise and needed to take a shower to cool off and change into clean clothes before heading to the kitchen to cook. After dinner, the two sat on the sofa, delving into their books to study a variety of complex evolutionary knowledge. After roughly 2 hours, when the food they had eaten had mostly digested, they went into the training room to exercise. Shen Qinghan was doing strength training. Lin Zichen sat cross-legged on the ground, undergoing his second tempering skin session. Around 11 p.m. the two finished their training, took a shower together, and went to bed in their room. However, they didn't go straight to sleep but lay there and started chatting. Xiao Chen, your performance in today's school trial was too exaggerated, the so-called peerless geniuses in my class were all dumbfounded by you, I bet they're still questioning their lives right now. It's not that serious. It is that serious. Shen Qinghan's hands were restless, skillfully massaging Lin Zichen while speaking, I just scrolled through the school forum, and everyone is discussing you there. A lot of people are demoralized because of you. Not just the freshmen, but also the seniors, quite a few sophomores, juniors, and even seniors say they could never take on the entire freshman genius class on their own, claiming you're an exotic beast in human skin. Also, I saw someone on the forum creating a group, and the group's name is Chen God Support Club, so, you've got another fan club. At this point, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but express her envy. From kindergarten to university, you've always had a huge fan base supporting you. That feeling of being the center of attention must be great. Lin Zichen, actually, having too many fans can be troublesome at times. Shen Qinghan disagreed, you'd only find it troublesome after experiencing it a lot. For someone like me who's never experienced it, being the center of attention like you would definitely feel amazing. Lin Zichen, with your genetic fusion compatibility as high as 21%, you'll surely have your day in the spotlight too. I think so too. I hope that day comes soon. While speaking, Shen Qinghan felt her hands getting sore, so she stopped her movements, her peach blossom eyes shimmering, and said to Lin Zichen, you know. I saw a video on your phone where the female lead massages the male lead with her feet. It looked pretty comfortable, do you want to try it? Sure. Lin Zichen agreed without hesitation. After all, he was the one being massaged, he just had to lie on the bed with his eyes closed and enjoy, so there was no reason not to try. Soon, Shen Qinghan awkwardly started to massage Lin Zichen with her feet. This was her way of making it up to him. After all, just within that day, she had received 90 credits and 9 qi blood pills from Lin Zichen. If she didn't properly compensate Lin Zichen, she would feel as though she was being kept by him. She didn't like that kind of unequal relationship. She preferred a relationship where both sides contribute. Time passed by every minute and second. About half an hour later, Shen Qinghan stopped the massage movements of her feet. It was mid-September, the weather was hot, and her naturally sweaty physique left her covered in a layer of fine sweat. Especially her delicate little feet, which were now sticky. "I've sweated a lot, do you want to go for a bath together?" Shen Qinghan grabbed some tissues to wipe herself and Lin Zichen clean, then suggested to him. Hearing this, Lin Zichen sat up from the bed, swept her into his arms, got out of bed and walked toward the bathroom, laughing, "As a return for the massage you just gave me, I'll scrub your back while we bathe." The next day, Lin Zichen got up early to make breakfast. It was very simple, a slice of bread, a grilled sausage, an egg, plus a glass of milk. Before long, Shen Qinghan emerged from the room, bleary-eyed. After she washed up and ate breakfast, they left the house together, went downstairs, and then went their separate ways. Upon arriving at the Pure Human Research Institute, Lin Zichen entered the living recreational area and saw Song Yuan, as before, doing yoga inside. "Morning, new king." As soon as she saw Lin Zichen arrive, Song Yuan stopped her yoga, sat cross-legged on a mat, and cheerfully greeted him with that title. Lin Zichen responded with a smile, "Morning, Sister Yan. Come on, sit here with Sister Yan, I really want to talk to you." Song Yuan smiled, patting the spot next to her, beckoning Lin Zichen to sit beside her. Lin Zichen walked over and sat down. He knew what Song Yuan wanted to talk about. It was undoubtedly about the trials from the previous day. "I heard from the dean that your biological level is actually a normal 6th order, and you've learned tempering flesh as well?" Song Yuan asked with bright apricot eyes. Lin Zichen nodded, "Right." Hearing his answer, Song Yuan's face showed disbelief. "My god, Zichen, you are too much of a genius, truly. Compared to you, I feel like capital city's runner-up is just a waste." Excitement tinged her voice as she continued, "With you joining, the pure-blood human path is definitely going to make a splash. We at Tianren Pavilion are going to shock the world and change the public's perception." "All right, let's work hard together," Lin Zichen said, turning his gaze away. Song Yuan's outfit had a neckline that was far too low, revealing too much cleavage. After a few more exchanges, soon, Lin Zichen got up and left the living recreational area, heading straight for the research area. He didn't go there to conduct research but to study the text of the blood tempering technique scripture. Lu Juanwu and Song Yuan had researched it for years without being able to comprehend the contents of the technique's opening chapter. Lin Zichen felt that he couldn't rely on them anymore, he had to rely on himself. Once he learned the text on the blood tempering technique scripture, he was sure to achieve research results faster than Lu Juanwu and Song Yuan ever could. After all, the effect of the biometric attributes of heavenly intelligence wasn't a joke. It would undoubtedly produce more with less effort in such research tasks. No, more with less effort was still too conservative. Boldly put, it would yield 100 times more with half the effort. 128. The disdain of the student council. Yi, Qi blood. Xian, essence Qi. Cao, a cup ointment. Liang, upper limbs. Zhe, lower limbs. Lin Zichen schemed through the translation materials in his hand at the speed of reading 10 lines at a glance, studying the text on the blood tempering technique. After studying for a while, it felt like he was learning classical Chinese from a previous cultural class. Only, it was more obscure and more concise than classical Chinese. From which era were these texts? Thousands of years ago? Or perhaps, tens of thousands of years ago? Lin Zichen was very curious about this. What made him even more curious was why, given that the blood tempering technique was so powerful, it had fallen into obscurity. Was it because the age of dusk was not conducive to cultivating later generations? While Lin Zichen was musing over these things, Song Yuan, who had changed out of her yoga clothes and into a martial arts uniform, walked in from outside and said, Zichen, someone from the student council is looking for you. They're waiting at the entrance of the institute right now. Looking for me? Lin Zichen was somewhat puzzled. Song Yuan brushed her bangs from her forehead, her voice rational as she said, I think it's highly likely they're here to invite you to join the student council. After all, you performed exceptionally well in yesterday's initiation trial. As the strongest student organization in the school, they definitely want you to join. Hearing her say this, Lin Zichen figured that if the student council president was looking for him, it was probably for this reason. However, he had no interest in the student council and didn't want any positions or titles. Seeing that he was uninterested, Song Yuan said with a smile, members of the student council get a credit subsidy every month, and there's not much to do on a regular basis. Joining is like making a profit. I suggest you join. Lin Zichen's eyebrows lifted. There was a credit subsidy? Well, in that case, he would have to take his talents to the student council. With that thought, Lin Zichen hurried to the institute's entrance, so as not to keep the people from the student council waiting too long. Upon arriving at the entrance of the institute, what met his eyes was a group of males and females with formidable auras. All were upperclassmen, and the biological pressure emanating from them was such that even the lowest among them was at the level of an ordinary seventh order. The highest among them, the leading student council president Zhou Suihong, stood out. The biological pressure radiating from him had broken through the ordinary category and stepped into the advanced level. He was a genuine advanced level creature. Seeing Lin Zichen come out, Zhou Suihong introduced himself in a neutral tone, Hello, I am Zhou Suihong, the president of the student council. Although he had already introduced himself in front of the new students yesterday, he still gave a brief self-introduction in front of Lin Zichen out of politeness. President Zhou, hello. Lin Zichen also returned the greeting politely. Zhou Suihong didn't like to waste time, so without any small talk, he got straight to the point. You performed exceptionally well in the initiation trial yesterday, meeting the student council's recruitment requirements. My visit today is to invite you to join the student council and become a presidential seed, to be groomed for the role of a future student council president. There are many benefits to joining the student council, such as enjoying special treatment and privileges not available to ordinary students, he continued. For instance, special provisions for meals 3 times a day, participation in the school's major and minor decision-making processes, and a monthly credit subsidy, among others. After explaining these perks, Zhou Suihong asked, Are you interested in joining the student council? Lin Zichen, of course. Zhou Suihong nodded, then said, You can join, but there is one condition, you have to give up the pure-blood human path and choose the genetic fusion path. Why? Lin Zichen's eyebrows furrowed slightly, puzzled. Zhou Suihong explained, the student council only accepts future geniuses. You are very talented now, but if you do not choose the genetic fusion path, no matter how talented you are, you will become mediocre like everyone else. Lin Zichen was unconvinced. I believe the pure-blood human path has a future and won't become mediocre. The pure-blood human path has no future, Zhou Suihong stated decisively. Then, he added, if the pure-blood human path had a future, President Liu and Instructor Song wouldn't be in such a sorry state now. President Zhou, must I choose the genetic fusion path to join the student council? Yes. Then forget it, I'm not joining. After dropping that remark, Lin Zichen turned and went back inside the institute. How could the benefits of joining the student council ever outweigh those of joining the Tianren Pavilion? If he had to give up the pure-blood human path just to join, then there was no point in joining the student council. Seeing Lin Zichen turn and leave without further discussion, Zhou Suihong was stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Zichen to be so decisive. The other members of the student council around him were also quite surprised. When they came to their senses, they started cursing one after another. This newcomer king really has a screw loose, insisting on following the pure-blood human path. Must have been brainwashed until his brains spilled out. Got the title of newcomer king and got cocky, hey. Such a stupid freshman, he's gonna regret it later. By then, if he comes to his senses and wants to join the student council, it won't be so easy. President, I told you before, Tianren Pavilion's brainwashing is intense, no need to waste time trying to recruit him. Zhou Suihong didn't say a word, just shook his head and quickly led the others away from the entrance of the research institute to recruit other talents. Having talent without a future is not being a genius. It's called a waste. Since Lin Zichen wasn't willing to give up the pure-blood human path, there was no need to recruit him. He didn't have much hope to begin with, just wanted to see if he could persuade him to try. As a result, Lin Zichen didn't give them any chance, he turned around and left without a word. One can only say, Tianren Pavilion's brainwashing is too powerful. First Song Yuan, now Lin Zichen, their brains were thoroughly washed out. On the other side, as soon as Lin Zichen returned to the research institute, Song Yuan asked him if he had joined the student council. Lin Zichen told her what had just happened, infuriating her and causing her to swear, cursing the entire student council as fossils. They were all around 20 years old, yet their thinking was so antiquated, totally hopeless. Close to 11 a.m., Lu Chuanwu, who hadn't been seen all morning, finally showed up at the research institute. He looked absolutely drained, with dark circles under his eyes and a listless air about him, as if he'd been squeezed dry. Seeing him look like this, Song Yuan felt a wave of emotion. President, you are truly great. For the advancement of the pure-blood human path, you sell your body night and day to draw in investments. If the pure-blood human path makes a breakthrough in the future, your name is bound to go down in history. Lu Chuanwu's mouth twitched slightly at this. Can't you give a compliment? Would it kill you to leave out the words sell your body? With those 4 words, even the phrase go down in history took on a different taste. It turned into the green of brothels. Muttering complaints internally, Lu Chuanwu turned to Lin Zichen and advised him with a rather shaky voice, Zichen, remember, women are the stumbling block on the evolutionary path. They'll knock your bones and suck your marrow. If you can avoid women, then avoid them. Lin Zichen just smiled and said nothing. He couldn't possibly avoid women. Intimacy between men and women is human nature. To put it broadly, it's biological nature. Suppressing biological nature is certainly detrimental to evolution. Once he and Shen Qinghan break through the last step in the future, he plans to revel night after night. He's going to fully combine his physical strength with Shen Qinghan's special constitution and enjoy every moment of pleasure. By the way, Zichen, the school provides housing arrangements for the families of geniuses and can even arrange work within the school. Do you want to bring your parents over to live? After speaking, Lu Chuanwu added, with a talent like you, heretical sects will likely target you in the future, and your family could be implicated. I advise you to bring your parents to live at the school as soon as possible. Lin Zichen, I understand, President. I'll go home this weekend and talk to my parents about it. Lu Chuanwu nodded, then continued, give me your phone, and I'll help you activate the permissions to accept school tasks. Lin Zichen was puzzled, isn't this only available to activate in the second semester of freshman year? He had read the student handbook and was aware of how school tasks worked. Every day, the school posts various tasks on the student app. Tasks to assist campus tutors with their work. Tasks to help the security department catch criminals off campus. And tasks to eliminate members of the heretical sect or exotic beasts off campus, and so on. Completing tasks earns school credits. And these school tasks, freshmen can't accept them during the first semester, they must wait until the second semester to do so. With your strength being so strong now, there's no need to wait until the second semester of freshman year like everyone else. Start accepting tasks now, the sooner you start, the sooner you earn credits, don't waste your time getting stronger. As Lu Chuanwu spoke, he activated the task acceptance permissions on Lin Zichen's phone. About 2 minutes later, he handed the phone back to Lin Zichen, saying, "I've already activated it for you. Enter the task page from the bottom right corner of the school app's homepage." Lin Zichen took his phone and curiously clicked into the task page to check the tasks. At that moment, Song Yuan said, "Your sister Yan here goes off campus to do tasks every week to earn school credits. You can join me on tasks in the future, get familiar with the process, and gain experience in completing tasks." Lin Zichen, "Then I'll have to trouble Sister Yan when the time comes." "Don't mention it, don't be so formal. It's only right for a senior to look after juniors. After a while, I'll accept a task to eliminate exotic beasts, and I'll take you to broaden your horizons." Song Yuan smiled and then added, "Although your sister Yan may be ordinary compared to top-level talents, but against the average person, your sister Yan is still very strong. I'm invincible below the advanced level, bring on any ordinary exotic beasts, and I'll take them all down." Lin Zichen laughed, "Of course." 129, Peak Chart Challenge. The three of them had a brief chat. Soon, Lu Juanwu went off to sleep in his laboratory. He had fought all night without a single minute of rest, and he felt like he was about to drop dead if he didn't catch up on sleep. Normally, with a physical strength comparable to that of an advanced-level creature, he could go a whole week without feeling tired. But Yuan Dongji had really drained him last night. One round after another. Being vastly outclassed in biological level, he just couldn't keep up. The Dragon Lady only seemed proper on the surface, but she was more licentious than anyone when out of sight, a true paragon of contrast. After Lu Juanwu left, Lin Zichen sat down on a sofa nearby and started to check the tasks on the school app. There were 3 types of tasks. Published by the school. Published by the students. Published by external entities. Among them, the tasks published by external entities, often by official departments like public security, were the most numerous. Lin Zichen proceeded to open the tasks published by the school first. After a brief look, he found that there weren't many tasks and they were all minor affairs. Either helping the president with some work or assisting the academic affairs office. The reward for the tasks was mostly 1 credit, with a few offering 2 credits. Although the credits were few, the tasks were not difficult and highly sought after, usually being snatched up the moment they were posted. Lin Zichen wasn't interested in these menial tasks. After a quick look, he exited the page. Next. He clicked into the tasks published by students. Task: looking for a genetic integrator as a sparring partner, female required, with preference for a beast-eared beauty with fair skin and long legs. Reward: 5 credits per month. As soon as he clicked in, Lin Zichen saw this task that was hard to take seriously. Is this really about finding a sparring partner? Haha, I won't even burst your bubble. Continuing to scroll down, most of the tasks were more or less the same. Most of them were aimed at making friends, which was a bit odd. Exiting the student-published tasks page, he entered the externally published tasks page. Task: capture a gang of robbers, a 7-person group that has repeatedly robbed exotic beast meat transport trucks, armed but with no cyborgs or genetic integrators, location near the outskirts of Jianzhen City. Reward: 30 credits. Task: hunt exotic beasts, ordinary 9th rank, bloodthirsty fish dragon, which has attacked fishing boats multiple times, location in Changzhou City's Jinhai Bay. Reward: 200 credits. Task: capture a rogue genetic integrator Catwoman, common 6th order, a Shadow Knight Cat's integrator who has tortured multiple men, active mainly in the red light districts of Shanghai City. Reward: 50 credits. Task: capture members of the Divine Plant Cult, a heretic believer of common 8th rank, who incite or coerce college students into the cult, active mainly in Shanghai City. Reward: 100 credits. The externally published tasks were numerous and the credit rewards were high. Lin Zichen felt a hint of excitement at this. With these external tasks available, he wouldn't have to worry about income anymore. After checking the tasks, the next step was to accept one. Not considering the distant ones, he focused on the nearer tasks. The Catwoman task was quite suitable, being within Shanghai City, he could take it on. As for the Divine Plant Cult task, it could be easily completed too, but there was no need to accept it. Mainly because he feared retaliation. After all, the heretical sect was an organization, and unless he could eradicate it altogether, catching just one of its members would certainly result in being targeted for revenge. The security team captain who offended the Rat God cult back in junior high was a bloody example. Lin Zichen had a certain capacity for self-protection and wasn't afraid of being targeted, but it was different for his family members, who were ordinary people. Tasks like capturing heretic believers would be deferred until his parents moved to live near Shan University. After weighing his options, in the end, Lin Zichen accepted the task of capturing the Catwoman, planning to deal with it during the weekend when he went home. He just wasn't sure if 2 days would be enough. After all, he still had to find her. If he was lucky, he might find her on the first day. But if he was unlucky, he might not find her for a whole month. These 50 credits weren't easy to earn. Otherwise, the task would have been completed long ago and wouldn't still be listed on the task page. You took on that Catwoman task? Song Yuan sounded surprised, then said, "This is your first task, and you chose a common 6th order one, that's too risky. Do you want me to accompany you?" After speaking, she added, "I won't split the credits with you, just treat me to a meal afterward." Lin Zichen politely declined, "That would be a waste of Sister Yan's time, it's not necessary." If his biological level were common 6th order, he certainly wouldn't have turned down Song Yuan's offer. But the thing was, his biological level was an ordinary 9th rank, and facing a Catwoman who was only common 6th order was basically using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He could handle it with ease. "All right, then be careful on your own. Remember to act within your capabilities," she advised. "Yeah, I will, thanks for your concern, Sister Yan," Xiao Chen replied. Having said that, Lin Zichen expressed some confusion. "By the way, Sister Yan, how did you know that I took on the Catwoman task?" Song Yuan explained, "The task page shows who has accepted the task." Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen opened the task related to Catwoman to take a look. Sure enough, it was indeed possible to see who had taken on the task. A total of 28 people had accepted the Catwoman task. Among them, 26 were upperclassmen, with only 2 being first-year freshmen. Besides me, there's actually another freshman who has taken on the Catwoman task? Lin Zichen felt somewhat surprised. Then, he checked the information of the other freshman who had taken on the task and found out it was Ma Ziwei from the Genius class. Ma Ziwei? Her strength was at most common tier 5, how did she dare to take on this Catwoman task? She must have help. After all, as the daughter of the president of Evolution College, she held a very noble status, and it was likely that many upperclassmen in the college would be willing to fawn over her. He spent a moment mulling over these matters. Then Lin Zichen continued browsing tasks on the campus app. Looking but not accepting. Because you could only accept one task at a time, not multiple simultaneously. After browsing for roughly half an hour, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from the school app, informing him that the 10 pounds of undead slug meat he had ordered last night had arrived. Lin Zichen glanced at the time, it was almost noon. He told Song Yuan he needed to head back to the dorm to cook and swiftly left the research institute. No sooner had he walked a short distance from the institute than he encountered an unwelcome guest. It was a somewhat handsome young stranger. Using danger perception, he sensed the biological pressure emanating from the young man, indicating an ordinary 7th rank. The youth had been standing under a tree playing with his phone out of boredom but, upon seeing Lin Zichen emerge from the institute, he immediately pocketed his phone and quickly stepped toward him. In just a couple of strides, he stopped in front of Lin Zichen and demanded in a very unpleasant tone, "Lin Zichen, what exactly did Wei Wei do to offend you that you need to target her like this? You swelled her face during the opening trial, kicked her butt, and now you're even competing with her for the same off-campus task. Is it Lu Juanwu who told you to do this? Picking on a girl, what does that make you? Dare you fight me?" The young man's tone grew increasingly angry, and if not for the campus rules, he probably would have been ready to beat Lin Zichen up there and then. Is this Ma Ziwei's lapdog? Or possibly Ma Zhenhe's eunuch? Thinking this, Lin Zichen asked, "Did Ma Ziwei send you, or was it President Ma?" "Neither." The young man denied, then added, "I came on my own because I simply can't stand you." Lin Zichen, "So what now?" The young man, "Dare you fight me?" Lin Zichen ignored the young man and walked right past him. To still encounter such idiotic lapdogs in college, that's quite something. "Stop right there." Seeing Lin Zichen ignore him completely, the young man became frustrated and reached out to grab his shoulder. Lin Zichen stopped as he wished. Then, with few words and a fierce demeanor, he turned around, aimed at the somewhat handsome face, and landed a punch. Bang! Just that sound echoed. The young man fell to the ground, knocked out cold, his face swelling visibly fast. Without looking back, Lin Zichen continued on his way to the dormitory. Zhongyuan Building No. 8, Dormitory 603. When Lin Zichen opened the door and entered, Shen Qinghan was already in the kitchen cooking. Walking into the kitchen and seeing that she had already prepared 2 dishes, he asked, "Did you get out of school early today?" "I only had 2 classes this morning. I came back at 10, spent an hour training in the gym, took a shower, and then started cooking." Shen Qinghan reported what she had done while continuing to stir-fry the last dish. Soon, the final dish was ready. Both of them sat down in the living room to eat, chatting while dining. "Xiao Chen, the 10 pounds of undead slug meat you bought from the credit mall last night have been delivered. I've put them in the fridge for you," she said. "Okay, I got it," he replied. "Xiao Chen, today in class our instructor mentioned there's going to be a duel at 3 p.m. in the gymnasium. A peak-ranking mechanical life form is challenging a genetic integrator, and it's said to be a worthwhile peak battle. He suggested everyone in the class goes to watch. Do you want to come too?" she inquired. "Let's go watch it together," Xiao Chen answered. Then, he added, "Oh, and this morning at the institute, President Liu mentioned that the school offers family resettlement housing. Any qualifying genius can have their parents move in and even arrange jobs for them. I'm planning on bringing both my parents here to live. Do you want to bring yours over too? Is there such a good deal?" Shen Qinghan's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, knitting her delicate eyebrows in concern, she said, "I'm not a freshman champion. Can I still enjoy such a benefit of family resettlement housing?" "Lin Zichen, you've already reached a genetic fusion aptitude of 21%. Just mention it to your mentor, and it should be arranged for you." "True." Shen Qinghan nodded, and her whole being seemed excited as she said, "I'll ask my mentor right away. If I can get a resettlement house, I'll have my parents move in here." She was very homesick, and despite having left home just a few days ago, she already missed her parents. Having her parents live at school would be perfect for her. Lin Zichen casually said, "Then, let's go home this weekend to tell our parents about it." Shen Qinghan smiled sweetly and agreed, "Okay, we'll go back this weekend." 130, The Powerful Machine God Group. After the meal, Lin Zichen took out the 10 pounds of undead slug meat from the refrigerator, and without avoiding Shen Qinghan, he decided to devour it right in front of her. "You have absorbed a large amount of life essence from the living dead slugs. Living Dead Slug Album, 10%. After devouring the meat, Lin Zichen packed up the now useless undead slug meat in a trash bag, planning to take it downstairs and throw it away later. Xiao Chen, why are you using a trash bag for the undead slug meat? Shen Qinghan asked with a puzzled expression. In her eyes, all Lin Zichen did was take the slug meat out of the refrigerator, touched the meat inside with his finger, and then put it in a trash bag, which looked very strange. Lin Zichen explained, these pieces of undead slug meat have gone bad and need to be thrown away. Gone bad? Shen Qinghan was a bit confused. But when I signed for the delivery, it looked very fresh. Lin Zichen said, it was fresh when you signed for it, but just now, I've absorbed all the essence from the meat, and it will spoil very quickly. Absorbed the essence from the meat. Shen Qinghan was somewhat puzzled and after thinking for a moment, asked, is this your superpower? Lin Zichen nodded, yes, this is my superpower. I can absorb the essence from the exotic beast meat with a mere thought, thus gaining some of the abilities of the related exotic beasts. He no longer hid it and openly shared the secret of his ability to devour exotic beast meat with Shen Qinghan. They were living together after all, and over time, frequent devouring would unquestionably raise her suspicions, so it was better to tell her proactively. Since they were in a relationship that would lead to marriage after graduation, it made sense to share secrets. There was nothing to hide. Absorbing the essence of exotic beast meat and gaining the abilities of the associated exotic beasts. Shen Qinghan was shocked, her cherry-like mouth opened instinctively, her face filled with disbelief. After a moment, she regained her composure and realized, no wonder you don't follow the genetic fusion path, but instead the pure-blood human path. With this superpower, you don't need genetic fusion at all. After speaking, her mood dipped slightly as she said, I thought that because my suitability for genetic fusion was as high as 21%, I would eventually become as strong as you, and we would be known as the unparalleled duo, talked about by everyone. Now it seems, I thought too much. Lin Zichen smiled and said, the two words husband and wife carry much more weight than the four words unparalleled duo, don't they? Shen Qinghan pouted somewhat petulantly, but I just want to be the unparalleled duo with you. We will be known as the unparalleled duo. Lin Zichen comforted her with a gentle voice, you still have an unknown superpower within you. Once it's developed in the future, you might even become stronger than me. That seems possible, too. Shen Qinghan blinked her clear eyes. She said this out loud, however, in her heart, she didn't believe it at all. Lin Zichen's superpower was too formidable, so much so that it seemed absurd. She doubted there could be any other superpower in the world more incredible than his. She knew very well she would never be able to match Lin Zichen as the unparalleled duo in her lifetime. Her only extravagant hope was not to be left too far behind by Lin Zichen in the future and not to become a burden on his journey, but rather to provide him support. Yes, that would be enough. While she mulled over these thoughts, Shen Qinghan belatedly realized something. Xiao Chen actually wanted to share such an important secret with me? Does this mean that I am the most important person in his heart? That must be it, without a doubt. With this thought, Shen Qinghan's mood instantly improved, casting her regret about not being part of the unparalleled duo out of her mind. At 2:45 p.m. Lin Zichen did not go to the research institute but accompanied Shen Qinghan to the gymnasium to watch the showdown between the 8th and 9th ranks on the peak leaderboard. Many people came to watch the match, including teachers, students, and individuals from the Mech God Corporation. The Mech God Corporation is now the largest partner of the Mechanical Academy at Shanghai University, providing 80% of the various alloy equipment used in the academy. The Mech God Corporation had two objectives in generously supporting the Mechanical Academy. First, to promote mechanical modification, to prove that mechanical modification is not weaker than genetic fusion, and perhaps even stronger because mechanical modification has broader applicability. There are far more people suitable for mechanical modification than for genetic fusion. Second, to expand the corporation's influence. One of the conditions for the partnership was that Shanghai University's Mechanical Academy would send graduates to the Mech God Corporation every year. In summary, the Mech God Corporation wanted to increase its own influence. Xiao Chen, look at the second floor corridor, that mechanical genius girl we often see online is up there now. Shen Qinghan poked Lin Zichen, signaling him to look upstairs. Lin Zichen had already spotted her. On the second floor corridor, the Mech God Corporation's representatives were with the leaders of the Mechanical Academy. The genius girl from the Mech God Corporation, whose body was more than half alloy, was very conspicuous. Xiao Chen, who do you think would be more powerful if the genius from the capital and that mechanical genius girl upstairs were to fight? Shen Qinghan curiously asked. The term unparalleled duo was first heard by her from the marketing surrounding the genius from the capital and the mechanical genius girl, and she was always intrigued about who would be stronger between the two top talents from different fields. Lin Zichen was equally curious about the question. However, despite years of marketing hype, the genius from the capital and the mechanical genius girl had never clashed. Because they both knew that competing would bring no benefits, only drawbacks. As long as they never faced off and never made it clear who was superior, the topic would continue. This was good for both parties. I think, to have an approximation of who between the genius from the capital and the mechanical genius girl is more formidable, we just need to see who wins in the upcoming match, and then we can make a somewhat rough judgment, Lin Zichen said. If the 9th-ranked mechanical being wins, it would mean the mechanical genius girl is more impressive. And if the 8th-ranked evolutionary being wins, it would be the genius from the capital university that is superior. Lin Zichen analyzed logically. The mechanical being ranked 9th has enhancements from the Mechanical God Corporation, which well reflects the strength of the corporation. If this 9th-ranked mechanical being could win against the 8th-ranked evolutionary being, it would suggest that mechanical enhancements are stronger than genetic fusion. To some extent, this could indicate that the mechanical genius girl is stronger than the genius from the capital university. Of course, these are all speculations and not necessarily accurate. Soon, the time reached 3 p.m. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two contenders stepped onto the stage. The 8th-ranked evolutionary being was a young man with a pair of ox horns on his head. The 9th-ranked mechanical being was a young man covered in a mechanical exoskeleton. The moment the two stepped onto the stage, high-strength transparent glass walls rose around the martial stage to protect the audience from incidental harm from the competitors' actions. For mechanical beings, combat might involve widespread artillery bombardment and bullets flying everywhere. If there wasn't a glass wall enclosure, the audience seats might be littered with casualties before the contest even ended. For the same reason, there were no referees on the martial stage. Begin the duel. At the broadcast command, the two on the martial stage clashed in an instant. In an instant, the martial stage was a scene of relentless gunfire. Massive sounds of hot weapons firing filled the air, turning it into a place of thick smoke and low visibility. Fortunately, Lin Zichen possessed the biometric attribute Eyes of the Sky, which allowed him to see far beyond the average person. Even with the stage filled with smoke, he could clearly make out the battle's situation. Right from the start, the mechanical being used an anti-airflow propulsion device to take to the skies, raining down firepower on the evolutionary being below. The evolutionary being, unable to reach the mechanical being, protected his head and curled up on the martial stage, enduring the barrage of hot weapons fired from above. Soon, the evolutionary being's body was riddled with bullet holes, many parts blasted away. But he didn't die, he was just bloodied and weak. After expending all his ammunition, the mechanical being landed on the ground, switching to close combat mode, engaging the severely injured evolutionary being in a fist fight. The close combat lasted for a few minutes. In the end, the evolutionary being lay on the martial stage, barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, the mechanical being only had some cracks on his exoskeleton, which still looked intact. When the result of this duel emerged, a wave of discussion immediately erupted among the spectators. In the past, Evolution College could dominate Mechanical Academy in combat, but ever since the Mechanical God Corporation collaborated with Mechanical Academy, the situation has been turned on its head. Yet, mechanical technology is too powerful. If it weren't for the need to give up the flesh in mechanical modification, I'd want to become a mechanically modified human. After today's battle, it feels like the power hierarchy among the colleges is about to change. Actually, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Mechanically modified humans only have an early advantage, relying on lower-level genetic integrators who can't fly, gaining the upper hand through aerial attacks. Indeed, once biological levels are high enough, many genetic integrators gain the ability to fly. At that realm, mechanically modified humans will, in turn, find themselves at a disadvantage. That's only if the biological level is high enough. For us ordinary people, our biological level in this lifetime will at most be in the advanced category. Discussing beyond that is meaningless. Yet, even just at the university stage, I feel like Mechanical Academy is really going to turn things around. Everyone was surprised that the 9th-ranked mechanical being won so easily, basically treating the 8th-ranked evolutionary being like a punching bag the entire time. It just goes to show that the Mechanical God Corporation, this colossal entity, is incredibly powerful, able to exponentially increase a person's strength with mechanical technology. Lin Zichen listened to everyone's discussion for a while. He wasn't the least bit concerned about which college would be more formidable in the future. What he cared about was only one thing: how many college credits he could earn from being in the top 10 of the peak list each month. Thinking this, he searched for related information on the school's app and soon learned the answer. First place, 1,000 credits per month. Second place, 900 credits per month. Third place, 800 credits per month. And so on, until the 10th place, which earns 100 credits per month. Beyond the credit rewards, he also saw information about the rules for challenging the peak list. New students must complete the competition for new students next semester before attempting to challenge the peak list. There is only one opportunity each week to challenge the peak list, and when doing so, you cannot challenge an opponent ranked more than 50 places above you. With only one opportunity each week to challenge the list, and not being able to target anyone more than 50 places higher. The peak list has a total of 500 places. This means that counting from after completing the competition for new students next semester, it would take at least 10 weeks to reach the top at the fastest. And considering that the competition for new students occurs in the middle of next semester, reaching the top of the peak list would be close to the end of the first academic year's second term. Feels a bit too long. Lin Zichen muttered to himself. 131, Catwoman. Shanghai University, President's Office. Yuan Dongji sat in her chair, engaged in a video call with a trusted confidant from her family. Miss, in recent times, Origin Land number 36 has been unusually peaceful, without disturbances for several months in a row. We don't know whether the other side has given up on this channel or is scheming some major plan. On the computer screen, a short-haired woman with a valiant appearance was reporting to Yuan Dongji about the situation in Source Land number 36. Yuan Dongji nodded and asked, "How is Kyungxia faring in the Origin Land lately? Is she adapting well?" "Very well. She's growing incredibly fast and is about to evolve to the advanced second rank." She's evolving faster than I expected. Miss, just who is Kyungxia? Why is her physique so special, so extraordinary that she doesn't even seem like a person from Earth, as if we're two different species? Don't ask about things you shouldn't. Yes, I'm sorry, miss. It was thoughtless of me, apologized the woman on the video, somewhat flustered. Yuan Dongji said nothing more but remarked lightly, "All right, I have a student duel to watch here, so I won't talk any longer. You go ahead with your tasks." After speaking, she ended the video call and switched to the surveillance from the sports hall to watch the forthcoming duel. It was the duel between the 9th-ranked mechanically modified human and the 8th-ranked genetic integrator. After spending some time watching the duel and seeing the mechanically modified human emerge as the victor, Yuan Dongji couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. The mechanism group was stronger than she had imagined. The adaptability of mechanical modifications held more advantage. Regrettably, no matter how formidable mechanical modifications are, their limitations are still too great. They can only protect one's home on Earth and cannot enter the origin land. Once in the origin land, all electronic mechanical devices would malfunction, and even the most formidable mechanically modified humans would be reduced to a bunch of scrap metal. Elsewhere. After watching the duel, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan left the sports hall shortly after. One headed to the research institute to learn the blood tempering technique. The other went back to the dorm to train her strength. Though they lived together, they each had their schedules, and their lives were no longer synchronized as before starting university. Time passed quickly. A few days later. Friday afternoon after school. Both packed their school bags and took a diddy ride home from the dorm. The school was close to home, about an hour's drive, and the hired car stopped at their house. Zhang Wangzhen was waiting outside the door early on. Upon seeing them get out of the car, she greeted them with a beaming smile, telling them that she had made some snacks and squeezed some juice, and urged them to come inside and try them. In the evening, the two families gathered for dinner. At the table, Shen Qinghan turned into a storyteller, vividly describing Lin Zichen's performance during the initiation trial at the start of school. He talked about how Lin Zichen knocked out top provincial scholars with his fists and even overpowered genetic integrators, astonishing the school's leadership. The parents from both families knew early on that Lin Zichen had become the new king, but this was their first time hearing the details. Listening to Shen Qinghan's narration, all four were greatly astounded. Among them, Lin Yanzheng teased, "Son, you're not one of those legendary heretics, are you?" Many experts have conjectured that if there are exotic beasts in this world, there should be heretics too, but this theory has yet to be proven. Zhang Wangzhen gave him an unamused glance. "Our son came from my belly, how could he be a heretic?" Lin Yanzheng laughed it off, "I was just praising how amazing our son is." Hearing the conversation filled with family warmth, Lin Zichen smiled. Later, he spoke to his parents about the issue of the resettlement housing. He mentioned that as he became more famous, he would likely be targeted by the heretical sect. For safety reasons, he wanted his parents to move into the school. Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen, both freelance novelists, agreed without a second thought since writing was the same no matter where they lived, saying they were ready to move anytime. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghan also suggested that Shen Jianyi and Su Meng should move into Shanghai University. She mentioned the workload, saying that the students in the inner campus of Shanghai University still needed to take cultural elective courses, and they could arrange for her parents to teach these courses at the school. Shen Jianyi and Su Meng liked the idea and said they would move to Shanghai University once they completed the handover work with their current school. The time approached 10 o'clock at night. Lin Zichen opened the school app to check the task details of the Catwoman mission he had accepted. Target code name, Catwoman, Juicer, Collector of the Stick, Master of Disguise. Target strength, biological level 6th order, extremely fast speed. Behavioral characteristics, often found seducing men in the red light districts of Shanghai City, leading them to secluded areas for intimate affairs, then brutally murdering them afterward, severing their lineage and collecting their appendages. Precautions: the target is skilled in disguise and highly cunning, adept at using various drugs. Other content, omitted. Looking at the mission details above, Lin Zichen finally understood why this mission had been hanging for so long without being completed. The location was too vague, and the enemy too cunning. Indeed, it was difficult to catch. However, these were not problems for Lin Zichen. With the effects of Sky Eye and Danger Perception biometric attributes, he could thoroughly search every red light district in Shanghai City. As long as he searched carefully enough, there was a good chance of finding the target. 10:10 p.m. Lin Zichen made a special effort with his hairstyle and slightly altered his appearance to avoid being recognized as the second highest scorer from Nanjiang province on the college entrance examination, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Lying to his parents that he was going to bed early, he instead climbed out the window from the second floor, leaped down, and took a taxi to the nearest red light district to continue his systematic search. Upon arriving at the destination, he used Sky Eye to scan every individual within sight, not sparing either men or women because the target could use disguise techniques. With danger perception, he detected each individual's biological level within range, focusing on people whose biological level was 6th order. This guy's eyes are terrifying. What is he doing? He's so handsome, but his gaze is a bit unsettling. Everyone scanned by Sky Eye felt as if they were mice being watched by an eagle, causing an inexplicable anxiety. Several women thought Lin Zichen was handsome and wanted to approach him, but they were frightened and backed away by his Sky Eye. "Kid, who are you glaring at?" A burly man felt offended by Lin Zichen's gaze and walked over with an unfriendly face to pick a fight. Lin Zichen didn't waste words with the man, simply unleashing his biological pressure to stun him, then turning to leave the red light district for the next one. This red light district had already been searched once, and there was no sign of the suspicious target. As for the possibility that the target might have shown up just as he left, resulting in a perfect miss, that was certainly possible, but unavoidable. He could only hope that he was luckier and wouldn't be so unlucky. However, his luck seemed quite average tonight. Throughout the rest of the night, Lin Zichen systematically searched 10 red light districts in a row, and didn't encounter a single suspect. And by this time, it was 4 in the morning. Seeing it was so late, he had no choice but to go home to sleep, planning to continue his search the following night. The next night, Lin Zichen arrived on time at the red light district and began his systematic search just like the night before. After searching several red light districts in succession, he found nothing. Just as he was preparing to head to the next red light district, he encountered an acquaintance. It was Ma Ziwei from the genius class. By Ma Ziwei's side, a man and a woman accompanied her. The couple appeared to be in their 20s and were both 7th order in biological level, likely senior students from Shanghai University who came specially to accompany Ma Ziwei on the Catwoman mission. How unlucky! Ma Ziwei also saw Lin Zichen, giving him not a hint of a friendly face, pulled a sulky expression, snorted coldly, and turned to leave with the 2 people beside her. Once they were far from Lin Zichen, she stopped immediately and said to the 2 beside her, "Lin Zichen has also taken on the Catwoman mission, and he must be here to find her as well. We have to find her before he does, to make his effort fruitless." "Leave it to me," said the young man among them with confidence. "I have the gene of a demon hound fused with me, my sense of smell is extremely sensitive, and I can certainly find Catwoman before he does." Just as he said this, the young man's expression subtly changed. He instinctively sniffed the air, then with a look of delight said, "I smell Catwoman, she's right inside that bar across the street." Upon hearing this, Ma Ziwei immediately became excited, "Then let's go catch Catwoman quickly. Later, we should bring Catwoman in front of Lin Zichen and infuriate him." She had been holding a grudge about Lin Zichen swelling her face during the school trials and was eager to anger him if possible, to disgust him utterly. Quickly, the 3 of them rushed to the bar across the street to capture Catwoman. 132. A clever hunter often appears in the guise of the prey. Dream Fantasy Bar, 2nd floor. Under the leadership of their senior who had merged with the magic hound gene, Ma Ziwei and her schoolmate were quickly brought up to the 2nd floor of the bar. "Where is that woman?" Ma Ziwei lowered her voice, using that woman to refer to Catwoman, to avoid alerting their quarry. The senior did not speak, only extending his finger to point at a girl sitting in a corner up ahead. Ma Ziwei followed his gesture and saw a girl who looked like a college student. The girl was dressed conservatively, neither showing her chest nor her legs, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses that gave off a studious vibe, sitting somewhat reservedly in the corner by herself. She seemed like someone visiting a bar for the first time, giving off quite an introverted impression. "Are you sure it's her?" Ma Ziwei asked the senior to confirm. The girl in the corner didn't look at all like the debauched Catwoman described in the mission brief. Most likely, she had meticulously disguised her appearance. But out of caution, they still needed to make sure. The senior affirmed, the biological scent she's emitting is exactly the same as what I smelled on the Catwoman's personal belongings at the security department. There's no mistake. Ma Ziwei nodded, speaking softly, then let's not delay, we should go do her in now. The senior and the schoolmate made an okay gesture and immediately split into 3 directions to approach the girl in the corner naturally. In just a short while, the 3 had closed in around the girl, cutting off all her escape routes. Just as the 3 were about to make a move on the girl, who had been quietly looking at her phone, she suddenly curled her lips up in a scornful smirk. The next moment, she leaped up, smashing through the glass window behind her, and jumped down to escape. Chase her! Ma Ziwei shouted loudly. As her voice fell, the 3 of them jumped out the window, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing girl. No good, the Catwoman is too fast, we simply can't catch up, we're going to lose her. Having chased for less than a few hundred meters, Ma Ziwei felt somewhat powerless to continue. The senior said, no worries, I can keep tracking her scent. As long as she thinks she's safe and stops for a moment, we can catch up to her right away. While running, Ma Ziwei said, Ming brother, Shan sister, you 2 are faster than me, you go ahead and catch up to her first, I'll follow gradually from behind. Okay, then the 2 of us will go ahead. After dropping this line, the senior and schoolmate, both with biological levels reaching ordinary 7th rank, sped up and chased after the girl. In just a few seconds, Ma Ziwei was left dozens of meters behind, unable to see the 2 figures. The street was bustling with people, greatly obstructing the line of sight. However, this did not stop Ma Ziwei from following. Because all 3 of them were wearing locator watches, Ma Ziwei only needed to follow the locator to keep up. About 5 minutes later, Ma Ziwei finally caught up with the 2. At that moment, they had stopped at the entrance of an old street waiting for her. It wasn't so much waiting as it was that the 2 had lost track of their quarry. The senior looked at Ma Ziwei, frowning, the scent of the Catwoman has disappeared, covered up by some smell, making it difficult for me to locate her by scent now. Upon hearing that, Ma Ziwei immediately took out a bottle of reagent from her person and handed it to the senior, saying, Ming brother, here's a bottle of gene amplification liquid, drink it and see if you can smell the Catwoman's scent again. I'll try. The senior reached out to take the reagent. Just as he was about to open the cap and drink it, he suddenly caught the Catwoman's scent again. It was faint, but he definitely smelled it. Why wait, we don't need to waste this bottle of gene amplification liquid. The senior smiled, handed the reagent back to Ma Ziwei, and then said, I've picked up the Catwoman's scent again, it's inside the street. Then let's go, we should hurry in. Anxious not to let the Catwoman get away again, Ma Ziwei urged them hastily. Very quickly, under the senior's lead, the 3 of them penetrated deeper into the old street and finally stopped in front of a secluded, old alleyway. According to the source of the scent, the Catwoman was hiding inside. Looking down the alleyway, they saw it was full of life's refuse, emitting wafts of foul odor. Probably some unscrupulous residents, too lazy to go to the designated waste stations, opted to dump their garbage into the alleyway instead. It really stinks in there. The senior frowned deeply, no wonder I suddenly couldn't smell the Catwoman's scent earlier, it must have been covered by the stench from the garbage in the alley. Then, as my nose adapted to these odors, I was slowly able to recognize the Catwoman's scent again. Ma Ziwei said, let's go, we'll go in and find the Catwoman, quick battle, quick decision. The schoolmate agreed, we must make it quick, it's too stinky inside, staying even a second longer is torture. After a brief exchange, the 3 of them immediately set off deeper into the alleyway. Then, guided by the scent of the Catwoman, they found the bespectacled girl they had been chasing, at the far end of the alley in a dead end. At this time, the bespectacled girl stood leaning against the wall, quietly playing with her phone. The senior looked at the bespectacled girl and said, "You're pretty good at hiding, deliberately choosing an alley full of trash smell. We almost lost you. If I really wanted to run, do you think you could have caught up?" The bespectacled girl pocketed her phone and turned her head to look at the three people blocking the entrance of the alley, a shallow smile appearing on her lips. "The smarter the hunter, the more they enjoy posing as the prey, don't you understand that?" With those words, she took off her glasses and casually tossed them aside. Then, on the top of her head, a pair of thick cat ears grew at a visible speed, and several fine whiskers rapidly sprouted on her face. In just a brief moment, the girl who was filled with a student's air had transformed into a wild-eyed cat-ear girl. The biological pressure she exuded also skyrocketed to the ordinary 9th rank. Ordinary 9th rank. Feeling the powerful biological pressure emanating from the cat-ear girl, all three of them wore faces of surprise that quickly turned to horror, and without saying another word, they turned and ran. This cat-ear girl had hidden her strength. Her biological level wasn't the ordinary 6th order described in the mission, but an extraordinary ordinary 9th rank. This mission was impossible to complete. Humph, thinking of escaping. The cat-ear girl sneered with contempt. Then with a slight effort of her calves, she leaped high into the air, vaulting over the heads of the three people who were fleeing in front of her. She landed with a thud right before them, blocking their only escape route. So cool. The cat-ear girl stared intently at the senior, unable to resist sticking out her tongue and licking her lips. "This handsome guy, the moment you came into the bar, I've been craving you." Bang! As soon as the cat-ear girl finished speaking, Ma Ziwei pulled out a smoke bomb from her bosom and smashed it on the ground, releasing a large cloud of purple-blue smoke. Inhaling this purple-blue smoke significantly reduced a creature's biological activity, causing a dramatic weakening in their sensory perception. It had a good effect, whether for killing the enemy or for escaping. Under the cover of the smoke, Ma Ziwei and the other two quickly covered their mouths and noses and escaped from the alley. Once they were well away from the alley, the trio finally stopped. The female senior said with a look of fright, "That was so dangerous, that was really so dangerous. No wonder the cat-ear girl has been at large in Shanghai City for so long without being caught, she was hiding her strength." The senior, still shaken, said, "Wai Wei, call President Ma quickly and inform him about the cat-ear girl, tell him to contact the relevant school leaders immediately to revise that damn cat-ear girl mission." I'll call now." Ma Ziwei's lips quivered slightly, and she shakily took out her phone to call Ma Zhenhe. But before she could make the call, she somehow thought of Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen had also taken up this cat-ear girl mission. With his strength, if he encountered the cat-ear girl without any defensive items, he would surely be doomed. "No, I have to warn him." Thinking this, Ma Ziwei quickly opened WeChat, found Shen Qinghan's avatar, and sent her an invitation for a voice chat. She didn't have Lin Zichen's contact information, so she could only contact Shen Qinghan first, tell her about the cat-ear girl, and then have Shen Qinghan contact Lin Zichen. She really disliked Lin Zichen, but she was clear in her heart that strictly speaking, there was no deep hatred between them, and it wasn't a matter of leaving him to die. Meanwhile, in the alley, the cat-ear girl had escaped the engulfment of the purple-blue smoke and moved to a smoke-free area, where her sensory perception quickly returned. Bang! Angry, she kicked a hole through the wall in front of her, cursing in irritation, "Damn it, the cooked duck flew away." Bang! 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 After kicking the wall 3 times in a row and feeling that she had vented enough frustration, the cat-ear girl didn't stay in the alley any longer and quickly left. Her whereabouts had been exposed, and if she didn't leave promptly, she risked being encircled. No sooner had the cat-ear girl come out of the alley than she froze in place. On the old street ahead, she saw an extremely handsome young man walking towards her. This young man's attractiveness surpassed that of Ma Ziwei's senior from just moments before by more than tenfold. So handsome. Salivating, the cat-ear girl instantly showed a perverted smile full of animalistic desire, a blessing in disguise, but your misfortune for bumping into me means you can only blame your bad luck. After muttering these words to herself, the cat-ear girl could no longer resist the urge in her heart and charged at the young man at top speed, intending to drag him somewhere secluded to thoroughly enjoy him. 133, Overlevel Power Kill. On the old streets, Lin Zichen walked leisurely toward the alley ahead. When he saw a catwoman with a pair of beast ears on her head and whiskers on her face emerging from the alley, his eyes instantly brightened. A real catwoman. 50 credits in the bag. Buzz. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking about the 50 credits, a swooshing noise exploded in front of him. It was the Catwoman, whose biological level had reached the ordinary 9th order, making her move. At a speed barely visible to the naked eye, she charged towards Lin Zichen like lightning. Her speed was so fast that it generated a strong air current around her body, causing the road she passed to be instantly filled with flying dust. Faced with the attack of the peer-level Catwoman, Lin Zichen was not afraid at all. He immediately burst forward with his blood chi power, charging towards her to meet her head-on. How is he faster than me? The Catwoman, who was attacking Lin Zichen, was stunned to see him suddenly unleash a speed that far exceeded hers. In that moment of her bewilderment, Lin Zichen, who had been 100 meters away just a moment ago, now appeared right in front of her, punching her innocent student face fiercely. Then, a loud boom was heard. The Catwoman, who took the punch squarely, was instantly sent flying backward, crashing heavily on the ground and tumbling all the way into the alley. Soon, another boom sounded. Lin Zichen's calves burst forth with power, shattering the ground beneath his feet, and he instantly turned into a blur as he rushed into the alley, pursuing his advantage. When he entered the alley, the Catwoman he had punched flying was already getting up from the ground. The half of her face that took the punch burst open. But what burst was just the outer layer of fake face skin, revealing the face of a woman in her 40s. Not ugly, somewhat attractive, but it lacked any dazzling appeal. Just a layer of face skin burst. Lin Zichen looked at the Catwoman who was standing up against the wall, surprised that her head had not exploded from the punch. Since childhood, this was the first time he encountered an opponent who could withstand half of his strength. While he was still surprised, on the other side, the Catwoman's heart was extremely shocked. This young man looked so young, probably in high school or just starting university. How could he be so strong? And there was no sign of a genetic integrator on his body. The punch that had just been delivered was purely from his own physical strength. But how could that be possible? In just a brief moment, myriad thoughts flashed through the Catwoman's mind, her face filled with terror as she realized she might meet her downfall today. With that thought, without any hesitation, she powered her legs and buzzed as she dashed backwards, fleeing. She had integrated the Shadow Night Cat gene, making her speed far exceed that of ordinary creatures at the same biological level, comparable to that of advanced level creatures. As long as she wasn't suicidal or met an overpowering advanced level creature, she could always remain unbeatable and flee when she couldn't win the fight. However, Lin Zichen, who was behind her, was not any slower than her, he was even faster. In just a few seconds, he caught up to her, leaping into the air and fiercely kicking her head. This kick used 100% of his strength. Boom! Just one blast. The fleeing Catwoman was immediately kicked into the air and smashed against the wall, her body burying deep into it, out of sight. About several seconds passed, accompanied by the sound of falling rubble. The Catwoman buried in the wall finally climbed out, looking utterly disheveled. At this point, her neck had broken, and her head dangling helplessly appeared rather eerie. Lin Zichen didn't give her a chance to catch her breath, rushed forward immediately and kicked her again, boom, driving her back into the crumbling wall, causing it to break open with large web-like cracks, teetering on the brink of collapse. This time, there was no movement from the wall for a long time, and it seemed the Catwoman might have died inside. But Lin Zichen knew that the Catwoman was not dead, because he could still sense the biological level pressure emanating from her body. However, this pressure was getting weaker and weaker. Like a candle about to burn out, about to be extinguished. Just as Lin Zichen picked up a brick, ready to smash it into the wall to finish off the Catwoman. The increasingly weaker biological level pressure inside the Catwoman suddenly, like a fire drenched in oil, burst into intense flames. Growing stronger and stronger. Growing stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, the biological level pressure inside the Catwoman surged from being nearly extinguished at an ordinary first order to the peak of ordinary ninth order. And, it continued to soar. Until it broke the confinement of ordinary creatures and just crossed the threshold to evolve into an advanced level creature, then it slowly stabilized. Boom! The wall filled with cracks suddenly exploded, stones flying all over the alley, dust and smoke rising everywhere. Then, a figure with a muscular build appeared in Lin Zichen's sight. It was the Catwoman. But her appearance had changed drastically. Her neck was no longer broken, and had self-healed. Her body was now covered in bulging muscles, exuding great strength. Her eyes were wild, radiating a crushing presence. Faced with a life and death crisis, the Catwoman was forced to fully activate all the Shadow Knight Cat genes in her body, taking her transformation a step further to gain greater strength. The cost was, she lost more of her humanity, while her beastly nature intensified, and her rationale diminished as well. To her, this cost was permanent. Because her compatibility with genetic fusion was low, and she was prone to backlash from the exotic beast genes. This was exactly why she became a Catwoman. Who exactly are you? The Catwoman bared her teeth, her gaze fiercely fixed on Lin Zichen, completely losing the innocent student appearance she previously had. At this moment, her animal instincts were overpowering her humanity. However, the intense pain throughout her body prevented her from losing her sanity and recklessly attacking Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen didn't answer the Catwoman's question. Seeing that her biological level had suddenly elevated to a high-level category and that she was in a desperate fight to the death stance, he felt the risk of confronting her was too high. So, he calmly said, "Sorry, wrong person." After speaking, he disappeared in the blink of an eye, completely vanishing at the entrance of the alley. The Catwoman, uncertain of Lin Zichen's strength, chose to watch him leave and not engage him in combat. Who exactly is he? Why can his physical strength be so exaggerated? This is simply unbelievable. The Catwoman murmured a few words, then quickly vanished, hurrying away from the controversial area to avoid any further trouble. Just as she stepped out of the alley, suddenly, a steel pipe, thick as a chicken egg, fiercely stabbed from the side, pussy sound piercing her head and pinning her dead against the wall. She was attacked stealthily, but before she could even react to defend herself, another steel pipe harshly stabbed her, pussy sound piercing her heart. As soon as the second steel pipe was inserted, it was immediately pulled out, then fiercely stabbed in again. Pussy pussy pussy. It continued to be violently stabbed dozens to hundreds of times in rapid succession. Each thrust was filled with blood chi power, brutally destroying the Catwoman's muscles, bones, and tissues, impaling her alive against a wall at the entrance of the alley. Seeing that the Catwoman was beyond dead and all the biological intimidation within her body was completely dissipated, Lin Zichen finally relaxed his grip on the steel pipe and casually threw it to the ground. He had overpowered and killed her. Simply overpowered and killed a high-level genetic integrator. Though it involved a stealthy assault, he truly, unharmed, killed a high-level Shadow Knight Cat genetic integrator with the strength of an ordinary 9th rank. Natural camouflage is truly strong. By hiding my presence beside the wall, even a high-level Shadow Knight Cat genetic integrator with highly sensitive senses couldn't detect my presence. And also the damage boost from survival of the fittest. He thought about these things. The adrenaline that Lin Zichen's body had previously released had also faded away by now. Without the help of adrenaline, now looking at the bloody and whole corpse of the Catwoman on the wall, he suddenly felt a bit uneasy. But it wasn't too severe. After all, he had killed rat people long ago, which immunized him somewhat to the discomfort. Once bitten, twice shy, maybe someday I'll let little dirty girl see some blood to toughen up her somewhat timid nature. Lin Zichen thought to himself. He felt that since Shen Qinghan had embarked on the path of evolution, it was inevitable that she would face combat. Allowing her to see blood early on, to experience the cruelty of survival of the fittest, would help her go further on her path of evolution in the future. Lin Zichen pondered these matters briefly. He raised his hand to wipe the blood splattered on his face, then cleaned his hand and took out his phone from his pocket to take a photo of the deceased Catwoman. He uploaded the photo to the school app's task system to prove that he had dealt with Catwoman. Then he called the security department to have someone come and clean up the scene. After finishing all this, Lin Zichen reached out to touch the body of the Catwoman in front of him, beginning to consume the Shadow Nightcat gene within her body. You have consumed a large amount of Shadow Nightcat's life origin. Shadow Nightcat Atlas, 36%. How much? 36%? Lin Zichen was stunned for a moment, not expecting that consuming the gene of just one high-level Shadow Nightcat genetic integrator would increase the Atlas progress so much. He thought about it and figured that it must be because the Catwoman was overwhelmed by the Shadow Nightcat gene in her body, which led to a higher proportion of the gene. It was just a fleeting thought, he didn't dwell on it too much. In the next half-minute or so, Lin Zichen carefully handled the Catwoman's body on the wall, concealing any traces of his consumption. Afterward, not waiting for the security department, he directly left the alley and went home to shower and sleep. In the school app's task system, there was an essential item he had to complete. This item could serve as an official statement, the school would coordinate with the security department later, so he didn't need to go to the security department to describe what had happened. Elsewhere, on a street thousands of meters away from the alley, Ma Ziwei made a call to Ma Zhenhe, angrily reporting, "Dad, that Catwoman task I took, the information in it was wrong. That Catwoman's biological level isn't just an ordinary 6th order, it was actually as high as ordinary 9th order. I nearly died." "What?" A shocked voice came from the phone. Then quickly, Ma Zhenhe's voice turned somewhat angry. "Wei, describe the specific details of what happened. Later, Dad will go talk to Director He, who is in charge of the task system." "Dad, here's what happened." Ma Ziwei steadied her emotions and described in great detail to Ma Zhenhe the entire process of her and her peers chasing Catwoman. After understanding the situation, Ma Zhenhe said he would talk to Director He about it now, and told Ma Ziwei to hurry back to Shanghai University if she had nothing else to do, and not to stay out to avoid any revenge from the Catwoman. Ma Ziwei, always obedient to her parents, immediately hailed a ride-sharing car after ending the call, and along with her seniors, started heading back to Shanghai University. Just after getting into the car, the senior sitting in the back seat with Ma Ziwei suddenly spoke in surprise, "What's going on? How did Lin Zichen complete that Catwoman task? What did you say?" Ma Ziwei thought she had misheard, saying in disbelief, that Catwoman's biological level is as high as an ordinary 9th rank, how could he possibly complete it? The senior said, "Really, you two quickly check the task. It shows that Lin Zichen completed it just a minute ago." Ma Ziwei didn't take out her phone, but leaned over to look at the senior's phone instead. When she saw that the Catwoman task had indeed been completed by Lin Zichen, she was full of disbelief. "This is impossible. That cunning Catwoman, she was a genetic integrator of a high-level ordinary 9th order Shadow Nightcats. Lin Zichen was just a freshman. What could he possibly have used to complete it?" 134. Living Dead Slugs album. Sunday evening. After dinner at home, Lin Zichen left with Shen Qinghan for Shanghai University. The two of them waved off by both sets of parents who had proposed to drive them but were declined. Lin Zichen felt it was a waste of their parents' time to drive them back and forth and that it was more practical to just take a ditty. Upon arriving at school and just entering the dorm, his school app notified him that 300 school credits had been deposited into his account. It was the reward for completing the Catwoman task. The reward was originally 50 credits, but it was increased to 300 because Director He, who managed the task system, found out that the biological level of the Catwoman was not an ordinary 6th order, but an ordinary 9th order. Out of the 300 credits, 200 were the original reward for an ordinary 9th order task. The extra 100 credits were compensation for Lin Zichen. The school's task system is really unreliable. Lucky you're strong enough, or else that Catwoman task would have killed you. Seeing the credits deposit notification on Lin Zichen's phone, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but complain. Lin Zichen agreed, indeed, we'll have to be more careful in accepting tasks in the future. Shen Qinghan, 1 point of caution isn't enough, we need 99. Lin Zichen laughed, indeed. Then he added, by the way, I'll bring you along for suitable tasks in the future, let you see some action and toughen your mind. Sure. Shen Qinghan agreed without hesitation. If it was something Lin Zichen was up to, she supported it unconditionally. In the times that followed, both of them sat on the living room couch, absorbed in their phones. Lin Zichen browsed the news for a while, but quickly accessed the school's credit shop on the app and ordered 90 pounds of undead slug meat, aiming to unlock the Undead Slug album by the next morning. He had previously worried that buying too much exotic beast meat at once might seem odd and attract unwanted attention, so he planned on ordering 10 pounds at a time, spreading out the orders over 10 instances to slowly accumulate 100 pounds. But now he realized this was too troublesome and unnecessary. Purchasing 100 pounds of exotic beast meat wasn't really that unusual after all, and nobody would care. He was worrying over nothing, only adding unnecessary stress to himself. Do you want to eat some exotic beast meat? I'll place an order. Having bought the undead slug meat, Lin Zichen turned to Shen Qinghan and asked. Exotic beast meat was highly nutritious and helpful for evolution, and since Shen Qinghan was physically weak, he thought he should buy more for her to eat. Let me see. Without further ado, Shen Qinghan opened the credit shop on her phone, browsed for a bit and then said, let's get some violent great eagle meat. 6 pounds for 1 credit, and it will last several days in the fridge. She was still a bit reluctant to spend credits and picked one of the cheapest exotic beast meats. Lin Zichen, okay, then I'll place the order for the violent great eagle meat. No, don't you order, I'll do it. I still have the 90 credits you gave me, she said, placing the order directly on the credit shop. Lin Zichen let her do as she pleased, after all, they were like family under the same roof, and credits could be shared without worrying about whose they were. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Hearing the sound, Lin Zichen immediately reached out with his senses to see who was at the door. It was Ma Ziwei standing outside. What was she here for? About the Catwoman task? With this question in mind, Lin Zichen got up from the couch to open the door. Shen Qinghan followed. Creak, the door of the dorm opened. There stood Ma Ziwei, who politely said to the two of them, I'm sorry to bother you so late. What can I do for you? Lin Zichen asked in a calm tone. Ma Ziwei cut to the chase, I'm really curious about how you completed that Catwoman task. Would you mind sharing? It's not very convenient. Oh, then I won't disturb you, Ma Ziwei said, and turned to walk away without persisting or making an awkward situation. Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment before calling out to her, Ziwei, do you want to come in for some tea? I have tea leaves from home, roasted by my mom. Some other time, I've still got things to do. Leaving behind those indifferent words, Ma Ziwei quickly disappeared at the stairway. She lived in the dorm below, room 501, rather than with her parents at home. She found living with them a bit annoying and preferred the freedom of living on her own. Xiao Chen, I think Ziwei is a nice person. We could interact with her more in the future, Shen Qinghan suggested to Lin Zichen. She had a good impression of Ma Ziwei and wanted to get on good terms with the aloof daughter of the dean. That's because, one night, Ma Ziwei had specifically messaged her on WeChat to correct the mission information about the Catwoman, asking her to pass the correction to Lin Zichen. This act had maxed out her fondness for Ma Ziwei. Lin Zichen nodded and said, "That's very good. If you want, you can invite her over to our place more often, after all, she lives right downstairs." Having said this, the two quickly went back inside the room. Seeing that the time was about right, they entered the training room together to exercise, one doing strength training and the other undergoing a second tempering skin. After working out and taking a shower, both of them felt a bit hungry, so they went to the kitchen to cook some noodles. They both exercised a lot every day and got hungry easily, needing to eat multiple times to replenish their energy. Before long, the noodles were ready. They sat opposite each other at the dining table eating noodles. As they ate, Shen Qinghan stretched her foot under the table towards Lin Zichen and skillfully teased him with her movements. "What are you doing?" Lin Zichen reached out to grab Shen Qinghan's mischievous little foot, looked up at her, and asked. Shen Qinghan smiled with curved eyes and said, "I'm not doing much, just wanted to flirt with you a bit. I saw the female leads do this all the time to the male leads for fun in the study videos. How come you're getting naughtier and naughtier?" "It's not naughty, it's called being charming. Just say whether you like it or not." "Well, I do like it." Lin Zichen released the delicate and pristine little foot he was holding and said sincerely. Upon hearing his answer, Shen Qinghan felt a bit smug, then while continuing to tease him with her foot, she said playfully, "In the study videos, the female lead will crawl under the table to flirt with the male lead. Maybe when I'm in a good mood one day, I'll crawl under the table to give you the experience of being the male lead." Lin Zichen didn't say anything, pretending to be indifferent with a smile, yet inside he was full of anticipation. Shen Qinghan, the increasingly mischievous girl, had won his heart. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Shen Qinghan went out alone to attend classes in the academic building. Lin Zichen stayed at home, waiting for the delivery of the 90 pounds of undead slug meat he had ordered the night before. He saw on the school's app that the undead slug meat was scheduled to be delivered around 9 a.m. So, he planned to wait until the undead slug's album was opened to see what biometric attributes he could obtain before heading over to the research institute to study the blood tempering technique script. At 8:43 in the morning, the 90 pounds of undead slug meat was delivered. Also delivered was the 6 pounds of violent great eagle meat that Shen Qinghan had purchased. After putting all the violent great eagle meat into the fridge, Lin Zichen couldn't wait to open the box containing the undead slug meat and started to devour it instantly with a thought. "You have devoured a large amount of the life essence of living dead slugs. Living dead slug album, 100%. As the text information appeared, a gravely injured slug, lying on the ground barely breathing, gradually materialized in the void. It was severely wounded, its body sliced into countless pieces by the claws of a ferocious great eagle. It seemed beyond saving, left only to await death. However, in less than 5 minutes, this slug, torn to pieces, began to reassemble, its fragmented body sticking back together one by one at a speed visible to the naked eye, seamlessly healing until it was as good as new, miraculously coming back to life. At the same time, 2 pieces of text information floated in the void. "You have successfully opened the Living Dead Slug album, gaining the biometric attribute Rapid Self-Healing. Rapid Self-Healing, your healing ability is greatly enhanced, as long as you don't die on the spot and have enough energy supply, no matter the severity of the injury, you can heal yourself. This healing ability is invincible." Looking at the content in the prompt information, Lin Zichen was ecstatic. He then grimaced with pain as he bit his own hand hard to test how his healing capability fared. This bite tore a large chunk of flesh beneath his right thumb, and blood kept spurting out relentlessly. However, under the effect of rapid self-healing, in a matter of seconds, the bleeding stopped. A few more seconds later, the pain dissipated too, replaced by a ticklish sensation. Lin Zichen went into the kitchen and washed the blood off his hand to check the wound. Then, just as he had anticipated, the wound on his hand had vanished. It was completely healed. There was no sign of injury to be seen. For the sake of thoroughness, he tested it a few more times. Each test yielded the same result, the wounds all healed as if they had never been there. Lin Zichen felt invincible. With this rapid self-healing, as long as he could hang on to a breath of life and had sufficient energy supply, he would be able to constantly revive himself at full health and magic. Even if he were to castrate himself as part of practicing the invincible sunflower manual, he could regrow it back at any time. 135. The Outsider. After testing the fast self-healing effect, Lin Zichen didn't use a knife to castrate himself to verify his bold idea. Instead, he headed out to the study institute to begin a new day of learning the blood tempering technique inscriptions. No sooner had Lin Zichen entered the institute than Lu Juanwu and Song Yuan approached him, asking about the mission involving the cat woman. On the Saturday night, Lu Juanwu had seen Ma Zhenhe going to look for Director He, who managed the mission system. He saw the two of them immediately got into an argument. And before long, they even came to blows. The incident caused quite a commotion. The reason for the commotion was a severe error in the information about the mission Ma Zhenhe's daughter had taken on involving the cat woman. The cat woman's true strength was that of an ordinary 9th rank, but the mission listed her as an ordinary 6th rank 3 levels off, which almost killed Ma Zhenhe's daughter. Furious, Ma Zhenhe went to Director He to settle the account. And since Director He had a temper himself, he claimed it was normal for there to be discrepancies in the mission, and he was annoyed by Ma Zhenhe making a mountain out of a molehill. Their quarrel escalated to the point where they started fighting. Afterwards, Lu Juanwu returned to the institute and shared this curious incident with Song Yuan. Then, from Song Yuan, he heard that Lin Zichen had also taken on that same mission involving the cat woman and even completed it, which greatly piqued their curiosity. Zichen, the biological level of that cat woman is as high as an ordinary 9th order. Your biological level is only an ordinary 6th order, how did you manage to complete the mission? Lu Juanwu said, unable to fathom it. At this, Song Yuan thought about how she had previously offered to accompany Lin Zichen on the mission for free, not requiring any academic credits to be shared afterward, but Lin Zichen had declined. From this, she speculated, Zichen, does your family have some powerful relative who accompanied you on the mission with the cat woman? Is that how you managed to kill a 9th order creature? In the face of their curiosity, Lin Zichen honestly replied, no one helped me, I killed the cat woman by myself. Your biological level is only ordinary 6th order, how did you manage to kill an ordinary 9th order cat woman all by yourself? Are you sure you're not joking? Lu Juanwu wore a look of disbelief, convinced that Lin Zichen was surely joking. But after giving it some serious thought, he felt that Lin Zichen wasn't the type to make such jokes, which puzzled him even more. Did you set up a trap or something? Song Yuan thought for a moment and, if Lin Zichen wasn't joking, he must have used a trap to prevail against a stronger opponent through cunning. However, much to her surprise, Lin Zichen said, no, it was a one-on-one duel the whole time, I killed her with pure physical strength. He said this very calmly, but the two listeners were anything but calm. Kill the cat woman with pure physical strength? What does that mean? Could it be that you're hiding your true strength? Lu Juanwu suddenly thought of this possibility and began to question with hastened breath, Zichen, you're not going to tell me that you have actually been hiding your strength, are you? I've hidden it. Indeed, my true strength is that of an ordinary 9th order. As the words fell, Lin Zichen's eyes sharpened, and he instantly released the pressure of an advanced level creature of an ordinary ninth order, making the hair of the two people in front of him flutter. How is this possible? Feeling the formidable pressure emanating from Lin Zichen, Lu Chuanyu and Song Yuan were both dumbfounded, staring with mouths agape, stupefied like wooden chickens. Lin Zichen's biological level is actually at the ordinary ninth order. And he's just a freshman who had started school. This isn't scientific at all. Seeing the two shocked into stillness, Lin Zichen explained calmly, in fact, during the summer holiday, I'd already achieved body tempering great accomplishment once and am now in the midst of a second tempering skin phase. In front of Lu Chuanyu and Song Yuan, he felt there was no need to keep hiding his progress in body refining. After all, this was just one of many cards up his sleeve, and not a particularly notable one at that. If showing this card would do more good than harm, then revealing it to gain advantages was a worthwhile exchange. After having spent some time with Lu Chuanyu and Song Yuan, Lin Zichen felt they were decent enough to be trustworthy, and concluded that revealing his body refining progress to them would be entirely harmless. The advantage, in the future, he could have Lu Chuanyu and Song Yuan fully support his research on opening acupoints. The harmlessness, he was certain that Lu Chuanyu and Song Yuan would keep his body refining progress secret, ensuring that only the three people within the institute would know. Overall, the revelation today was the result of Lin Zichen's careful contemplation over the weekend. Body tempering great accomplishment on your first try. Hearing Lin Zichen's honest revelation, Lu Chuanyu was totally flabbergasted. After snapping out of his stupor, he became overjoyed, bursting into laughter and saying, "Ha ha, heaven rewards the diligent, heaven rewards the diligent indeed. The years of persistence I, Lu Chuanyu, have committed are finally paying off. Zichen, with you here, the pure-blood human path is bound to be a tremendous success. When the time comes, your name, as well as that of Tianren Pavilion, will surely astonish the whole world." At that moment, Lu Chuanyu felt as if he were dreaming. After many years of dedicated research into the pure-blood human path, which led to his family's downfall and separation, there had never been any significant progress. But finally, on this day after so many years, he encountered an unparalleled genius perfectly suited for the tempering blood technique. With such a rare genius paving the way, the pure-blood human path could surely shine bright on earth, becoming humanity's most potent salvation weapon. This was the reward of diligence. After calming down a bit, Lu Chuanyu looked at Lin Zichen with a beaming smile and said, "Zichen, your bodily talent is truly too exaggerated. If it weren't for the fact that you have no origin force in your body, I'd suspect you're a foreign being from the origin land." Foreign being from the origin land. Lin Zichen felt that he had heard some very critical information. Lu Chuanyu explained, "Since this world has exotic beasts, correspondingly, there must also be exotic beings, but those exotic beings mostly reside in the origin land, not on Earth, so we can hardly ever come across them." Ah! Song Yuan, standing beside him, showed surprise and said, "Are there really exotic beings?" Although she had joined the Tianren Pavilion for 10 years now, Lu Chuanyu had never mentioned this to her. For a moment, she felt a little discriminated against. Lin Zichen just arrived and he told him this secret, but I've been working at the research institute for 10 years and he's never mentioned it to me. That's really unfair. Director, what is origin force? Lin Zichen grasped the key term, full of curiosity. Lu Chuanyu, stroking his beard, replied, "Origin force is a unique energy of beings from the origin land, similar to chi blood and spirit." Similar to chi blood and spirit? Lin Zichen then asked, "So how can origin force be used, and what specific effects does it have?" Lu Chuanyu said, "About that, I'm still somewhat unable to give you an answer, as I've lived for so many years and I've only encountered 2 exotic beings." Song Yuan asked with some confusion, "Director, where did you encounter these exotic beings? You've been stuck at ordinary 9th rank, you can't possibly enter the origin land." Sister Yan, are there any requirements for entering the origin land? Yes, the standards set by the authorities are, if you want to enter the origin land, the biological level has to start from advanced level, otherwise entering is like being cannon fodder. I see. Lin Zichen nodded, gaining a new piece of knowledge. Song Yuan looked at Lu Chuanyu, urging him, Director, you still haven't told us where you encountered those exotic beings. Lu Chuanyu answered, I encountered them here on Earth. One was a female disciple my ex-wife took in 10 years ago from who knows where, the other one was met in a mysterious, super ancient ruin that is the same ruin where the blood tempering technique was discovered. You met them in a ruin. Song Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, it wasn't a corpse lying in a coffin, dead as a doornail, was it? Indeed, it was lying in a coffin. After saying this, Lu Chuanyu then solemnly warned both of them, the secrets I've told you today, make sure they aren't leaked at all, they have to remain confidential, understand? Song Yuan patted her ample chest and assured, don't worry, Director, I'm very tight-lipped, I've never revealed a single secret. I trust you. Lu Chuanyu nodded, then turned to Lin Zichen with an even more solemn expression and cautioned, Zichen, regarding your strength, at this stage you must not display it too extravagantly, or too far beyond what common people comprehend, otherwise you will definitely be targeted by the heretical sect, attracting unnecessary danger. It's dangerous even in the school. The heretical sects now are pervasive, and nobody can be sure there are no heretics among the humans in high positions. Lu Chuanyu mentioned an example, over 40 years ago, a vice-chancellor at Capital University was actually a heretic. He designed a plot to kill everyone in his team when they entered the origin land, nearly knocking Capital University down. It took nearly a decade for the university to recover. Song Yuan listened with some surprise, I'm a born and bred resident of Capital City. Such a big incident happened at Capital University, and I didn't know anything about it. It's normal that you didn't know, the incident was heavily suppressed at the time. Without channels of information, it would be impossible to know. After finishing, Lu Chuanyu once again turned toward Lin Zichen and suggested, Zichen, if you want to take on missions that match your strength to earn credits in the future, use your sister Yan's account to accept them. Your sister Yan's biological level is also ordinary 9th rank, just like yours. If you use her account to accept missions, you can fully unleash your strength during the task without worrying that your true abilities will be exposed. Once you break the constraints of ordinary ranks with the path of a pure-blood human and evolve into an advanced level creature, I'll find you a powerful backer to protect you. Then you can show off your abilities freely and astonish the world. Lin Zichen, okay, I understand. Song Yuan, driven by curiosity, said, Director, you've mentioned this powerful backer many times. Who exactly are they? Lu Chuanyu, it's not convenient to disclose that now, but when Zichen breaks the constraints of the ordinary ranks with the body of a pure-blood human, you will naturally find out. After listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Zichen looked at Lu Chuanyu and said, Director, do you have any materials related to the origin land? I want to learn more about knowledge related to the origin land. Whether it's exotic beasts, exotic beings, or the heretical sect, all are inseparably related to the origin land. This made him filled with curiosity about the origin land. Lu Chuanyu shook his head, I don't have such materials. Everything about the origin land has always been classified. Currently, my understanding of the origin land comes mostly from my ex-wife and some records in the ruins. However, you don't have to rush to understand it. Before your biological level evolves to advanced level, having more knowledge about the origin land is useless. Because you can't enter the origin land, the knowledge you learn about it won't be of any use. For now, you only need to know this much, for us, the majority of creatures in the origin land are enemies who have been trying every means possible to invade Earth. As to why they want to invade Earth, some strong beings speculate that there's something on Earth these creatures from the origin land desire. As Lu Chuanyu finished this last sentence, his cell phone in his pocket rang. Once he took the call, a mature woman's voice came from the other end. It sounded like she was in her early 40s. Lu Chuanwu went to one side, chatting and laughing with the woman on the phone. After not talking for long, he hung up the call and came back to Lin Zichen and Song Yuan, saying, "An old flame of many years has invited me over to her place for dinner. I won't stay long at the research institute, contact me on WeChat if you need me." After dropping this remark, he hurriedly left the research institute. The director is really hard-working, going to secure investments for Tianren Pavilion again, Song Yuan remarked, watching Lu Chuanwu's retreating figure. Lin Zichen didn't have any comment but silently went over to the sofa in front and sat down, lost in thought. Exotic beasts, exotic beings, the heretical sect, origin force. All these elements are inseparably connected to the origin land. What exactly is the origin land like? 136, Care from Song Yuan. By the way, Zichen, how is it that your biological level and body refining progress are hidden? How come even the dean can't see through them, and Principal Yuan can't either? Song Yuan walked over and sat down beside Lin Zichen, one hand resting on her chest and the other propping up her cheek, her eyes watery as she looked at him, her voice full of wonder. Hearing this question, Lin Zichen belated realized that Song Yuan, this tall and mixed-blood beauty, truly lacked a sense of personal boundaries. Are these kinds of secrets concerning one's trump cards something you can just casually ask others? Often, even family and partners are kept in the dark about such secrets. How could he possibly tell an outsider like her? Mentally complaining for a moment, Lin Zichen politely smiled and said, "Sorry, Sister Yan, it's probably not convenient for me to disclose that." "Brother Zichen, don't be so stingy, okay? Can you tell Sister Yan?" Song Yuan batted her light blue eyes, her voice carrying a hint of pleading, "I'm really too curious. As a trade, I'll also share a secret with you. You can ask me about any secret you want." Her curiosity was genuine, with an especially strong thirst for knowledge. If Lin Zichen didn't give her an answer, she would feel unbearably uncomfortable, as if itching all over. "Sister Yan, it really isn't convenient." Lin Zichen's tone was much more serious this time as he firmly refused Song Yuan, to prevent her from continuing to ask. Seeing how earnest Lin Zichen was, Song Yuan knew she wouldn't get an answer and gave up. But she couldn't help being unbearably curious. So she changed tact and asked, "Then, let's switch to a different question. You said your biological level is ordinary 9th rank and your body refining progress is at the first body tempering grade accomplishment. You haven't hidden your strength, have you? There's no hiding. Blood tempering technique at the first body refining, biological level at ordinary 9th rank, that's all my strength right now." Lin Zichen said calmly, satisfying Song Yuan's curiosity. With her curiosity satisfied, Song Yuan suddenly didn't feel that itch anymore. Looking at Lin Zichen, she said with a smile, "As a return for satisfying my curiosity, I will now answer a secret for you. It can be as private as you want, and you can ask anything." Lin Zichen thought for a moment and felt he had nothing to ask, so he casually said, "I'll hold on to it for now. If there's anything I want to ask later, I'll ask you then." "That's fine, then I'll make a note of it in your WeChat contacts so that I can remind you if you forget later on." Song Yuan said as she took out her phone, opened WeChat, clicked on Lin Zichen's profile, and wrote in the remarks section that she owed him a secret. She didn't like owing others, she would definitely repay what she could. After noting it down, Song Yuan looked up at Lin Zichen and asked, "By the way, your biological level is ordinary 9th rank, and I am too. Do you want to spar a bit with each other?" "That's possible." Lin Zichen immediately agreed without even thinking. Sparring with an opponent of the same rank would help clarify his own strength and could also improve his combat skills. There was no reason not to agree. Soon, they found a relatively open space to spar. Before they started, Song Yuan reminded him, my body refining progress is at the second stage of tempering skin and tempering flesh, and 1/5 completion of bone tempering. My bodily strength is quite a bit stronger than yours, so feel free to attack me with all your might later, don't hold back for fear of hurting me. Okay, I got it. Lin Zichen verbally agreed, but he certainly wouldn't use his full strength when the sparring started. If it was just a comparison of biological level and body refining progress, then his physical strength was indeed not as high as Song Yuan's. But he had various powerful biometric attributes enhancing him. There were those that increased damage like survival of the fittest and social animal. There were those that enhanced perception like danger perception. And those that strengthened his dynamic sight like eyes of the sky and so on. With all these biometric attributes enhancing him, his overall strength was surely stronger than Song Yuan's. If he genuinely used his full strength, Song Yuan likely couldn't withstand it. The physical strength of someone with second-stage body refinement completion was comparable to an ordinary advanced first-rank fighter. And an advanced first-rank fighter was what the Catwoman was last Saturday night. That night, the Catwoman fully activated all the Shadow Knight Cat genes in her body, temporarily breaking through to an advanced first rank. Yet even so, she was ultimately defeated by Lin Zichen without sustaining any injuries. Although there was the element of a surprise attack, a defeat was indeed a defeat. All the damage Lin Zichen inflicted while attacking the Catwoman was genuine. By comparison, Song Yuan, who had only progressed to the second stage of bone tempering, was not likely to be a match for Lin Zichen. Ready yet? Seeing that Lin Zichen had taken his position, Song Yuan called out to him. Lin Zichen nodded, ready. Good, let's get started now, come on, you attack me first, I'll take care of the defense, and let's see how strong your attacks are, Song Yuan told Lin Zichen with the tone of an instructor. Lin Zichen didn't waste any words and immediately lunged forward, rushing up to Song Yuan and aiming a kick at her abdomen. He didn't use full force, only about 50% of his strength, to test Song Yuan's defensive power first. Bang! Just such a sound rang out. Lin Zichen's foot landed heavily on Song Yuan's abdomen, kicking her back several steps. What impressive strength! Song Yuan was shocked inside as a sharp pain came from her abdomen, but she bore it and pretended it was nothing. This guy was ridiculously strong. Even though it was just a first body tempering great accomplishment, he managed to injure my abdomen, which had undergone a second tempering flesh. Given his compatibility with the blood tempering technique, he was likely not far from surpassing her. No. She had to make a strong impression while she was still stronger than him, she had to show off fiercely. Otherwise, she would lose the chance to do so later. Thinking this, Song Yuan immediately adopted an instructor's posture and shook her head at Lin Zichen. Zichen, I'm not satisfied with that kick you just delivered. If you have the opportunity to strike, you need to aim for maximizing damage, aim to severely injure your opponent, and not waste any chance to attack. Just now, I gave you the opportunity to strike first, you shouldn't have kicked my abdomen, but you should have aimed for my vital areas. See my eyes. You need to thrust viciously. See my groin. You need to kick fiercely. See my throat. Just chop down with a hand strike directly. Focusing your attacks on these vital areas is the correct way to attack. Having said this, Song Yuan looked into Lin Zichen's eyes with a serious expression and asked, in battle, there is only life and death, no martial morality. Do you understand? I understand. Lin Zichen nodded in agreement. He very much agreed with Song Yuan's words and felt that battle should indeed only concern life and death, without regard for martial morality. If you can ambush, then ambush. If you can target vital spots, target them. Whoever talks about martial morality is at a disadvantage. And in battle, being at a disadvantage probably means death. Song Yuan was very satisfied with Lin Zichen's response and said to him with a smile and a loud voice, very good. Then up next, we will start the actual sparring. I hope you can last more than 5 minutes against me. The moment her words fell, she flashed towards Lin Zichen, taking the initiative to charge at him. As for standing still and letting Lin Zichen take the first move, she would pass on that. He had kicked her just now, and it almost killed her with pain. On the other side, facing Song Yuan's rapidly approaching attack, Lin Zichen did not dodge. Instead, he charged towards her, engaging in a fierce physical clash. Bang! 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 Soon, the two of them were fiercely exchanging blows, hand against hand, foot against foot, producing a series of crisp collisions that sounded painful. But it was only Song Yuan who was in pain, so much that her face was contorted, almost resembling a series of emoticon stickers throughout the fight. Lin Zichen felt all right, not very painful, but to save Song Yuan's face, he also pretended to be in great pain, grimacing and grinding his teeth. The only special feeling was that Song Yuan's physique seemed very slender, but her muscles were surprisingly firm, and although they seemed small, they could explode with formidable strength. It was the opposite of Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan's muscles were soft and felt like water when needed, giving a particularly comfortable sensation. Bang! 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 The battle continued for just over a minute. The two of them were evenly matched, unable to best one another. This outcome left Song Yuan dumbfounded, doubting her life for a moment. What's going on? How is he so strong? I'm already going all out. How come it's still an even match? The normal script shouldn't be me easily crushing him. I won't lose, will I? Thinking this, Song Yuan began to feel uncomfortable. She had just posed as a teacher in front of Lin Zichen, and if she ended up losing to him in the end, where would she put her face? Fortunately, Lin Zichen was very understanding of human relationships and etiquette. 3 minutes into the battle, he deliberately slowed his dodge and was kicked out of the fighting area by Song Yuan, regretfully losing the duel. Zichen, you really have a promising future. Song Yuan looked at Lin Zichen and appraised him highly. I trained for a whole 10 years longer than you, but when I used 80% of my strength, I could only fight you to a standstill. Only when I was pushed to use 90% of my strength did I manage to win the duel by a narrow margin. With your talent, give it another year and I probably won't be a match for you. Song Yuan continued, so, in the upcoming year, while my strength can still surpass yours, I'll be your sparring partner and do my best to improve your fighting skills. Lin Zichen replied, then I'll be in your care from now on, Sister Yan. Hey, what are you talking about? It's not a bother at all, Song Yuan waved her hand and added, I've been stuck in the ordinary 9th rank for many years, nearly causing me depression. Only with your arrival did I finally see a hope of evolving into an advanced level creature. Strictly speaking, it's I who should be asking you to lead me forward. Lin Zichen smiled and said, then it's us helping each other out, and bothering each other. Right, helping each other out, and bothering each other, agreed Song Yuan with a genuine smile on her face. 10 years in the Tianren Pavilion had been tough for her. Originally a highly promising capital city second-rank scholar, she joined the Tianren Pavilion and adopted the pure-blood human path, stagnating in the ordinary 9th rank, and was used as a negative example, being told she had become indistinguishable from the masses. She might appear indifferent on the surface to these taunts. However, they truly pained her inside. After all, she was still a high school second-rank scholar, and no person who achieved that rank was without pride. Because those without pride, those without a desire to win, would never have the motivation to become a high school second-rank scholar. But now, none of that mattered anymore. Because she knew that with Lin Zichen joining the Tianren Pavilion, she, indistinguishable from the masses, would definitely be able to ride on his coattails to a bright future under his leadership. In return for being lifted by Lin Zichen, she could only do her utmost to bring him benefits on the road to evolution. Being Lin Zichen's sparring partner was one of the advantages she could offer him. With that in mind, she looked at Lin Zichen and said, Zichen, come on, let's continue. All right. Lin Zichen agreed, and quickly resumed sparring with Song Yuan. You are in battle, Qi blood +1, combat techniques +1, battle awareness +1. 137, the end is near. The dilapidated Lu family mansion. The basement. Lu Chuanyu took 2 steps at a time, hastening to a bronze ancient coffin filled with the aura of vicissitude, where he stopped. Gazing at the bronze ancient coffin, he said with respectful excitement, Pavilion Master, I have finally found a peerless genius who harbors the hope of opening his acupoints. There was no response from the bronze ancient coffin. The basement fell silent. Lu Chuanyu didn't mind, and continued to speak, this genius has just turned 18 this year. He has had the translated version of the blood tempering technique for only 3 months, yet he has already achieved body tempering great accomplishment once and is now undergoing the second body tempering. With such physical talent, in the future, he will certainly be able to break through the shackles of common levels as a pure-blood human and evolve into an advanced level creature, a rare level creature, or even an epic level creature. By then, you will be able to rely on him to transfer Qi blood to you every day to maintain your life, so you no longer have to barely survive in this cramped bronze ancient coffin. And with a powerful you to protect him, with you and that genius leading the way for Tianren Pavilion, it will surely flourish on earth, leading the people of earth in an ascendance of flesh and blood. Lu Chuanyu spoke with great excitement. But from beginning to end, the pavilion master he spoke of gave no response at all. The moment turned somewhat eerie. It was as if looking at a mentally disturbed person muttering to himself in the confined, dim basement, a chilling sight indeed. Seeing that the other party remained unresponsive, Lu Chuanyu's brow furrowed slightly. But that was all he did, without any other superfluous actions. He simply stood quietly in front of the coffin the whole time, waiting for the person inside the bronze ancient coffin to respond. About 3 minutes passed. Finally, a weak female voice echoed from the bronze ancient coffin. That was the only response. Then, everything quieted down completely, falling into utter silence. The woman inside the bronze ancient coffin fell back into a deep slumber. The single word she just uttered had exhausted all of her energy for the day, leaving her powerless to make any further sound. At this, Lu Chuanyu's brows deeply furrowed. The woman's body within the bronze ancient coffin was growing weaker by the day. Decades ago, when the ancient and weathered bronze ancient coffin was discovered in a ruin, the woman inside could still talk intermittently. And today, decades later, the woman had weakened to the point where even uttering a simple phoneme took her up to half a minute to muster. This state, it felt as if death was closing in. Thinking this, Lu Chuanyu shook his head involuntarily. He quickly left the basement, leaving a quiet environment for the woman in the bronze ancient coffin to rest deeply. Once he exited the basement, Lu Chuanyu couldn't help but sigh, if only we could communicate normally. In that case, I wouldn't have to waste so much time studying the appointment chapter of the blood tempering technique. I could just directly ask the pavilion master, the pioneer of the pure blood human path, and seek her guidance on cultivating the blood tempering technique, both simple and efficient. The more Lu Chuanyu spoke, the more he felt it was a pity. Back when he first moved the bronze ancient coffin into the mansion's basement, the woman's consciousness was still relatively clear, and her energy was sufficient to communicate with the outside world. Unfortunately, at that time, because of the language barrier, communication was difficult. By the time they managed to somewhat understand each other's language and could communicate fairly smoothly, the consciousness of the woman in the coffin suddenly became blurred, and her condition grew weaker and weaker. Until now, she had weakened to this extent, having to fall into a slumber after voicing a single phoneme, making communication impossible. I hope Zichen manages to evolve into an advanced level creature with the flesh and blood of a pure blood human before the pavilion master completely perishes. Then, he can transfer Qi blood to maintain her life, keeping her consciousness clear. Once the pavilion master steps in, the blood tempering technique will definitely become more widespread, and its upper limits can be developed even higher. Lu Chuanmu muttered to himself. Elsewhere. The Research Institute. Lin Zichen and Song Yuan had just finished sparring and were now sitting on the sofa, chatting casually. Zichen, you have already achieved body tempering great accomplishment once in the blood tempering technique, so you can try to open the acupoints now. I will teach you the latest method of acupointment opening that I've researched. Give it a try and see if you can succeed. Alright, I'll give it a try. Come, I'll explain, and you listen carefully. Song Yuan began the teaching session, articulating clearly, the human body has a total of 366 acupoints, scattered in various locations within our bodies. According to the records of the blood tempering technique, the easiest acupoints to open are the 4 that are located around our heart. What you need to do now is to first sense the 4 acupoints around the heart, and then control the chi blood to strike at them, at a frequency of 10 times per second. The stronger the impact, the better, but be careful not to hit the heart itself, otherwise it will be so painful that your heart may cramp or even possibly stop beating on the spot. Also pay attention to these points. The first point. The second point. Song Yuan shared all the insights and experiences she had acquired over the years in attempting to open the acupoints, speaking in detail for nearly half an hour before finishing. Feeling that she hadn't missed anything, she then said to Lin Zichen, well, that's all there is to it. Now try to feel for the 4 acupoints around your heart. No need, I already sensed them during the summer vacation. I know the location of all 366 acupoints inside my body, I can directly start to strike the acupoints according to your method. Having said that, Lin Zichen concentrated and began controlling his chi blood to strike the 4 acupoints around his heart. With the frequency of 10 times a second, he exerted as much force as he could. He continued the high-intensity strikes for over 10 minutes. However, the 4 acupoints around his heart didn't budge at all, and he couldn't open them. The only sensation on the acupoints was pain, a very intense pain. It hurt so much that he clenched his teeth and broke out into a cold sweat on his forehead. After pausing to rest, he tried a few more times. But the result was still the same. It simply didn't work, he couldn't open the acupoints. It's okay, it's very normal not to feel anything. After all, you have only achieved body tempering great accomplishment once, maybe your physical strength is not yet sufficient to open the acupoints. Of course, it's also possible that the method I taught you is incorrect. In any case, there's still plenty of time, and there's no need to rush. Song Yuan worried that Lin Zichen might be discouraged by this, and comforted him in her role as a caring big sister. After all, Lin Zichen's talent was astonishing, and ever since he joined Tianren Pavilion, everything had been smooth sailing. A sudden setback could potentially unbalance him. However, Lin Zichen's heart was completely unfazed, he did not need comforting at all. He was very clear within that failure was normal, it would have been strange had he succeeded. How long had he been practicing the blood tempering technique? Less than 3 months. He was already very satisfied with his current progress. As for the acupoints, he would study them slowly in the future, eventually, he would succeed. Even if he didn't, it didn't matter because he wasn't obligated to practice the blood tempering technique. If all else failed, he could always rely on use it or lose it to gradually improve. As long as the training time was long enough and the intensity high enough, he could grind his way to becoming an advanced level creature. And regarding the blood tempering technique, if he managed to successfully temper his body 5 times in the end, then the time spent would have been worth it, even extremely profitable. 138, Shen King Han. Genetic fusion. Seeing that it was about time, Lin Zichen left the research institute, went to the living area to buy groceries, and returned to the dormitory to cook. Thinking that Shen King Han would be able to eat as soon as she finished her morning classes and came back to the dorm. It took some time to finish buying the groceries. Lin Zichen quickly returned to the dormitory. Soon after, Shen Qinghan finished her classes and returned as well. The two of them cooked together in the kitchen, took a refreshing cold shower after they ate, and then went to the room to nap, leading a very comfortable life. Zichen, this morning Master found me and said she wants to advance my genetic fusion, with the blue spirit jellyfish gene, claiming it's very suitable for me in the early stages. In bed, Shen Qinghan, with her back to Lin Zichen ensconced in his embrace, brought up the matter. Blue spirit jellyfish? Lin Zichen knew about this exotic beast, having read about it in books when he was a child. It is a low-ranking exotic beast with the biological level of an adult individual averaging a common 7th rank. A powerful jellyfish king's biological level can break through the common rank's restraints and evolve to an advanced level. The blue spirit jellyfish mainly resides in the deep sea at depths of 10,000 meters, extremely rare in number, rarer than the pandas in his previous life. Its characteristic feature is that its spiritual power far surpasses that of other creatures of the same rank. And its ability is the manipulation of water at will using spiritual power. Controlling water is something that creatures with high spiritual power can do. But the blue spirit jellyfish is different, even with the biological ranking in the common range and only a sliver of spiritual power, it can control tens of cubic meters of sea water. To sum up, it's better at playing with water than other creatures. After thinking through the information on the blue spirit jellyfish, Lin Zichen said to Shen Qinghan in his arms, "That's good, I think the blue spirit jellyfish suits you very well. Just do what your master suggested." Shen Qinghan turned around, facing him, and said with a somewhat uneasy voice, "I also think it's very suitable, but master directly mentioned using the Azure Jellyfish King's gene for the fusion. That's an advanced level creature gene. What if my frail body can't handle it and I suffer gene rejection? Fusion with the Azure Jellyfish King's gene?" Lin Zichen opened his eyes wide, quite surprised by this. If the blue spirit jellyfish is rare, then the Azure Jellyfish King is extremely rare. 10,000 blue spirit jellyfish might give rise to one Azure Jellyfish King. Yuan Dongji truly is the precious daughter of the Yuan family, rich and generous, giving away Azure Jellyfish King genes as if it were nothing, truly devoted to her disciple. I also wish I had such a magnanimous and generous master. Lin Zichen inwardly felt envious, then comforted Shen Qinghan, "Don't worry, jellyfish-type exotic beasts naturally have high compatibility with human bodies. Plus, your genetic fusion adaptability is as high as 21%, fusing with an advanced exotic beast gene should be a piece of cake for you. There won't be any rejection." What about side effects? Shen Qinghan still felt uneasy. When facing the unknown, or doing something for the first time, humans always feel anxious, which is a natural biological protection mechanism. There is also an opposite mechanism, curiosity. Shen Qinghan tends to be timid, and her anxiety has completely overshadowed her curiosity, making her very nervous. Lin Zichen laughed. Side effects are bound to occur, but they are all well known, such as a high chance of losing reproductive abilities, showing some physical exotic beast traits and so on. These side effects aren't considered disadvantages anymore. Regarding the loss of reproductive ability, you've already harvested and stored normal eggs beforehand, so if you want to have children in the future, you can just use those eggs. As for showing exotic beast traits in your appearance, that can be concealed. Just put the exotic beast gene in your body into dormancy. After saying this, Lin Zichen added, "Plus, many exotic beast traits that manifest outwardly can actually enhance one's appearance, like cat-eared girls, fox-tailed girls, you've seen them, very popular." That seems true. Shen Qinghan spoke with her sparkling peachy eyes glinting. After hearing Lin Zichen's explanation, she was no longer so anxious. In fact, she was even feeling a bit excited. Excited about how she would look after fusing with the Azure Jellyfish King gene next month, whether she would exhibit any exotic beast traits that would make her prettier. Moreover, genetic technology has matured a lot by now, allowing not just fusion but also separation. If there are any adverse reactions after the fusion, just separate it later. Lin Zichen said this while tenderly rubbing Shen Qinghan's hand. Speaking of separation, it's not entirely accurate. It should be called suppression. There is a special virus, harmless to the human body, but highly aggressive against exotic beast genes. One can inject this viral reagent to suppress the expression of the exotic beast gene within the body. Then, after a lengthy process spanning years, it steadily erodes the exotic beast gene within the body until it is completely cleared. Many biochemical weapons targeting exotic beasts are made from this special virus. You make it sound so easy, but separation is painful. I hope the fusion is perfect. With that, Shen Qinghan got up from the bed, grabbed her phone, opened a video, and presented it to Lin Zichen, saying, "Zichen, take a look at this video." Lin Zichen sat up to look at the phone screen. What appeared before him was an underwater scene. From the filming angle, it was not taken by a submarine but by a person diving into the sea. It turns out to be a diving video. Here I was thinking you were going to show me one of Sakura Sea Country's anime study videos. 138, Shen Qinghan. Genetic Fusion. 2. Lin Zichen teased Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan rolled her eyes at him. "Look at you, always calling me a little dirty girl, but in reality, you are the dirtiest one. You can't even watch a video without thinking about that kind of stuff. Don't get it twisted, Shen will hang. It's precisely because you're usually so dirty that I subconsciously associate things that way. Ugh, you're so annoying." Shen Qinghan reached out and hit Lin Zichen lightly, saying with an annoyed face, "Stop talking about this, and watch the video. The blue spirit jellyfish are about to appear." Lin Zichen stopped teasing her and focused his gaze on the cell phone screen. A few seconds later, as the camera pivoted, a few deep blue, strange jellyfish appeared on the screen. From a distance, they looked like clusters of deep blue flames floating in the water, painting a purely beautiful scene. These jellyfish were enormous, measuring at least 3 meters in length. They were indeed adult blue spirit jellyfish. The blue spirit jellyfish's habitat is in the deep sea, at a depth of 10,000 meters. To be able to grow so vast under such immense water pressure demonstrated how strong the physical body of a blue spirit jellyfish was. Aren't the blue spirit jellyfish beautiful? Shen Qinghan turned her head to look at Lin Zichen, with some of her bangs slipping down her forehead, looking particularly pure and lovely. Lin Zichen reached out and brushed the hair from her forehead, looking at her enchanting face. He couldn't help but compliment, "They are beautiful, but not as beautiful as you." Shen Qinghan felt pleased, smiling sweetly, "What a sweet talker." Lin Zichen wrapped his hand around her slender waist and asked with a smile, "Want to have a taste?" "Then I'll have a taste." Shen Qinghan leaned her face in, giving Lin Zichen's lips a light peck and then licked her own lips, her clear eyes filled with laughter. "Xiao Chen's lips are so sweet." After speaking, she blinked her gorgeous Carlin eyes and asked, "Guess who filmed this video?" "Lin Zichen, your master." "You guessed right." Shen Qinghan snapped her fingers silently and then continued with disbelief, "Master went down to the deep sea of 10,000 meters without any equipment, just with her bare body. How strong must her physique be to do that?" "Lin Zichen, at least rare level." Shen Qinghan's face lit up with anticipation. "Rare level, that's high. I wonder if I can evolve to that level in the future." "Lin Zichen, you definitely can. With your genetic fusion compatibility as high as 21%, not to mention rare level, even epic level wouldn't be out of reach." Shen Qinghan was skeptical. "It's not that simple. It's not like high genetic fusion compatibility guarantees amazing power. It also depends on various physical conditions and evolutionary resources. Your constitution is already incredible. You were born with excellent affinity for water attribute. Once you go down the path of water attribute genetic fusion, you'll definitely become a big shot, even more formidable than your master." Lin Zichen poked her soft cheek with his finger and smiled, "As for evolutionary resources, you don't need to worry about that at all. In the future, I'll be your sugar daddy, I'll give you whatever resources you want. Shen Qinghan huffed, don't even start, you just want to be my daddy, don't think I don't know what you guys are thinking, just looking to take advantage of me. Pure slander. I don't believe it. You just want to hear me call you daddy. Okay, I admit it. Are you happy now? I knew it. Shen Qinghan showed a victorious expression. Lin Zichen lowered the air conditioner by 2 degrees, took the blanket, and covered both himself and Shen Qinghan, urging her, go to sleep, it's almost 1 o'clock. If you don't sleep now, you'll be dozing off in class this afternoon. Oh, I'll sleep now. After saying this, Shen Qinghan obediently lay down with Lin Zichen, quietly moved a bit closer, and cuddled up with him to sleep. Then, taking advantage of Lin Zichen's distraction, she whispered into his ear, Daddy. Hiss. Hearing Shen Qinghan's soft voice calling him that, Lin Zichen shivered. This little dirty girl was really too provocative. It was temptingly criminal. Lin Zichen couldn't stand it, turned towards Shen Qinghan, and warned, Shen Wohang, if you keep seducing me like this, you can forget about getting any sleep now. No more seducing, let's sleep. After teasing Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan closed her eyes, satisfied, and went to sleep. Lin Zichen didn't sleep and chose to lie on his side and look at the news on his phone. His physical body was much stronger than Shen Qinghan's, so he didn't rely on sleep as much and didn't need a nap to rest. He scrolled through a few news articles. Soon, Lin Zichen's attention was caught by a strange piece of news. Recently, mysterious unidentified plants have been discovered in various places in Shanghai City, diversified in species with bizarre shapes. A large number of botanists have rushed to study them. As it is not certain whether these plants are harmful, the general public is advised not to approach them out of curiosity, to prevent unnecessary accidents and injuries. Several photos of the plants accompanied the news. At a glance, they were all vines. However, none of them were known species. The vines in the photos grew in strange shapes, with particularly well-developed roots, resembling the weird plants from a fantasy magic world. Lin Zichen looked closely for a moment, feeling that the plants in the photos looked familiar. After thinking for a while, he realized they were quite similar to the plants he saw in the photo that Shen Qinghan showed him earlier. It was the photo Yuan Dongji sent to Shen Qinghan through WeChat. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a photo but a hand-drawn portrait. On it was a painting of Shen Qinghan's senior sister, a white-haired girl who seemed to be Bai Shuet. However, the white-haired girl was not the focus, the background was full of strange plants that seemed to belong to an alien species. 138, Shen Qinghan. Genetic fusion, _3. There are plants with black leaves and branches. Trees with trunks covered in blood vessels. And strange, seductive flowers with mouths. The mysterious unknown plants mentioned in the news, although they appear different from those weird plants in the drawings, are very similar in terms of their strangeness and the degree of weirdness. It's as if they all grow in the same environment. And the drawing from senior sister Shen Qinghan, the background is the origin land. So, are these plants in the news from the origin land? But how could plants from the origin land appear on Earth out of the blue? Could it be the divine plant cult? Lin Zichen suddenly thought of this heretical sect. He had seen this sect before on the mission system. The divine plant in the divine plant cult's name makes it clear it has something to do with plants. And heretical sects, they are all invariably linked to the origin land. Combining the two, it's hard not to associate the mysterious unknown plants that appeared in Shanghai City with the divine plant cult, this heretical sect. Just got rid of the rat god cult, and now there's a divine plant cult. There's an endless supply of scoundrels. Lin Zichen shook his head, then exited the news app and sent messages to his parents and future in-laws. He warned them about the mysterious unknown plants that had appeared in the city recently, suggesting they might be related to heretical sects, and told them to stay far away if they see them, and definitely not to get close. Also, he urged them to move to Shanghai University as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan turned over and faced Lin Zichen, saying, "Xiao Chen, I can't sleep. What's the matter?" Lin Zichen put down his phone and asked with concern. Shen Qinghan pursed her lips and said, "It's just that I keep thinking about getting genetic fusion done early, and I can't stop thinking about it and can't sleep." "That's normal. If you can't sleep, then don't try to force it. Play with your phone for a bit." Lin Zichen offered this helpful suggestion. Shen Qinghan's voice was soft as she said, "Then I want to play with your phone." "Play with my phone?" Lin Zichen was puzzled by such a strange request. But he quickly realized what it meant and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, saying, "You little naughty girl, you want to watch anime learning videos again, don't you? Ah, don't ask so many questions, just give me your phone already, I just want to play with your phone." Take it, here you go, for you to play with." Lin Zichen handed over his phone somewhat helplessly. Shen Qinghan took his phone and then handed hers over to him, returning the favor, "I won't let you be at a loss, you play with my phone." Lin Zichen didn't say a word, took her phone, and silently started browsing the news. He hadn't finished the first piece of news when a clear sound of a learning video came from next door. It was the male and female protagonists in the video screaming, a bit noisy. Lin Zichen was done for. He looked at Shen Qinghan with a speechless expression and complained, "Shen Wohang, when you watch anime learning videos, I suggest you wear headphones." "Oh, forgot about that." Shen Qinghan quickly found some headphones and put them on. And so, one quietly browsed news on the phone while the other wore headphones to broaden her horizons with anime learning videos from Sakura Sea country, making the room very quiet. When the time reached 1:30 a.m., Shen Qinghan finished an educational video, picking up quite a bit of new knowledge. She took off the headphones, handed the phone back to Lin Zichen who was next to her, and said with a light smile, "As thanks for lending me your phone, and with half an hour to spare, why don't I give you a massage?" "Sure, that's very considerate." Lin Zichen gave Shen Qinghan a thumbs up and immediately lay flat on the bed, ready to enjoy her increasingly supreme massage techniques. Shen Qinghan didn't immediately start massaging him, instead, she got out of bed and fetched 2 pairs of stockings, one black and one white. Then, holding the stockings, she sat next to him on the bed and asked, "This time I won't use my hands. Let's try something innovative, I'll wear the stockings and use my feet to massage you. Want to give it a try?" "That sounds good." Lin Zichen responded without hesitation. Shen Qinghan held a white stocking in her left hand and a black one in her right, and presented them to Lin Zichen, asking, "Black or white, which one do you want me to wear?" Lin Zichen, "Either is fine, I like both." "Well then, how about this, I'll wear a black one on one side and a white one on the other, so we'll have both." Shen Qinghan said with a spirit of innovation. "One leg black and the other white?" Lin Zichen thought it would look odd. But he was also quite eager to try. So he agreed, "Sure, one side black and the other white then." "Okay, it's settled just like that." After saying that, Shen Qinghan began putting on the stockings, first donning the white one on her left leg, then the black on her right. Once she had them on, she began skillfully massaging Lin Zichen with her feet, giving him a treat to enjoy. After massaging for a while and finding the silence a bit too quiet, she took on a playful act and said, "Humph, Zichen, you dare to raise your head when you see me, black and white impermanence. Watch as I hook away your soul and make you bow your head." Lin Zichen couldn't help but laugh. This little naughty girl, so meek and compliant outside, playful and lively at home, she really has a sense of contrast. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. 139, Lin Zichen. Danger. Even with the air conditioning on, my feet still sweat. And they sweat so much, making my stockings sticky. Now I have to get out of bed to wash them. What a hassle. After massaging Lin Zichen with her feet for more than 10 minutes, Shen Qinghan found that her stockings were soaked and sticky, which was quite annoying. Although the stickiness was not too uncomfortable, in fact, it felt quite nice because of her unique constitution. The problem was that the wet and dirty stockings needed to be washed, which was a nuisance. After complaining for a while, Shen Qinghan took off her dirty stockings and threw them at Lin Zichen, saying, "These stockings got dirty because I was massaging you, so you're responsible for washing them clean." Lin Zichen took the stockings and retorted, "So all your talk just now was leading up to you getting me to wash your stockings, right? Shouldn't you?" Shen Qinghan pouted her cherry lips slightly and said, "They got dirty for you, so go and wash them. Otherwise, I won't wear stockings to massage you ever again." "I never said I wouldn't wash them." Lin Zichen chuckled and poked Shen Qinghan's cheek before taking the dirty stockings and heading to the bathroom to wash them clean. It didn't take long. They were clean in less than 5 minutes. After hanging the stockings to dry on the balcony, Lin Zichen washed his hands and quickly returned to the room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Shen Qinghan sitting on the bed looking down at the solace of her feet and endlessly stroking them with her hands in a strange manner. "What are you doing?" "I've been using my feet to massage you frequently, and I feel like I'm getting calluses on the sole of my feet," Shen Qinghan said with a worried face. Lin Zichen laughed, "Stop finding trouble for yourself. It's not so easy to develop calluses. I think it's mostly in your head." Shen Qinghan disagreed with him, her fine eyebrows slightly furrowed as she said, "It's definitely not psychological. Constantly using my feet to massage you and all the friction, it really can cause calluses." Saying this, she stretched out her delicate feet in front of Lin Zichen to prove her point. "Come closer and look at the solace of my feet, they're so soft and tender, very fragile, and you can easily tell they're prone to calluses. If you don't believe me, touch them and see if there's been any change. I bet they're not as smooth and delicate as before. Let me feel." Lin Zichen said as he sat down on the edge of the bed and seriously caressed the sole of Shen Qinghan's feet. After touching them for a while, he didn't feel any change. They were still as smooth and delicate as before, and they felt very good. "Enough, enough, you're tickling me. I won't let you touch them anymore." Unable to take it anymore, Shen Qinghan quickly withdrew her feet and then asked somewhat hesitantly, "Can you feel it? Are they not as smooth as before?" "They're just as smooth as before. I told you it was all in your head, and you wouldn't believe me." "Really? Really, I swear on my dog's life." "That's good." Shen Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that her feet had become rough and calloused. After all, aside from liking to kiss her cherry mouth, Lin Zichen's favorite thing was touching her feet. She felt that if her feet became rough and calloused, Lin Zichen definitely wouldn't like to touch them anymore. "It's almost 2 p.m., get up and get ready for class, or you'll be late," Lin Zichen said as he patted Shen Qinghan's increasingly plump buttocks, urging her. Shen Qinghan didn't dawdle. She swiftly got out of bed and put on her shoes, heading to the bathroom. Planning to use the toilet, wash her face, and then head out for class. Before long, Shen Qinghan left for class. Lin Zichen didn't go out, planning to stay in the dormitory to refine his body and not go to the institute in the afternoon. Going to the institute wasn't like attending classes with fixed times, it was purely up to his own schedule, depending on whether he felt like going or not, emphasizing freedom. He casually found a spot to sit down in the living room. Lin Zichen had a thought and opened his character panel to check his various attribute data. Name, Lin Zichen. Age, 18. Biological level, ordinary, 9th order. Biometric attributes, use or lose, intelligent root, survival of the fittest, water harmony blessing, natural selection, sky eye, social animal, natural camouflage, danger perception, rapid healing. Body refining, skin tempering, one time, flesh tempering, 1 time, bone tempering, 1 time. An ordinary 9th rank, 10 biometric attributes, 1 body tempering great accomplishment. With such exaggerated strength, there was no need to look, he was definitely invincible among his peers. However, this was still far from enough, he had to become even stronger. With that thought, Lin Zichen took out his phone, opened the credit shop, and started browsing, looking for any items that could quickly restore chi blood. Ever since he started his second phase of body refining, he noticed that his chi blood was somewhat insufficient. That is, during the refining process, because the progress was too fast, the chi blood was being consumed quickly, and its recovery could not keep up, significantly affecting the efficiency of the refining. For this situation, he needed an external aid to accelerate the restoration of chi blood. With this in mind, Lin Zichen browsed the credit shop for over 10 minutes. Finally, he was interested in a product called Revitalization Pill. The Revitalization Pill, as the name implies, was a pill used to restore chi blood. Reading the product description, it was made of various expensive century-old medicinal materials, and even included spiritual plants, making it extremely costly to produce. Moving further down, there was mention of the effects of consuming a single revitalization pill. The effects corresponding to each biological level were listed. For individuals at ordinary 9th order, consuming 1 revitalization pill would restore full chi blood within half a minute. 139, Lin Zichen. Danger, _2. And for those at the advanced first rank, it would take half an hour to recover. Going further up, individuals at the advanced second rank would need to spend over 3 hours. Lin Zichen estimated that the strength of his chi blood was definitely beyond that of the ordinary 9th rank. Most likely, it was equivalent to the level of the advanced first rank. That is, consuming 1 revitalization pill would require half an hour to recover. This recovery effect was still quite remarkable. He decided, he would purchase the revitalization pills. Glancing at the price, 1 pill cost 1 credit. Considering the discount for using credits to make a purchase, it would sell for at least 12,000 outside. The revitalization pills were generally used in critical moments or important occasions. For example, in combat with others, hunting exotic beasts, carrying out special tasks, and so on. As for using them to restore chi blood during body refining, to be honest, it was quite extravagant. However, Lin Zichen felt that using credits to speed up the increase in strength was worth it. Because the faster the strength improved, the sooner he could undertake tasks with more credit rewards. Then, it was just like how in his previous life he made money from business, used the earned money to expand the scale, then used the expanded business as collateral to loan a big sum of money, and with that money further expanded the scale of business, creating a benign cycle that grew bigger and bigger. In business, leveraging aggressively could result in a crash and bankruptcy if the industry went downhill. But in increasing strength, there would never be a crash. Because strength would not depreciate, only becoming stronger and more valuable, continuously cycling in an infinitely benign loop. Of course, the premise was the ability to become infinitely stronger. Often, limited by one's innate talent, it became very difficult to continue improving once strength reached a certain threshold. However, this was not a problem for Lin Zichen. He was extremely talented and had cheats, allowing for limitless strengthening. In conclusion, he didn't even need to think about it, he would just place the order for the revitalization pills. In one go, he bought 100 pills. With a wave of his hand, 100 credits were gone, spending like dirt. After purchasing the revitalization pills, the next thing was to look at exotic beast meat. The Living Dead Slugs album had already been activated, so it was time to get started on the next exotic beast album. Lin Zichen browsed through the market page. Soon, he noticed a type of exotic beast meat called 10,000 poison mongoose. The 10,000 poison mongoose was a small exotic beast. Despite having 10,000 poison in its name, it was in fact non-toxic. The reason for such a name was due to its extraordinary resistance to poison, as it fed on various toxins. Based on this, activating the 10,000 Poison Mongoose album had a high chance of granting a biometric attribute that could resist poison. Lin Zichen felt he urgently needed such a poison-resistant biometric attribute that would greatly enhance his ability to protect himself and prevent an untimely death. Yep, he decided to buy the 10,000 Poison Mongoose meat. The only issue was the steep price, costing 20 credits per pound. He glanced at his student account credits, which were less than 200, not enough even to buy 10 pounds. He could only place an order for 1 pound first, to just get the 10,000 Poison Mongoose album started. Thinking this, Lin Zichen placed an order for 1 pound of 10,000 Poison Mongoose meat. After completing these tasks, he put away his phone and sat down on the well-ventilated balcony to start his second tempering skin session. After roughly 2.5 hours of refining, as he consumed a large amount of chi blood, he began to feel weak. His head became dizzy. No good, he needed to stop and rest, find something to eat in the fridge to restore his chi blood. Otherwise, he might faint on the balcony any minute. Might as well cook some violent great eagle meat to eat. Exotic beast meat was more nutritious and could restore chi blood faster. Ding dong. Just as Lin Zichen got up from the ground, preparing to go to the fridge for food, the doorbell rang in the room. Then, a middle-aged man's voice came from outside. "Hello, I'm here with a delivery from the school. Is there anyone home?" "A delivery?" The revitalization pills and 10,000 Poison Mongoose meat had arrived. Thinking this, Lin Zichen called out. "Coming, just a moment." Then, he hurried to the door to sign for and receive the delivery, confirming that it was indeed the revitalization pills and 10,000 Poison Mongoose meat. After receiving the delivery, he closed the door. Lin Zichen immediately opened the package to check the contents. The revitalization pills looked very similar to chi blood pills, just a bit smaller in size and lighter in color. As for the 10,000 Poison Mongoose meat, it was just a dark lump that looked like rotten flesh. But it wasn't rotten. The normal color of 10,000 Poison Mongoose meat was black, probably because it had eaten too many toxins. Checking that the goods were correct, Lin Zichen poured out a revitalization pill into his mouth to test its effects. The revitalization pill melted upon touching his tongue, instantly turning into warm streams that infused his body. Then, after a while, he could distinctly feel his body rapidly regaining vitality. No more dizziness, no more weak limbs. As expected of a luxury pill that sells for 12,000 apiece, you get what you pay for. The effect is significant. Lin Zichen said with a smile. Next, he stretched out his finger to touch the 10,000 Poison Mongoose meat in front of him and thought, "Devour." You have devoured a strand of the 10,000 Poison Mongoose life essence. 10,000 Poison Mongoose album, 1%. At that moment, his phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and saw it was a message from Shen Qinghan on WeChat. "Han Han, Xiao Chen, Chu Xin just sent a message on WeChat saying she wants to visit our dormitory after school, is that okay?" "Zi Chen, of course, it's okay." "Han Han, okay, then I'll bring her to the dormitory after school." "Zi Chen, good." After ending the chat with Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen wasted no time, quickly returning to the balcony to continue, relying on the revitalization pills to restore his chi blood while using his chi blood to refining his body. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe. Chinese Novel Audio Wave 139, Lin Zichen. Danger, _3. About half an hour later, Shen Qinghan came back from class. It wasn't just her returning alone, her close girlfriend, Li Chuxin, was with her. Perceiving that both of them had entered the dormitory, Lin Zichen stopped his body refining. He got up, left the balcony, and walked into the living room, smiling as he greeted Li Chuxin, "Chu Xin, long time no see." "Zi Chen, it's been a while indeed." Li Chuxin returned the greeting with a smile. Then, she curiously looked around the cohabited apartment, her face growing more envious as she observed. She couldn't help but say, "It's really nice for the two of you to live in such a luxurious apartment. It feels like being in a five-star hotel every day. Unlike me, I don't even have a single room and have to share with another roommate. If you want to live in a single room, the dormitory I have at the martial arts college is a single room, you can move in there," Lin Zichen said with a smile. Li Chuxin also smiled, "Thanks for the offer, Zichen. For now, I quite enjoy living with my roommate. It's nice to have company, it's not lonely." "That's also true." After saying that, Lin Zichen added, "If you ever want to live alone, just let me know, and I'll give you the key to that single room." Li Chuxin smiled, "Okay, thank you so much, Zichen." In the time that followed, all three of them went to the kitchen to cook, planning to have dinner together. Over half an hour later, the meal was ready. 4 dishes and 1 soup. In the living room, at the dining table, Li Chuxin and Shen Qinghan sat next to each other, with Lin Zichen sitting across from them. "Han Han, your legs are so slim." During dinner, Li Chuxin, seeing Shen Qinghan's slender and long legs, said with a face full of envy, "My legs used to be as thin as yours during middle school, but ever since I joined the martial arts class in high school and had to regularly train my body, my legs gained muscle and got so thick." Shen Qinghan replied, "Your legs aren't thick at all, a little bit of flesh looks good and healthy." Li Chuxin, true to being my best girlfriend, you only praise how good I look. The two chatted casually back and forth. Soon, Li Chuxin brought up the school's senior students, saying they were too much, always bullying the freshmen. She expressed with indignation, "Zichen, Han Han, you are both geniuses, and usually, nobody dares to bully you. You don't know how disgusting the seniors at school can be." The day before yesterday, when a senior came to inspect our dorm, she took a liking to my cosmetics. Without caring whether I agreed or not, she just took them, saying she was borrowing them for a couple of days. It's even worse for a guy in our class. The 100-year ginseng his family sent was stolen. To get it back, the senior told him to have a sparring match at the martial stage, promising to return it regardless of winning or losing. However, after the guy lost, the senior publicly declared the 100-year ginseng was a wager and refused to return it to him. When he went to the student union to complain, they did nothing about it, saying that the school advocates the principle of survival of the fittest and that if you are not content, fight back using any means necessary. But we are all freshmen, we're not as strong as the seniors, nor are we as cunning as they are. Isn't this blatantly favoring the seniors and watching us freshmen being bullied?" Li Chuxin became more agitated as she spoke and raised her voice quite a bit. This clearly showed how dissatisfied she was. Shen Qinghan gently consoled her, "Hearing what you said, those seniors indeed are despicable. From now on, we should avoid them. If they go too far, then we'll all sit down together and think of a solution." Li Chuxin sighed, "Ah, it seems tough. The student union is biased, and then the school leaders and tutors don't care. We, the regular class freshmen, are doomed not to resist and can only be bullied." Seeing her vent so much, Lin Zichen guessed her little scheme. So he smiled and said to her, "Chu Xin, if a senior goes too far with you in the future, just tell me, and I'll see if I can help you out." "Ah? Really? Really? That's so kind of you, Zichen." Li Chuxin said, joyfully, "If you two ever want to buy any clothes, just tell me, and I'll get my parents to express them over to you for free." "All right, I won't be shy then," Lin Zichen said with a smile. He didn't need Li Chuxin to send clothes, but if he didn't say so, he figured Li Chuxin would feel burdened. As the only close friend Shen Qinghan had now, Lin Zichen would help Li Chuxin with anything within his power. As he contemplated these matters, suddenly, the ground shook. An earthquake. The sensation was quite noticeable. Li Chuxin was startled and said with some dismay, "What's happening? Was that an earthquake just now?" "It seems so," Shen Qinghan replied to Li Chuxin. In contrast to Li Chuxin, who seemed a bit panicked at the moment, Shen Qinghan was somewhat calmer. But she wasn't that much calmer, still feeling a bit uneasy inside. It was only because Lin Zichen was there that she didn't appear too flustered, which gave her a little peace of mind. However, Lin Zichen himself was far from at ease at the moment. In recent years, earthquakes had become too frequent in Shanghai City. Something felt very wrong. His danger perception was telling him that it seemed something bad was about to happen. What on earth was going on with Shanghai City? Was the tectonic movement affected by something, causing anomalies? Fortunately, danger perception wasn't too strong, so it should be a minor problem. Lin Zichen thought to himself. At the same time, in Shanghai City, inside a luxuriously decorated room, there were two people wearing masks, sitting together, drinking and chatting. One was an old man with a mask, holding a cane. The other was a tall, middle-aged man with a mask. The masks both had the word divine plant written on them. There's a genius with an extremely exaggerated physical talent among the new students at Shanghai University this year. I have arranged for someone to make him ingest a high-level demon seed. If we can successfully recruit him into our cult, the divine plant cult's strength will gain another division. The middle-aged masked man said after taking a sip of his drink. The old masked man seemed indifferent, his voice hoarse. That is not important. The real geniuses are in the origin land. So what if there are many geniuses in the origin land? I can't even get in touch with them. The middle-aged masked man grumbled in his heart but outwardly put down his wine glass and said with utmost respect, "Divine Envoy, I am aiming for a higher biological level this year, and I need more resources. Could you perhaps provide me with some evolution resources?" "Resources?" The old masked man murmured, then conjured a bewitching flower out of nowhere and tossed it on the table casually, like throwing away trash. "Considering your exceptional performance this year, I'll reward you with this bewitching beauty flower." "Thank you, Divine Envoy." The middle-aged masked man excitedly accepted the flower from the table, his eyes filled with fervor. The old masked man warned, "The bewitching beauty flower has a strong aphrodisiac effect. It's best to have a woman with you when you consume it." "Thank you for the reminder, Divine Envoy." As he said these words, the middle-aged masked man's eyes were fixed on the flower in his hand. At that moment, in the deep recesses of the old masked man's mind, a voice echoed. "Divine Envoy, news just came from the origin land that they have found an identical realm point and laid down the same biological coordinates. We now need you to go to the tunnel and activate the biological coordinates to connect with those in the origin land." I'll go there now." The old masked man responded mentally to the other party, then his figure flashed, and he disappeared without a trace in an instant. The middle-aged masked man was already accustomed to this and quickly got up and went into another room, changing into a luxurious suit to go out and secretly meet his lover. The secret meeting was just incidental. The main intention was to consume the bewitching beauty flower. Before leaving, he took out an exquisite pocket watch from his crotch, voice input a piece of text, and sent it. "You two have been taking a long time with the task of making Lin Zichen consume the high-level demon seed. If it's not done within 3 days, I'll have to find someone else. P.S. I'm setting out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets." 140. Actions of the Divine Plant Cult. Why are you so fierce today? I'm fierce every day. I can't take it anymore, let me rest for a bit to recover my strength, or I'll faint. Yinlian residential area, inside a homeowner's place. A muscular middle-aged man had just finished a round of pleasure with an extremely voluptuous younger woman. The young woman lay on the bed to rest, feeling extremely thirsty. She got up to get some water in the living room to prepare for the next round. Watching the young woman's graceful figure as she left, the middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh. The aphrodisiac effect of the bewitching beauty flower is too strong, it's nearly drained all my energy. But I have to say, the strength-enhancing effect is also potent, feels like my biological level is about to evolve to the next stage. Hopefully I can evolve after tonight. Having said that, the middle-aged man took out a pocket watch to check on Liu Gang and Wang Shuji's whereabouts. Seeing that their locations were still in the dormitory, his brows slightly furrowed. Just as he was about to urge the two men, a noise of quarrel came from the living room outside. "Damn it, bitch, I knew you were cheating on me with another man. Honey, calm down. Calm down my ass." As the voices grew closer. Soon, a mechanically modified human burst into the room. Seeing the middle-aged man on the marital bed, the mechanically modified human angrily lifted his alloy arm with a gun barrel and aimed it at the middle-aged man, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. "Damn dog, you dare to sneak with my wife in my marriage room, think I won't blow you away with one shot? You think you can blow me away with one shot?" The middle-aged man laughed, not the least bit intimidated by the alloy arm with a gun barrel in front of him. He got up calmly and walked to the mechanically modified human and stopped. Then, he looked at the other party indifferently and asked, "How much did you spend on this alloy arm?" "I spent 3 million. The mechanically modified human replied proudly. The middle-aged man then asked, "And the alloy shin below?" 5 million. "Good, you also know how much you've spent on mechanical modifications." With that, the middle-aged man slapped the face of the mechanically modified human, challenging, "Ever since your wife followed me, you've never lacked money for mechanical modifications. Now, be honest, do you have the face to be angry in front of me?" Hearing this, the mechanically modified human's momentum instantly weakened, a stark contrast to his hard alloy arm. "Middle-aged man, say whatever you want now, miss today and there will be no more chances." The mechanically modified human fell into a struggle. Should he be a penniless tough guy, or a coward with money? About 3 seconds later, the mechanically modified human made his choice. He opted to smile sycophantically and said, "Bro, I still lack a counterflow dynamic system, I want to feel what it's like to fly." The middle-aged man picked up his phone from next to the bed, tapped the screen a few times and then looked at the mechanically modified human with contempt, saying, "I've transferred 10 million to your wife's bank account." 10 million. The mechanically modified human first froze, then his entire body trembled with excitement. He steadied his emotions, his eyes filled with exhilaration, and shouted to the two of them. "Thank you, big bro. Thank you, sis. Tonight this place is your battleground, stay as long as you want, I won't disturb you." He tactfully left those words behind and turned to leave without looking back. "Middle-aged man, stop. Bro, is there anything else?" The mechanically modified human stopped and turned around, his face now a flattering smile. "Middle-aged man, that sis you called ruined my mood. She's your wife, you should call her wife, got it?" "Got it, I got it." The mechanically modified human nodded with a smile on his face, then turned to the young woman next to him and instructed, "Wife, make sure to serve him well, don't disappoint him." After saying that, he turned and left again. "Who let you go?" The middle-aged man's voice was extremely firm. "Tonight, you have to stay and watch the whole time, got it?" "This. I'll transfer another 10 million to your wife." "Dad, I'll do whatever you say." The mechanically modified human decisively chose to submit to his oppressor. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. Then, he took out a red seed, about the size of a peanut, and handed it to him with a smile on his face. "Good, I like people who are flexible with their principles like you. Eat this spirit fruit, it can greatly enhance chi blood." "Thank you, Dad." The mechanically modified human excitedly took the seed. In the blink of an eye, the next day had arrived. It was just turning dawn. The middle-aged man was putting on his belt, walking out unhurriedly from the room. Despite having battled all night without sleep, his face was still full of vigor at this moment. He took a deep breath, feeling the strength of his evolved body, and sneered, "Yuan Dongji, I will eventually humiliate you thoroughly and see if you can still be arrogant then." Muttering to himself, he soon left the house, took the elevator to the underground parking garage, and drove a luxury car worth millions straight to Shanghai University. He lived inside the campus of Shanghai University. Meanwhile, Zhongyuan Building Number 8, Room 603. Lin Zichen got up early and was focused on the second stage of tempering skin on the balcony. After tempering for over 2 hours, feeling that his qi blood had been almost depleted, he called up his body refining attribute pain to check the progress of the second tempering skin. Second tempering skin, 45%. The progress bar was more than halfway. Given the current pace of tempering, it should be completed in about a week. 140. Actions of the Divine Plant Cult _2. One can only say that with the aid of the revitalization pill, the refining efficiency has greatly increased. Xiao Chen, when did you wake up? Shen Qinghan, who had just woken up, was standing at the balcony doorway in a light pink nightgown, barefoot and rubbing her eyes, sleepily looking towards Lin Zichen and asked. Lin Zichen stood up from the ground and, while picking up the yoga mat underfoot, said, "I woke up earlier today, before 5 am. You're up so early. Compared to you, I feel so lazy. It's only just past 7 am, a university student getting up at this time isn't lazy at all. But you woke up before 5. Shen Qinghan wasn't comparing herself to the average university student but to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen walked in front of her and stopped, tenderly arranging her disheveled hair as he said in a gentle voice, "That's different, my superpower is my strong physical body and abundance of qi blood, I have less need for sleep than ordinary people, you don't need to compare with me. Everyone has their own strengths. Take your special constitution for example, your skin is tender and smooth, your sweat even smells fragrant. Plus, despite constantly engaging in high-intensity workouts, your strength keeps increasing day by day, but your muscles don't bulge or firm up, keeping your figure slender and graceful, making other girls envious and resentful. If you really want to wake up early, then from now on we can go to sleep earlier, around 10 p.m. Early to bed, early to rise. Let's not do that, I prefer to sleep in with you rather than get up early," Shen Qinghan said lazily. After speaking, she tiptoed and gave Lin Zichen a peck on the lips, her smile sweet as she said, "That's my good morning kiss, from now on, we have to kiss like this every day." Lin Zichen smiled and pinched her bottom as he urged, "Go brush your teeth quickly, or else you'll run out of time and end up rushing to class again, sweating profusely." "It's okay, there's still plenty of time." Even though Shen Qinghan said this, she obediently went back to the room to put on slippers, then to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Half an hour later, after breakfast, the two left the house together. When they reached the downstairs of the dormitory and were about to go their separate ways, two familiar figures blocked their path. They were former classmates from high school Wang Shizhe and Lu Gang. Among them, the burly Lu Gang spoke first, "Lin Zichen, can I take a moment of your time? I have a favor to ask of you." "Go ahead," Lin Zichen said indifferently. Lu Gang clenched his fists and said with a face that found it hard to speak, "There's a senior who doesn't like me and Wang Shizhe. Relying on his strength being greater than ours, he targets us every day, and we're finding it hard to cope. Could you please stand up for us? You're the newcomer king of this year. That senior definitely won't dare to offend you and will give you face. Of course, we won't let you help us for nothing." Lu Gang handed over a bag he was carrying, adding, "There are several types of spirit fruits in the bag, some for beauty and skin care, some for calming the mind and refreshing the brain, and some for blood and vitality enhancement. They were sent by my father especially as evolution resources, now I'm giving them all to you, hoping you can do us this favor." After he finished, Wang Shuzhe, setting aside his pride, also pleaded humbly, "Lin Zichen, even though we are not that close, in the name of being high school classmates, can you grudgingly make a move to help us this once?" Considering they were former classmates, and there was a bag of spirit fruits involved, Lin Zichen felt he could agree to this request. But he didn't agree immediately. Instead he asked, "What is the strength of that senior?" "From what we know, that person is almost as strong as you, around an ordinary 6th order, Wang Shuzhe replied. "Ordinary 6th order? Then this favor shouldn't be too difficult to handle." Thinking this, Lin Zichen said, "That's fine. Meet me at the gate of the Pure Human Research Institute at 5:30 p.m., and I'll solve this for you." Seeing him agree, Liu Gang clenched his fist against his chest, seriously saying, "Lin Zichen, if you need my help with anything in the future, I promise to be there whenever you call." Wang Shuzhe said, "Same for me." Lin Zichen said, "It's just a small effort." Liu Gang again extended the bag he was holding and said, "Lin Zichen, please accept this bag of spirit fruits. Then I won't be polite." Lin Zichen reached out and accepted the bag from Liu Gang. Liu Gang reminded, "Oh, those spirit fruits in the bag are of 3 different types. The white-skinned are for beauty and skin care, blue-skinned for calming the mind and refreshing the brain, and red-skinned for enhancing blood and vitality. Make sure you two don't eat the wrong ones. Especially the wriggling red spirit fruit inside, the effect for enhancing blood and vitality is particularly strong, and women might have adverse reactions if they eat it." Liu Gang added, "Also, don't eat too many of the red-skinned spirit fruits, 1 a day at most, otherwise, it's easy to get inflamed." Lin Zichen said, "All right, I got it. If that's all, I'll go with Wang Shuzhe now, see you at 5:30 p.m. After saying that, Liu Gang and Wang Shuzhe turned and walked away. Seeing the two of them walk away, Shen Qinghan immediately curiously said to Lin Zichen, "Xiao Chen, open the bag and let's see the spirit fruits, I've never eaten one in my life." "Then you can take one to eat on the road," Lin Zichen said. Lin Zichen opened the bag to pick out a white or blue-skinned spirit fruit for Shen Qinghan to eat. Shen Qinghan leaned over and looked into the bag, saying, "Pick a smaller one, I won't be able to finish it if it's too big." "Okay, I'll pick a small one for you." After saying that, Lin Zichen reached into the bag to search. Shortly after he began searching, a red spirit fruit at the bottom of the bag caught his attention. It was the size of an egg, its skin covered in pulsing veins, looking like an animal's heart. Shen Qinghan also noticed the oddly shaped spirit fruit, her brows slightly furrowed as she said, "Ziai Chen, that red spirit fruit at the bottom is so disgusting." Although Liu Gang had just specifically mentioned this spirit fruit, she hadn't expected it to look so repulsive. The skin kept wriggling. It looked as if it were a worm gone bad. It was quite nauseating. Lin Zichen also found the oddly shaped spirit fruit disgusting. But out of curiosity, he took the fruit out of the bag to take a closer look. Just as he was about to sniff the strange spirit fruit, suddenly, the danger perception in his mind jumped violently. Following that, a prompt message slowly appeared out of thin air. "Do you wish to ingest the advanced tree demon goo seed?" Tree demon? Goo seed? Capable of being ingested? What's going on? Divine plant cult? Initially bewildered, Lin Zichen then recalled the sudden jump in his danger perception and immediately realized something was amiss. Meanwhile, Liu Gang and Wang Shuzhe had not walked far, just over 200 meters away. Without hesitating, Lin Zichen took a quick step forward and instantly rushed in front of the two, blocking their path. "You two, don't go anywhere. What's wrong?" Wang Shuzhe was somewhat confused. Next to him, Liu Gang's eyes flickered with a fleeting panic. Lin Zichen didn't answer his question. Instead, he shouted to Shen Qinghan, who was jogging over, "Han Han, contact your master and ask her to come here." "Okay, I'll contact her now." Shen Qinghan responded and stopped to take out her phone to contact Yuan Dongji. She didn't understand what the situation was, but that didn't matter. She knew one thing: following Lin Zichen's lead was the right thing to do. Underneath Shanghai City, 20,000 meters deep, inside the vast and empty underground palace, a seemingly hunchbacked elderly man in a mask stood in front of a blood-red cane planted in the ground, muttering a strange incantation under his breath. Behind him stood a tall three-eyed giant and lay a massive mutant rat. Both the three-eyed giant and the mutant rat were very quiet, careful not to disturb the elderly masked figure. Time passed unknowingly. The elderly figure stopped chanting, slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "It's done." As he spoke, the blood-red cane in front of him suddenly plunged into the ground and disappeared from view. The next second, the ground cracked open with terrifying spider-web-like fissures before collapsing with a thunderous sound, creating a huge hole. It was pitch black inside the hole, and nothing could be seen. The biological coordinates on both sides are connected, and the biological passage has been successfully opened. Next, we just need to wait for this biological passage to stabilize, and then we can fully connect to Source Land No. 36. At that time, the creatures from Origin Land will be able to be transported continuously to Earth, the elderly man said in an increasingly hoarse voice. P.S. Just one chapter today, updating bright and early tomorrow. The genius who ended up behind bars. Less than half a minute passed before Yuan Dongji arrived. Her entrance was simple and crude, as she floated down slowly from high above. She landed beside Shen Qinghan. She had flown over. Flight by levitation. Advanced level creatures can manipulate objects in the air with powerful spiritual power. If the object being manipulated is oneself, that is flight by levitation. What has happened? Yuan Dongji asked Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan had told her on WeChat that there was an urgent matter that needed her attention, hoping she could come quickly. As for what the matter was, even Shen Qinghan didn't know, she was merely a tool for passing messages. Principal Yuan, these two people came to me for help, and gave me a bag of spirit fruit. Inside it, there was this peculiar red seed. I suspect it's a method used by the divine plant cult to force students into joining. Lin Zichen briefly summarized the events and his suspicions to Yuan Dongji, who had just arrived. Yuan Dongji hadn't even finished hearing what he was saying when she saw the red seed in his hand. Her brow furrowed immediately. It was a goo seed of a tree demon. And what's more, it was a large, egg-sized, advanced tree demon goo seed. A goo seed this size could probably control even advanced level creatures. The divine plant cult actually used it to control a freshman? Thinking this, Yuan Dongji stretched out her hand and suctioned the red seed from Lin Zichen's hand from across the air. After inspecting it and confirming that it was indeed a tree demon goo seed, Yuan Dongji said to Lin Zichen, "The red seed in your hand is the seed of an exotic tree. Once consumed, it will control the eater, rendering them helpless. It's one of the common methods used by the divine plant cult to coerce people into joining. Under control after being consumed? This goo seed is that toxic? Lu Gang and Wang Shijia are truly despicable creatures." Lin Zichen cursed in his heart. Then, he remembered the car ride back to school after the practical assessment had ended, when Lu Gang and Wang Shijia had seemed very off. Now that he thought about it, they must have just been controlled by someone from the divine plant cult and were at a loss. Thinking this, Lin Zichen relayed the incident to Yuan Dongji. After listening, Yuan Dongji nodded and, with a light tap on the ground, she soared into the air, suspending herself mid-air. Lu Gang and Wang Shijia also floated up with her. It was Yuan Dongji's spiritual power that suspended them both. "Principal Yuan, we were forced." "Principal Yuan, No sooner had the two started to plead than Yuan Dongji used her spiritual power to seal their mouths, silencing them completely. Upon this, their faces turned pale, filled with panic. At that moment, both knew their fate was sealed, their outcomes weren't likely to be good. Yuan Dongji didn't pay any attention to the two, instead addressing Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan below. The situation within humanity is much worse than what you two see on the surface. The heretical sect is pervasive, and there are heretics lurking in many places. When you're interacting with people, you need to learn to keep your eyes peeled, and that goes for instructors and school authorities as well. In any case, you must always be cautious of others. While speaking, Yuan Dongji looked at Lin Zichen, her voice indifferent. I'll take these two back for investigation first, and I will inform you as soon as there's an outcome. Without a moment's delay, she swiftly levitated and took Liu Gang and Wang Shijia towards the administrative building with her burst of spiritual power. It must be nice to fly. Lin Zichen watched as Yuan Dongji flew away, his eyes full of envy. Xiao Chen, Liu Gang, and Wang Shijia are too wicked. You were thinking of helping them, yet they were thinking of harming you. Shen Qinghan said with indignation. Lin Zichen also felt the danger and was somewhat afraid. If Liu Gang and Wang Shijia had targeted Shen Qinghan and attacked her when she was alone, they might have succeeded in their plot. With this thought, he cautioned Shen Qinghan, those two are indeed vile. We must be cautious in the future, and never let down our guard. Yes, we must be cautious, Shen Qinghan nodded like a pecking chicken. Lin Zichen said no more, lost in thought. Standing out too much is indeed dangerous. He had been targeted by the divine plant cult right away. Luckily, he had danger perception and survival of the fittest to give him a prompt, helping him to detect Liu Gang and Wang Shijia's plot in time. Otherwise, he might have fallen for it. After steadying his emotions a bit, Lin Zichen promptly discarded the bag of spirit fruit he was carrying. The spirit fruit in the bag were probably fine. But to be on the safe side, it was better to dispose of all of them. There was no need to be greedy for such minor gains. Shen Qinghan found it painful to watch as he threw away all of the spirit fruit into the trash can. It was the pain of waste. Such a large bag of spirit fruit, worth quite a bit of money, and to throw it away like that was such a pity. She knew the spirit fruit had to be discarded, and she would have done the same. But her heart just felt it was a terrible shame, as if she were watching money burn. You mustn't eat those spirit fruit, so throwing them away is the right choice. Stop looking at the trash can. Lin Zichen poked Shen Qinghan's cheek and said with a smile, if you want to try them, I'll buy some for you from the school credit store later. Shen Qinghan shook her head, no need, I'm not particularly eager to try them, just a bit curious, that's all. Spirit fruit were too expensive, and she didn't want Lin Zichen to waste school credits on them. School credits were better spent purchasing exotic beast meat. After all, Lin Zichen could gain abilities by devouring exotic beast meat, it offered a higher return on investment. A mature and sensible woman should always consider her man's needs in this way. Although she wasn't quite mature yet and her relationship with Lin Zichen hadn't progressed to that of adults. 141. A genius imprisoned. But at this moment, that's what she was thinking. In her heart, she had already treated Lin Zichen as the man she had married. Lin Zichen knew what she was thinking, he knew that she was hesitant to spend her academic credits. So he smiled and said, you don't particularly want to eat, but I really want to eat. After speaking, seeing that it was almost time, he added. All right, go to class now, otherwise you'll be late. When you come back to the dorm after class, you can have the fruit platter I'll make. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Shen Qinghan said with a sweet smile. After speaking, she looked down at the time on her phone, and her expression changed slightly. Oh no! Class starts in 5 minutes. I'm going to be late. Xiao Chen, I'm off to class, bye. Shen Qinghan hastily waved goodbye to Lin Zichen and quickly ran towards the academic building of Evolution College. Lin Zichen watched her back and called out, run slower, it's okay if you're late, it doesn't matter. Shen Qinghan didn't take his advice and ran even faster. She was a top student and couldn't be late. Lin Zichen smiled helplessly, then turned and headed towards the institute. En route to the institute, he opened the academic credits mall, spent 5 credits, and ordered several types of highly nutritious spirit fruits. Pure Human Research Institute. As soon as Lin Zichen arrived, he told Lu Juanwu and Song Yuan that he was being targeted by the divine plant cult. Lu Juanwu and Song Yuan weren't surprised. Among them, Song Yuan said, "It's normal to have heretics in colleges, but these heretics generally don't reveal themselves during their college years. They progress normally and slowly infiltrate the human upper echelons. Then, in the field of education or any other fields, they gradually expand their influence and subtly affect all of humanity. These heretics are unpredictable, virtually untraceable. Because on the surface, they seem utterly normal, even going so far as to kill heretics themselves, fervently speaking of protecting humanity, but deep down, they are traitors." Recently, a long-serving educational leader in capital city was exposed as a heretic. He had mixed much of his own agenda into the textbooks. It's unknown how many students have been corrupted. Song Yuan continued, "The kind of situation you encountered today is considered a lower-level tactic, with a low success rate and a high risk of exposure. Such sacrificial strategies are typically employed by the leaders of the heretical sect, who feel that their subordinates aren't worth much and then utilize them for high-risk, high-reward tasks that have a very low chance of success. If it works, great, if not, consider it a layoff." Layoff? Lin Zichen was somewhat surprised when he heard this word. Lu Gang and Wang Shijia, after all, were 2 of the top students at the school level, yet they were used as cannon fodder. It seems the threshold of the divine plant cult is very high. Thinking about this, he curiously asked, "Sister Yan, have you ever been targeted by the heretics?" "Of course." Song Yuan said with a smile, "Your sister Yan was once capital city's 2nd top scholar, a famous genius. Which heretical sect wouldn't want to recruit me?" After speaking, she then added with a bitter smile, "However, ever since I joined Tianren Pavilion and became just another person among the masses, no heretic has cared about me anymore. It's truly a sad piece of good news. Yes, the pure-blood human path is so unappealing that even the heretics look down on it, and even dogs would shake their heads. It's just how unpopular it is." As for Lin Zichen being targeted, it was purely because he had only recently started on the pure-blood human path and still had a chance to turn back. Additionally, as the new champion showing brilliant performance in the initiation trial, he drew attention to himself. "Zichen, regarding the heretics, you really shouldn't worry too much." Lu Juanwu smiled and continued, "In fact, many heretics are just beguiled into joining, and very few are truly forced. As long as you remain steadfast, you will likely be fine. Moreover, even if you really get tricked, you can ask Yuan Dongji for help, and she can solve it for you anytime. Those 2 classmates who wanted to harm you probably couldn't resist the resources offered by the divine plant cult and willingly became heretics, rather than being forcibly controlled." After speaking, Lu Juanwu clapped his hands and said, "All right, let's not talk about these trivial matters anymore. Let's start researching how to open acupoints." In the time that followed, the 3 of them gathered in the laboratory to discuss and study. Until 11 a.m., when Lu Juanwu was compelled to leave by an old acquaintance, the research session came to an end. And the outcome of their research was bleak, with no results. Unlocking acupoints is a challenging task, not achievable overnight, and needs to be measured in years. However, for Lin Zichen, this research session was still fruitful, as he absorbed many of Lu Juanwu and Song Yuan's failed experiences. With their unsuccessful attempts in mind, he could save a lot of detours in his future research. "By the way, Zichen, don't forget I still owe you a secret. Got any secrets you want to ask me about today?" Song Yuan said with a smile. Lin Zichen, "Not for now." Song Yuan, "Okay, then I'll remind you again tomorrow, lest you forget over time." Good grief, she needs to remind me again tomorrow? Are you an alarm clock? Lin Zichen felt that being reminded by her every day would be quite annoying, so after thinking for a moment, he said, Sister Yan, I suddenly have a secret I want to ask. What secret? I think you look like you're mixed race. Where are your parents from? Just asking this. The genius who ended up behind bars _3. Song Yuan was speechless, and couldn't help but tease, I'm talking about you, Brother Zichen, you're already an 18-year-old guy, and you finally get the chance to ask a great beauty like me a secret, can't you be a bit more cheeky and ask about my measurements or something? Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen felt even more speechless than she did. Sexual harassment, hey? Turns out, men and women are the same, they all want to flirt when they see someone good looking. In one sentence, it's the ugly ones who will never know how proactive women can be. Lin Zichen had deeply realized this principle. Haha, Sister Yan is just teasing you. Don't take it seriously, you pure-hearted little boy. Song Yuan laughed with a haha after saying this. Then, she reined in her laughter and said, you might not believe it if I tell you, but I was actually an abandoned baby, I have no idea who my biological parents are. But don't get me wrong, I had a very happy childhood. My adoptive parents not only loved me, they were also extremely wealthy, owning several martial arts schools in the capital city. Thanks to that, I never had to worry about food or clothing growing up. I spent every day in the martial arts schools practicing, and as I kept practicing, I became the second highest scorer in the capital city's college entrance exams. Unfortunately, my adoptive parents had many chronic illnesses due to being combative in their youth, and they both fell ill and passed away during my sophomore year in high school, never seeing me become the second highest scorer. Speaking of which, the reason I followed the pure-blood human path is all because of the influence of my adoptive parents. Both of them were members of Tianren Pavilion, longtime friends of the Dean, always believing that the pure-blood human path is the future of humanity, so following the pure-blood human path was my way of fulfilling their wish. While saying this, she mocked herself, it's just a pity that I'm too useless. I've been walking the pure-blood human path for 10 years and haven't made a splash, getting laughed at for being no different from anyone else. Lin Zichen didn't say anything, just listened intently, nodding now and then in response. He wasn't interested in Song Yuan's life story. It was just a casual question. However, since she was talking so earnestly, he still needed to listen politely. By the way, Zichen, since you're such a prodigy, what do your parents do? After sharing her own backstory, Song Yuan asked curiously. Lin Zichen smiled and used the same sentence structure she had just used, you might not believe it, but both my parents are ordinary people, they write novels online. Your parents are ordinary people? Song Yuan said in disbelief. How could two ordinary people produce such a genius son? A genetic mutation? The next day, Yuan Dongji called a meeting for all the new students in the morning. Like the fire drills of the past life, she spoke about the heretical sect during the meeting. She intended for the new students to recognize the heretical sect and understand its dangers. To teach them how to identify heretics and avoid being persecuted by them. She said, if you're coerced by heretics, you can come to her for help at any time, just don't collude with them. Otherwise, once you've soiled your hands, she wouldn't treat the coerced student as a student anymore, but rather as a heretic, a betrayer of humanity. How they would be dealt with would be determined then and there, with no room for turning back. About an hour later, the meeting ended. Yuan Dongji found Lin Zichen and informed him of the investigation results concerning Liu Gang and Wang Shijia, as well as the punishment they were to face. The investigation found both of them were confirmed to be members of the divine plant cult. During the practical college entrance exam, a safety officer forced them to consume a demonic seed. Then, under threat and temptation, they chose to join the divine plant cult. The punishment was Both were expelled from Shanghai University and had to bear corresponding criminal responsibilities. Their lives were pretty much ruined. In addition, Yuan Dongji also mentioned that the Education Department of Nanjiang Province had started investigating this year's practical exam and initiated accountability procedures, which should yield results soon. Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a bit poignant after hearing all this. Back when he first entered high school, Liu Gang and Wang Shijia had the halo of Nangguan City's prodigies who looked down on everyone in the elite class of Shanghai High School, antic and invincible. Yet, in just a short 3 years, both were behind bars. P.S. Bowl in hand, begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. 142, Shen Qinghan genetic fusion failure. Time flew by, and a week had passed. That evening, with the help of the revitalization pill, Lin Zichen successfully achieved second-stage skin tempering, great accomplishment as he had wished. His body became invulnerable to blades and spears, and he could withstand close-range AK gunfire, comparable to the golden bell shield described in martial arts novels. In light of this, Lin Zichen didn't indulge in self-satisfaction but continued to diligently refine himself. The next day, he immediately began second-stage flesh tempering. He didn't go to the research institute and spent the entire day in his dorm room refining his body. He refined himself for an entire day. He consumed 4 revitalization pills. And ultimately, he achieved a 5% progress. 5% progress in one day. As long as he maintained this refining efficiency, he would only need to refine for another 19 days to achieve second-stage flesh tempering, great accomplishment. After that, he could proceed to second-stage bone tempering. With such high refining efficiency, he was certain to achieve second-stage body refinement, great accomplishment, before the semester ended. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen felt invigorated inside. Another week went by. That morning, Lin Zichen's progress in second-stage flesh tempering increased as scheduled to 40%. In another 12 days, he would achieve second-stage flesh tempering, great accomplishment, and then he could start second-stage bone tempering. That same afternoon, parents from both families drove to the school, bringing as much as they could from home, planning to settle down at Shanghai University. Shen Qinghan specially took an afternoon off to join Lin Zichen in helping their parents move. The school's arranged housing was all in the outer district. This was because students not belonging to the inner district were prohibited from entering it. Even the parents of inner district students were likewise forbidden from entering the inner district. This was a strict rule. Even the parents of the newcomer king were no exception. Soon, both Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan met up with their parents and led them to their assigned houses. Thanks to Lin Zichen's request to the school authorities, their parents were allocated houses next to each other, allowing them to continue being neighbors. The only difference was that their children were living in the student dormitories, which made it feel a bit less like a complete family. It took an entire afternoon to set up the new home. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, both families gathered at a restaurant in the outer district for a meal. While eating and chatting, the atmosphere was harmonious. I just looked at the work arrangement. I've been assigned to teach cultural electives in Building C of the outer district, for inner district students, just 5 classes a week. This is too relaxing, said Shen Jianyi with a smile on his face. Su Meng also smiled and said, had I known teaching here was so relaxing, I would have moved over sooner. Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen both felt envious listening to this. The two were novelists, and moving near the university didn't reduce their workload at all. But they enjoyed it nonetheless. Han Han, living with Xiao Chen and sharing a bed every day, how does it feel? Zhang Wangzhen asked Shen Qinghan with a teasing smile. Shen Qinghan smiled sweetly, every day is so happy, it feels like a dream. As she said this, her delicate and fair face didn't blush at all, and she wasn't as shy as before. It showed that she had grown up and her personality had become less timid. Zhang Wangzhen looked regretful, if only our parents could also enter the inner district. I really want to see your dorm rooms. If I had time, I could even help you clean. Lin Yanzheng, puzzled, said, I remember Han Han posted a lot of videos in the group chat. Couldn't you just watch those? Zhang Wangzhen rolled her eyes at him, is watching on a phone the same as seeing it in person? Around 9 o'clock at night. It was about time for Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to head back to their dormitory. Before leaving, Su Meng pulled Shen Qinghan to the side and quietly handed her a bag. Shen Qinghan, thinking it was some gift, opened the bag with anticipation. However, upon looking inside, she found 2 boxes of ultra-thin XX condoms, leaving her speechless. Mom, why do you always give me these? Shen Qinghan pouted, slightly unhappy with the gift. Su Meng explained, I'm worried you might not have enough. Not have enough? They hadn't even reached that step yet. They were not needed at all. Mumbling to herself, Shen Qinghan then seriously said, Mom, don't give me these anymore, if we need them, I'll buy them myself. You're just too shy to buy them, aren't you? Her mother retorted. It's convenient to shop online nowadays. Shen Qinghan, since starting university and not being under your parents' care, have you learned to talk back? Su Meng said, looking at her daughter with dissatisfaction. Shen Qinghan immediately softened and affectionately linked arms with Su Meng, whining softly, not at all. I've always been the obedient darling daughter who listens to mom. Su Meng smiled and pinched her cheek, you're already so big but still like to act spoiled. You must have been doing this a lot with Xiao Chen, right? I only act like this with you, mom. Okay, mom knows. Go on back. Xiao Chen is waiting outside. Mom, bye-bye. Bye-bye. The mother and daughter waved at each other and said their goodbyes. Zhongyuan Building Number 8, Dormitory 603. By the time the two of them returned here, it was nearly 9:30 p.m. As soon as they entered the dormitory, Shen Qinghan remembered something very important and said to Lin Zichen. Zichen, I forgot to tell you, I have my genetic fusion scheduled for tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, in the master's office. Would you come and keep me company? Sure, I'll come with you, Lin Zichen replied without hesitation. An event as significant as the genetic fusion, akin to conceiving a child, was something he would have insisted on being a part of, even if Shen Qinghan hadn't asked. 142, Shen Qinghan Genetic Fusion Failure _2. It's getting late, let's go take a bath and then get to bed early. Okay, let's go. After saying that, Lin Zichen walked with Shen Qinghan toward the front bathroom. About half an hour later, they came out of the bathroom after taking their baths. As soon as Shen Qinghan came out, she said she was hungry and wanted a late-night snack. Lin Zichen indulged her and specifically went to the kitchen to stir-fry a dish of rice noodles and squeeze a glass of spirit fruit juice to satisfy her craving. After spending a dozen minutes eating their fill, Shen Qinghan rested for a while, brushed her teeth and washed her face, and soon went to sleep in the room with Lin Zichen. After lying in bed for a while without falling asleep, she turned on her side to face Lin Zichen and said, Xiao Chen, it's not even 11 o'clock yet, it's too early, and I can't sleep. Can I borrow your phone to play for a while? I haven't downloaded any new study videos. It's okay, I can watch the old ones. Here you go. Lin Zichen handed over his phone and said, remember to use headphones, don't let the sound play out loud. I know. Shen Qinghan took the phone, put on the headphones, and skillfully opened the study videos that were cached inside, silently shrinking into the blanket to watch. Half an hour later, the videos ended. Shen Qinghan took off the headphones and returned the phone to Lin Zichen. As Lin Zichen reached out to take the phone, she said in a soft, sticky voice, Xiao Chen, I'd like to drink some milk. I'll go get it for you. Lin Zichen said, getting up from the bed and putting on his shoes. But before he had a chance to go, Shen Qinghan took hold of his hand with eyes full of affection, her voice slightly soft, no need to go to the living room to get it, just lie down on the bed. The next day, 7:30 a.m. The two of them sat opposite each other at the dining table for breakfast. Today's breakfast was also made by Lin Zichen. It was simple, a bowl of corn dumplings, a boiled egg, and a cup of hot milk. After finishing the dumplings and egg, Shen Qinghan held the hot milk in front of her and couldn't wait to drink it. The egg was too dry, and she was very thirsty. "Xiao Chen, the milk is not tasty at all, it's all a lie." After finishing the milk in the cup, Shen Qinghan wiped the corner of her mouth, pouted her rosy lips slightly, and complained as if she had been deceived. Lin Zichen looked at the empty cup in front of her and laughed without saying a word. "Xiao Chen, I have to undergo genetic fusion tonight at 9 p.m., and I'm a bit nervous." A hint of unease appeared on Shen Qinghan's pretty face. Lin Zichen comforted her with a gentle voice, "It's normal to feel nervous the first time. After doing it a few more times and getting used to it, it'll be fine." "That's true." Shen Qinghan nodded in agreement. They sat like that and chatted for a while, then quickly got up to clean up the dining table together. A moment later, after the table was cleared, Shen Qinghan put on the small backpack that Lin Zichen had made for her and went out to class on her own. Lin Zichen chose not to go to the research institute today but to stay at home for a second tempering flesh. This tempering lasted a quick 10 hours. With the help of 4 revitalization pills, the progress of the second tempering flesh successfully advanced to 45%. Seeing that it was 5:30 p.m., Lin Zichen put away the yoga mat, picked a few ingredients from the fridge, and took them to the kitchen to cook dinner. Closer to 6 p.m. Shen Qinghan came back with her backpack. As soon as she entered the house, she smelled the aroma coming from the kitchen, and she couldn't help swallowing saliva. The dishes Lin Zichen cooked were so fragrant that she never got tired of eating them, just one whiff made her want to eat. After dinner, the two sat on the couch reading books for a while. Feeling sufficiently digested, Shen Qinghan stood up, left the living room, and went to the bathroom for a shower. In just over an hour, she would head to Yuan Dongji's office for her first genetic fusion. Before that, it was necessary to clean up. 8:30 p.m. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan left home to head towards Yuan Dongji's office. They walked leisurely for over 10 minutes. Arriving at the administrative building, they walked in, took the elevator to the 5th floor. When the two entered the principal's office, Yuan Dongji had already been waiting inside for a long time. Upon seeing Shen Qinghan, Yuan Dongji handed her a cup of warm water to drink all at once. After finishing that cup, she poured another one for her to continue drinking. In total, she drank 5 cups, nearly a liter of water. This was the preparatory work before fusing the blue spirit jellyfish gene. The blue spirit jellyfish is a water attribute exotic beast. The more water there is in the body, the easier it is to fuse with its genes. "Master, I can't drink any more." Shen Qinghan put down her cup and touched her full belly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Yuan Dongji said indifferently, "If you can't drink any more, there's no need to force it. Come up to the bed and lie down, and I'm going to fuse you with the Azure Jellyfish King's genes." "Thank you, Master." Shen Qinghan obediently lay down on the bed, her belly filled with water slightly raised, making her look like a little pregnant woman several months along. Yuan Dongji brought over a syringe filled with blue liquid, sat next to Shen Qinghan, and said to her, "The blue liquid in this syringe I'm holding contains the Azure Jellyfish King gene. When I inject it later, I have to insert it directly into the heart. But don't worry, the insertion won't hurt. I'll use spiritual power to numb your pain nerves so you won't feel any pain. However, during the gene fusion process, even if your pain nerves are numbed, you will still feel pain. But, the duration of the process usually won't be too long, at most just a few minutes. During that time, if you truly can't bear the pain, feel free to scream out loud, don't hold it in, understand?" "I understand, Master." Shen Qinghan nodded her head. 142, Shen Qinghan Genetic Fusion Failure _3. As she said these words, fear and nervousness filled her eyes, and she felt extremely uneasy inside. Such a thick needle, directly piercing into the heart to inject, could it really be painless? The sensation felt like it could stab someone to death. After simply explaining the precautions to Shen Qinghan, Yuan Dongji retrieved the tools they'd need later, preparing to inject Shen Qinghan with the Azure Jellyfish King gene. Before the injection, she looked at Lin Zichen in front of her and said, "You'll have to lift up your clothes for the injection, you should step out to avoid any discomfort. We've already been intimate, no need for such formalities." Shen Qinghan thought to herself, her cheeks blushing slightly as she quietly said, "Master, we've already been living together." Living together? Yuan Dongji was somewhat surprised, but didn't pay much attention to it, simply saying calmly, "Since you two are living together, there's no need to avoid each other." Having said that, she lifted Shen Qinghan's shirt, took a piece of cloth soaked in alcohol, and wiped her chest for disinfection. After disinfecting, she aimed the sharp needle at Shen Qinghan's chest and said, "Qinghan, I'm going to insert it now." "MHM." Shen Qinghan responded tersely, closing her eyes in fear. Seeing that she was ready, Yuan Dongji released her own spiritual power to anesthetize Shen Qinghan's pain receptors. Then, with a gentle push, she accurately pierced the needle into her heart and slowly injected the Azure Jellyfish King gene from the syringe. Lin Zichen witnessed the scene, finding it incredible. He had previously studied the process of human genetic fusion and even watched related videos. From them, he learned that various precise monitoring instruments are needed during genetic fusion, to constantly observe changes in the subject's body data. However, Yuan Dongji needed no monitoring instruments at that moment. This was because her incredibly powerful spiritual power was the best monitoring instrument that could minutely observe every data change in Shen Qinghan's body. Soon, the Azure Jellyfish King gene was completely injected. Yuan Dongji removed the needle from Shen Qinghan's heart and took some white mystical ointment, spreading it over the remaining needle hole on her chest. As soon as the ointment was applied, the next second, the needle hole on Shen Qinghan's chest swiftly healed, appearing as good as new. After the genetic fusion starts, you will soon feel intense pain, so you need to be psychologically prepared, Yuan Dongji cautioned Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan mhm'd again, tightly closing her eyes, biting her lower lip, ready to face a bout of severe pain. However, 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. Even after 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds, and even 10 seconds had passed, Shen Qinghan still didn't feel any pain. This was completely different from what Yuan Dongji had said. Faced with this situation, Shen Qinghan felt particularly uneasy, and couldn't help asking weakly, "Master, it's so strange, I don't feel any pain at all, could something be wrong?" Yuan Dongji did not respond. It wasn't that she hadn't heard Shen Qinghan. Nor was she being aloof. Instead, she was completely stunned at that moment. The Azure Jellyfish King's gene had been successfully injected into Shen Qinghan's heart without any rejection reaction, the process went very smoothly. But strangely, the Azure Jellyfish King gene that was injected did not fuse with Shen Qinghan's genes. Instead, it was eerily controlled. All of the Azure Jellyfish King genes were controlled by Shen Qinghan's genes. Unable to fuse. P.S. Setting out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 143. Shen Qinghan's ability gene slavery. Master. Shen Qinghan opened her eyes and saw Yuan Dongji standing still with a stunned expression, not responding to her words, which made her voice her doubt and feel very uneasy. Lin Zichen's brow furrowed slightly, and after hesitating for a moment he stepped forward and asked, "Principal Yuan, is there a problem with Han Han's genetic fusion?" Upon hearing the two people's voices, Yuan Dongji quickly snapped back to reality. She steadied her emotions and said with some uncertainty, King Han's genetic fusion failed. It didn't successfully integrate the Azure Jellyfish King genes, but I can't say it's an outright failure. What do you mean? Lin Zichen's brows knitted even tighter. Either it succeeds, or it fails. What is this? Not a complete failure. Did it only fuse halfway? Lin Zichen was worried about this, afraid that Shen Qinghan's body might develop problems because of it. Abnormal situations always provoke such unease. Yuan Dongji didn't hide the situation from her young disciple's cohabiting boyfriend and told the truth. Under normal circumstances, if exotic beast genes injected into the heart don't cause a severe rejection reaction, it's considered a successful genetic fusion. Because the biggest difficulty in genetic fusion is the rejection reaction. As long as there is no rejection reaction, with the assistance of various drugs in the gene reagent, one's own genes will quickly fuse with the exotic beast gene on their own, obtaining the authority to express the exotic beast gene, thus attaining certain abilities of the respective exotic beast. However, King Han's situation is strange. The Azure Jellyfish King genes injected into her didn't cause the slightest rejection reaction, nor did they initiate fusion, but were instead completely controlled. All the Azure Jellyfish King genes were controlled by her own genes. As she spoke these words, disbelief was written all over Yuan Dongji's face, and she felt very unreal. Having lived for nearly a century and personally witnessed the development of genetic fusion technology from scratch to the present, participating in tens of thousands of genetic fusion surgeries, she had never seen a case like Shen Qinghan's. She had not only never seen it, but she had also never even heard of it. Her past knowledge of genetic fusion was completely shattered, leaving her dumbfounded. The Azure Jellyfish King genes, controlled by Han Han's genes? Lin Zichen was extremely puzzled and looked at Yuan Dongji, asking, "Principal Yuan, what exactly is going on?" "I can't quite clarify what exactly is going on," Yuan Dongji admitted with uncharacteristic patience. "The only thing I'm clear about now is that, under the perception of my spiritual power, I found that King Han's own genes seem to have a mind of their own, systematically surrounding the invading Azure Jellyfish King genes and then coiling around them, restricting their freedom. During the process, some Azure Jellyfish King genes instinctively tried to initiate fusion, only to be directly strangled by King Han's genes, turning into a heap of gene fragments that were completely absorbed as nutrients. The current situation is that the remaining Azure Jellyfish King genes are all restricted in their freedom, looking like a female thief who broke into a house and got imprisoned in the basement by the homeowner, a situation I have never encountered. Surrounding? Coiling? Imprisoning?" Hearing these sensitive words, Lin Zichen found it unbelievable. Is this something genes can do? This notion was so astonishing that it made him doubt whether Yuan Dongji was lying. Unfortunately, his spiritual power was not strong enough, otherwise, he would also want to investigate Shen Qinghan's body to verify if it was really that bizarre. While the two were talking, Shen Qinghan on the bed was very well behaved, not interrupting, listening quietly the entire time. As she was attentively listening to Yuan Dongji explain the situation in her body, suddenly, she noticed her hair changing color, turning blue at a visible rate, resembling the hue of the ocean. At the same time, it became even more supple and glossy, looking crystal clear like water. "Xiao Chen, Master, my hair is changing color." Shen Qinghan felt a bit panicked and turned to look at the two as she spoke, reacting immediately. There was no need for her reminder, as Lin Zichen and Yuan Dongji had already noticed. Because their gaze had never left her, not even for a second. "What's the matter?" Yuan Dongji was once again baffled and asked with a puzzled expression, "Why does she express the Azure Jellyfish King's genes when the fusion clearly failed?" Turning hair blue is one of the characteristics expressed by the blue spirit jellyfish genes. This shouldn't be occurring in Shen Qinghan. Yuan Dongji sat down by the bed and observed Shen Qinghan's now azure blue supple hair closely, asking her, "Qinghan, do you feel anything unusual in your body?" Shen Qinghan calmed her emotions, focused quietly and felt something carefully, then said uncertainly, "It feels like there's something extra inside of me, I can sense it, and it seems I can also control it." Something extra inside? Able to sense it? And even control it? Isn't that a genetic integrator? Yuan Dongji felt perplexed. After some thought, she figured that it must be a problem with her own spiritual power. Indeed, Shen Qinghan had successfully fused with the Azure Jellyfish King genes, and it was a flaw in her spiritual power perception that had prevented her from realizing this. Thinking this, she immediately withdrew her spiritual power from Shen Qinghan's body. She took a moment to rest, allowing her brain to take a short break. Afterward, she extended her spiritual power again, entering Shen Qinghan's body, carefully examining the Azure Jellyfish King genes inside. Her findings revealed that the Azure Jellyfish King genes were still being controlled by Shen Qinghan's genes. There was no mutual fusion whatsoever. 143. Shen Qinghan's ability gene slavery, _2. But what was different from before was that at this moment, the Azure Jellyfish King's gene was striving to express itself. It looked as if it were threatened by Shen Qinghan's genetic death threat, and if it didn't express its gene, it would strangle. What on earth was going on? Yuan Dongji was extremely shocked in her heart, feeling baffled beyond measure. But one thing could be certain, Shen Qinghan didn't need to fuse with the exotic beast gene, she just needed to control the exotic beast gene to express it and acquire the abilities of the exotic beast. It's just like a jerk, only responsible for bed affairs and not marriage, never having to worry about divorce disputes. In the domain of genetic fusion, it's like never having to worry about backlash from the exotic beast gene. No, that's not vivid enough. When jerks date, they are equal in status. The situation inside Shen Qinghan's body is more like a relationship between master and slave. Shen Qinghan's genes had enslaved all those foreign Azure Jellyfish King genes, turning them into its slaves, making the Azure Jellyfish King genes work for it. If they obey, they just bind and imprison, if they don't, they get strangled. Yes, that's it. It's a relationship of enslavement. Gene slavery. Yuan Dongji made such a judgment about the situation inside Shen Qinghan's body and named this phenomenon gene slavery. She felt that her conjectures were well-founded, logical, and scientifically minded. Without surprises, the truth should be just so. After roughly figuring out these things, Yuan Dongji looked at Shen Qinghan and said, "Qinghan, the thing you sense inside your body should be the Azure Jellyfish King gene that I just injected into you. Now, the Azure Jellyfish King gene inside you is in an activated state. Calm your mind, and try to use your spiritual power to control it, make it fall into dormancy." "Oh, I'll try." Shen Qinghan's voice was soft as she replied. Then, concentrating, she did as Yuan Dongji said and tried to use her spiritual power to control the Azure Jellyfish King gene inside her. It was only a moment of fumbling. Soon, Shen Qinghan intuitively succeeded in controlling the Azure Jellyfish King gene all by herself. Then, with a thought, she put the Azure Jellyfish King gene into dormancy. At the same time, her hair as blue as the sea visibly faded from blue and returned to its original black color. Seeing this, Yuan Dongji was excited in her heart. Shen Qinghan could control the Azure Jellyfish King gene inside her. My guess was right. After steadying her emotions for a moment, Yuan Dongji looked at Shen Qinghan and said, "Qinghan, now try to reactivate the Azure Jellyfish King gene." "Okay." After speaking, Shen Qinghan thought, reactivating the Azure Jellyfish King gene inside her. The next second, her hair turned bright and shiny blue again, dazzlingly beautiful. Seeing her hair turn blue again, Yuan Dongji could no longer suppress the excitement in her heart. She's so strong. Shen Qinghan's physique is truly too strong. Even the likes of Li Moyu, Ma Ziwei, and even Student Council President Zhou Suihong, who are top genetic integrators, need at least 3 days to adapt after successfully fusing with an exotic beast gene, and then they can activate or put their exotic beast gene into dormancy at will. But Shen Qinghan, she had just injected the exotic beast gene into her heart and was directly able to control the exotic beast gene. This is much more powerful than a genetic integrator. In front of her, a genetic integrator is just like a mentally challenged child. A skill that could be mastered instantly, yet they have to spend at least 3 days to master it. What about the genius of the capital's top university? What about the unbeatable genetic fusion talent? All of these are not worth mentioning in the face of Shen Qinghan's gene slavery ability. The more Yuan Dongji thought about it, the more excited she got. The disciple she had newly taken had potential far beyond what she had imagined. As for the compatibility of genetic fusion reaching 21%, this is completely incomparable in the face of the ability of gene slavery. Seeing the usually cold and reticent Yuan Dongji suddenly showing excitement in a way that didn't fit her persona, Lin Zichen immediately asked, "Principal Yuan, what's the situation with Han Han now?" Yuan Dongji, feeling exceptionally good, smiled and said, "I have a good news and a bad news, which would you like to hear first?" Lin Zichen didn't speak, silently looking at Shen Qinghan on the bed, allowing her to decide. Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, her mood somewhat uneasy, and said, "Well, let's hear the bad news first. Yuan Dongji, the bad news is, you may never become a genetic integrator." Ah! Shen Qinghan was stunned for a moment. Then, she felt as though her whole world had crumbled. She had finally tested out a high 21% compatibility for genetic fusion. She had finally turned from an ordinary person into a top-tier talent. She had finally earned the right to be with Lin Zichen and be called the double pride of the era. But in less than half a year, was she going to fall back to mediocrity? Heartbroken, distressed, despair, agony. For a moment, Shen Qinghan was overwhelmed with negative emotions, feeling the world darken. But soon, she realized something was amiss. If she could not become a genetic integrator, then why could she freely control the Azure Jellyfish King gene inside her just now? Wasn't that something only a genetic integrator could do? With these thoughts in her mind, Shen Qinghan asked full of confusion, "Master, then why could I control the Azure Jellyfish King gene inside me just now? Isn't that something only a genetic integrator can do?" Yuan Dongji smiled and said, "That's exactly what I'm about to tell you in the good news." "Master, I want to hear the good news." Shen Qinghan could no longer wait, desperately needing some good news to soothe her restless spirit. 143. Shen Qinghan's ability gene slavery, _3. Yuan Dongji said with a smile, "The good news is, you are more advanced and powerful than a genetic integrator. You don't need genetic fusion to do what they can, and you can do it even better." "Really?" Shen Qinghan was overjoyed. Yuan Dongji smiled, then shared her conjecture about gene slavery. She explained in detail. She emphasized the power of gene slavery. She said that Shen Qinghan didn't need to fuse with an exotic beast gene to express the gene and gain the exotic beast's abilities, without worrying about being backfired by the exotic beast gene. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were both surprised after hearing this. Among them, Shen Qinghan's pretty face turned red with excitement, more excited than if she had won several 100 million in a lottery. But soon, Yuan Dongji poured cold water on her by saying indifferently, "Qinghan, don't be too happy too soon, Master's conjecture may not be accurate. Whether you're actually more advanced than a genetic integrator, that still needs to be observed over time. So far, we have not found any pure-blood human being able to break the shackles of ordinary creatures to evolve into an advanced-level creature. Only by integrating with an exotic beast gene can one break this shackle. And your current situation is, you can't fuse with an exotic beast gene, but you can enslave it, express it, and gain the corresponding abilities. What does this mean? It means that you are essentially still a pure-blood human." Saying this, Yuan Dongji asked Shen Qinghan, "Do you think you can break the shackles of ordinary creatures with your pure-blood human body?" This question, like a bucket filled with ice-cold water, was poured over Shen Qinghan's head, extinguishing all her excitement and joy. From great sorrow to great joy, then back to great sorrow again. This set of emotional roller coaster moves left Shen Qinghan silent for a long time, unable to speak. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Don't be so disheartened. Yuan Dongji said with her genteel smile, in my opinion, since your genes can enslave the genes of the Azure Jellyfish King, that means your genes are stronger than those of the Jellyfish King. And the genes of the Azure Jellyfish King belong to an advanced level creature. Therefore, you have a good chance of breaking the shackles of ordinary creatures with your own genes. At this point, Yuan Dongji placed her hand on Shen Qinghan's shoulder, looking at her with great expectation. You are very likely to become the first pioneer on Earth to break away from the constraints of ordinary creatures and evolve into an advanced level creature using a pure-blood human body. I really can. After hearing Yuan Dongji's words, Shen Qinghan's whole mind was in a whirl, resembling an innocent girl who had been hoodwinked by a cult leader. Yuan Dongji said seriously, if a pure-blood human can really break the shackles of ordinary creatures, then the first one to do so will definitely be you. Lin Zichen frowned. What did that mean? Was she looking down on him? Muttering in his heart, he calmly asked Yuan Dongji, Principal Yuan, according to what you said, does that mean Han Han will be following the pure-blood human path from now on? Yuan Dongji shook her head, she can't walk the pure-blood human path. Lin Zichen was puzzled, can't walk it. Yuan Dongji patiently explained, whether one can walk the pure-blood human path depends on one's physical talent and the strength of their qi blood, and both of these just happen to be King Han's weak points. Abilities of the controlling type are generally linked with spiritual power, and King Han's gene slavery ability should be no exception. So, King Han's future direction of evolution is to refine her spiritual power, enhance the strength of her gene slavery ability, and then keep on enslaving exotic beast genes to become stronger. This is an unprecedented and pioneering path of evolution, only feasible for King Han who has the ability for gene slavery, others cannot. Yuan Dongji added, although King Han is not a genetic integrator, her main method of improving strength is inseparable from the exotic beast genes. Considering this, King Han will still be a student in the genius class of Evolution College, and on the surface, she'll be identified as a genetic integrator. This secret, just the two of you should know, don't tell anyone, not even parents. After giving her instructions, Yuan Dongji turned to Shen Qinghan and said, King Han, there's still much to research about your gene slavery ability, so from now on, come to my office every night at 8 o'clock if you are free, and we'll study it together. Yes, Master. I understand. Shen Qinghan obediently nodded, displaying a model student's attributes perfectly. Yuan Dongji glanced at the time and spoke with rare gentleness, all right, it's getting late, both of you should go back and rest early. Principal Yuan, goodbye. Master, bye-bye. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan waved politely to Yuan Dongji and quickly left the office. After the two had left, Yuan Dongji picked up the mobile phone on the desk and dialed her father's number. Soon, the call connected, and a deep male voice came through. Dongji, why are you calling so late? I dialed by mistake. Oh, then I'll hang up first, I'm having a drink with a few friends. Dad, drink less. Hey, I know, don't nag like your mother, young lady. I'm hanging up now. Beep 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 beep. After a brief conversation, Yuan Dongji ended the call with her father. She thought about it and decided not to tell her nearly 200-year-old father about Shen Qinghan's situation. This secret about her little disciple should just be known to herself and the little disciple couple, there was no need for a fourth person to know, to avoid unnecessary trouble. P.S. Setting out my bowl, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. 144. Remotely controlling another person's qi blood. In the days that followed, whenever she had the time, Shen Qinghan would arrive promptly at 8 p.m. at Yuan Dongji's office to study her gene slavery ability with her bargain mentor. They focused on this research for nearly half a month. During that time, Shen Qinghan's body showed no signs of abnormalities. The genes of the Azure Jellyfish King within her were tightly controlled by her own DNA. Any movement from the Azure Jellyfish King gene would be instantly crushed by her own. The remaining genes of the Azure Jellyfish King behaved like obedient slaves. Shen Qinghan needed only to think, and they would express or enter dormancy as she wished. Genetic integrators would cry with envy at the sight. For genetic integrators, each fusion with an exotic beast gene was followed by a period of instability, during which, they needed constant injection of drugs to stabilize and prevent any anomalous transformations. Whereas Shen Qinghan, who possessed the gene slavery ability, didn't have to worry about this at all, enjoying the ability to freeload off the genes of exotic beasts. Administrative building. Inside the principal's office, the lights were blazing. Yuan Dongji, clad in a light white cheongsam, sat crossing her legs on the office chair, her pose sensual yet elegant, emanating the aura of a noble woman and appearing as an experienced charmer. In contrast, sitting across from her in a light blue dress, Shen Qinghan seemed somewhat pure and restrained. Sitting upright throughout, she resembled an elementary student occupying the front row in a classroom. Shen Qinghan and Yuan Dongji, despite their mentor-apprentice relationship, weren't particularly close. Most of their interactions bore the air of a serious and reserved elementary school teacher-student relationship. "Come on, Qinghan, try using spiritual power as I just taught you to slowly move the water from the left cup to the right cup," Yuan Dongji said, her voice unusually gentle. She was very much invested in her well-behaved little apprentice and wanted to deepen their bond and nurture her growth. "I'll give it a try," answered Shen Qinghan, in her soft voice. Next, with the thought, she activated the gene of the Azure Jellyfish King within her, causing her hair to turn a vibrant, shiny blue. Then, again with a thought, she clumsily spread out her spiritual power, gradually moving the water from the left cup to the right one. Her spiritual power was weak and far from being strong enough to manipulate objects through the air. Ordinarily, she wouldn't be able to move the water from one cup to another. But with the properties of the Azure Jellyfish King gene enhancing her abilities, she did it effortlessly. Moreover, she did it perfectly. The water she drew was silky smooth, pouring completely into the other cup without spilling a single drop onto the table. Yuan Dongji witnessed the whole process, deeply impressed. She considered herself a genius among geniuses, but compared to Shen Qinghan, she seemed utterly common. The silky water control Shen Qinghan displayed just now took her 3 months of hard practice to accomplish when she was younger. Yet Shen Qinghan had succeeded in less than half a month. The disparity was like the difference between heaven and earth. Pleased with what she saw, Yuan Dongji didn't skimp on her praise. "Not bad, your water control ability is much stronger than mine was back then, indeed, the blue is outshining the indigo." "You flatter me, master," Shen Qinghan said modestly. She felt a bit embarrassed by Yuan Dongji's compliments, her fingers playing with her smooth hair on her shoulders in shyness. For Yuan Dongji, the more she watched her apprentice's bashful demeanor, the more endearing she found it. She then continued, "The method of spiritual refinement I taught you last night, you must practice it diligently for an hour every night before going to bed. Strive to raise your currently faint spiritual power to the standard required to train in the Spirit Refinement Room in a month's time. Training in the Spirit Refinement Room will enhance your spiritual power rapidly. Once it is sufficiently high, you will be able to influence not just water from a distance but also the chi blood within others' bodies. Do you understand what it means to be able to control others' chi blood from a distance? It means that in a confrontation, you could at the very least cause your opponent's chi blood to flow chaotically or, at worst, make them explode and die from it. To kill an enemy would be but a thought away." Yuan Dongji said this last sentence with an emphasis that carried a surge of momentum. To kill an enemy with just a thought. Hearing Yuan Dongji's words, Shen Qinghan felt a bit unreal. Just a few months ago, in the practical exam for the college entrance exam, she had to set up traps in advance to hunt a wild boar, wielding a sharpened bamboo stick, and approached with caution, fearing to be overturned by the creature. Yet now, just a few months later, she was at the point where she could kill with a mere thought. She had improved so fast. Shen Qinghan felt a wave of emotion within herself. Unaware of her thoughts, Yuan Dongji quickly resumed speaking. The skill to influence others' chi blood remotely is something I mastered a year after integrating with the gene of the Azure Jellyfish King, but with a better talent than mine, you should aim to master it before the end of this term. Do you have confidence? Yes, I have confidence, replied Shen Qinghan, nodding confidently without a hint of hesitation. Surprised, but then reassured, Yuan Dongji smiled and said, "Good, a top-tier genius should have top-tier confidence. A genius without confidence will sooner or later fade into obscurity. A genius ought to be proud and competitive." 144. Remotely controlling another person's chi blood _2. Shen Qinghan nodded vigorously. In front of Yuan Dongji, nodding had almost become her signature move. By the way, Master, when I saw you walking on the waves to come to the research base during the college entrance examination, it was so breathtaking. If I want to walk on the waves like that, how long will I at least have to practice? Shen Qinghan asked longingly. Yuan Dongji laughed and said, I was nearly 45 when I managed to walk on the waves like I did that day. For you, I think you can do it before you turn 30, I have great faith in you. Before 30? Hearing what Yuan Dongji said, Shen Qinghan felt a little overwhelmed. It was the first time in her life someone had such high hopes for her, giving her a very peculiar feeling. Seeing her so pleasantly surprised, Yuan Dongji couldn't help but smile, finding her little disciple inexplicably adorable. Unlike the eldest disciple from Origin Land, who was always expressionless, taciturn, not rejoicing in material gains, nor wallowing in one's own sorrows, like a block of emotionless ice. Thinking thus, Yuan Dongji said to Shen Qinghan, "Qinghan, at the end of the term, I will inject you with other exotic beast genes to further research your gene slavery ability." "Okay, I understand, Master. It's getting late, if there's nothing else, you should head back and rest early." "Okay, goodbye, Master." After finishing, Shen Qinghan quickly left the office. She missed Lin Zichen and wanted to go back and take a bath with him in the bathroom, enjoying their private world. Zhongyuan Building No. 8, Dorm Room 603. On the balcony, Lin Zichen was sitting cross-legged on a yoga mat, sweating profusely as he refined his muscles for the second time. After some time, he slowly opened his clear eyes, let out a deep breath, and a relieved smile spread across his face. The second tempering flesh was a success. Next up, time for the second bone tempering. With the boost from the revitalization pill, let's set a small goal, aim to complete it within 2 months. Speaking of which, I still haven't tried out the mental refinement method I learned from Han Han last night. Now that I'm free, might as well give it a go. With that thought, Lin Zichen closed his eyes and, following the technique Shen Qinghan taught him the night before, calmed his breathing and emptied his mind as he meditated. About half an hour later, a prompt slowly appeared in the void. Spiritual power +1. That's it. Lin Zichen felt a bit disappointed. Half an hour of meditation only increased his spiritual power by 1 point, not even as much as solving a few math problems would have. This so-called mental refinement method wasn't suited for a cheater like him. Creak. A door opening sound came from the living room. It was Shen Qinghan returning. She quickly changed into a pair of pink slippers meant for indoor wear, then briskly walked towards the balcony. Before long, she stopped in front of Lin Zichen and said with a sweet smile, "Xiao Chen, I have some good news for you." "What good news?" Lin Zichen looked up at her and asked. With her hands behind her back, Shen Qinghan smiled mysteriously and said, "I won't tell you just yet. After you finish refining, let's take a bath together and then I'll tell you." "Then let's go take a bath now." Lin Zichen stood up, picked up Shen Qinghan in his arms, not even bothering to clean up the yoga mat, and headed straight for the bathroom. He didn't like his curiosity being piqued, he wanted to know the good news right now. In the bathroom, the two of them took over 10 minutes to finish bathing, sitting face to face in the large tub, comfortably enjoying the warm water. After soaking for a while, Lin Zichen couldn't wait to ask Shen Qinghan, now that we're already soaking, what's the good news? The good news is, Shen Qinghan started to speak then paused teasingly for a bit before continuing with a smile, I can control water now. Lin Zichen raised an eyebrow, finding this a bit surprising. He hadn't expected Shen Qinghan to learn water control so quickly. Seems like little Miss Dirty was quite talented in playing with water. She couldn't be seen as just an ordinary person. Thinking this, he said to Shen Qinghan, show me. Then keep your eyes peeled because this will definitely dazzle you. After saying this, Shen Qinghan began to demonstrate her water control ability, levitating a part of the water from the tub in the air in front of Lin Zichen. Then, using her weak spiritual power, she morphed the water into various shapes. There were cubes, rectangular prisms, spheres, cones, and more. Next, she even formed a basketball with clear stripes and a granular surface. How impressive is your sister Qinghan? With the water basketball slowly rotating in the air, Shen Qinghan bragged a little with a triumphant smile. Watching this scene unfold before his very eyes, Lin Zichen was truly amazed and said in disbelief, to control it so smoothly right after learning, your talent is so incredible it's almost exaggerated. And there's more impressive stuff to come. Please, begin your performance. I'm about to start my performance, don't blink. Okay. I've got my eyes wide open. As Lin Zichen tried his best to widen his eyes, the water basketball floating in front of him suddenly morphed into a thin stream, cleverly splashing onto his face like a squirt of urine. Haha, you fell for it. The sound of Shen Qinghan's mischievous laughter came from ahead. Xiao Chen, you look just like those clueless dads in comedy videos who get peed on by their babies, completely bewildered, haha. Lin Zichen wiped the water off his face and said with resignation, Shen Wuhang, you're getting sillier. 144. Remotely controlling another person's chi blood _3. That's nice, the joy of a sand sculpture girl is plenty. Having said that, Shen Qinghan laughed for a while, then collected her smile and continued, I was just joking with you. Actually, what's even more incredible is that I can manipulate someone's chi blood from a distance. Really? You can manipulate others' chi blood from a distance? Lin Zichen was not amazed this time, but rather shocked, his face filled with disbelief. Of course it's true. Shen Qinghan said earnestly, come on, I'll show you by manipulating your chi blood from a distance right now. Lin Zichen didn't speak, waiting for her to manipulate. 3 seconds passed. 6 seconds passed. 9 seconds passed. Lin Zichen didn't feel his chi blood being manipulated, so he asked, isn't it working yet? No, I can't do it. Shen Qinghan said with a look of frustration, the intensity of your chi blood is too high, and my spiritual power isn't strong enough, I simply can't manipulate it. Is that so? After Lin Zichen spoke, his thoughts shifted, and he retracted the intensity of his chi blood, then said to Shen Qinghan, I've just retracted the intensity of my chi blood, try it again now. I'll try. Shen Qinghan responded and immediately spread her spiritual power, manipulating Lin Zichen's chi blood from a distance. Then, to her delighted surprise, she found she could manipulate it. Xiao Chen, it worked, I've manipulated it, do you feel it? I feel it. Lin Zichen nodded, distinctly aware that his chi blood was being manipulated by a faint spiritual power from afar. Shen Qinghan carefully manipulated a small part of Lin Zichen's chi blood, curiously flowing and exploring inside his body, finding it quite fun. While manipulating it, she suddenly had a bold idea, and then she slowly started drawing that portion of chi blood towards a place where it shouldn't be led. Shen Wuhang, you get dirtier day by day. Sensing the direction of that portion of qi blood inside him, Lin Zichen immediately realized Shen Qinghan's thoughts, and his whole person was a bit speechless. Shen Qinghan said with an indifferent face, "It's not dirty, it's sexy." Sure, it's sexy." Lin Zichen chose to indulge her, letting her play however she wanted. After all, this little dirty girl was only naughty at home, which wasn't a bad thing. And he had to admit, letting her be naughty occasionally was indeed quite sexy. After playing around for a while, Shen Qinghan had had enough. Quickly, with a single thought, she retracted her dispersed spiritual power from Lin Zichen, and with a face asking for praise she said, "Xiao Chen, am I not very good at playing with water?" Lin Zichen, indeed, you're amazing, almost invincible in fact. Shen Qinghan listened with joy inside. But the next second, Lin Zichen teased her with a smile, "Likewise, you'd be invincible at playing with P. Ah, you're so annoying." Shen Qinghan pursed her rosy lips, hitting Lin Zichen with a look of discontent. Lin Zichen continued to teasingly say, "I really think you'd be invincible at playing with P. Think about it, since you can control someone else's qi blood, then by extension, you could definitely control someone's P too. In future battles with enemies, just by thinking about it, you could make the enemy wet their pants. That would be a full-on killer move, right? So annoying, you better stop mentioning P, or I'll get mad." Shen Qinghan puffed up her cheeks in displeasure. "It was obviously you who started splashing water on my face first, and then you bring up P." Lin Zichen thought to himself, meanwhile nodding continuously and saying, All right, I won't mention it anymore. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. 145. Pure blood human path. Another strong warrior added. After coming out of the bathroom, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan dried their hair and went to bed. The two chatted before falling asleep. Shen Qinghan mentioned that it was a year after Yuan Dongji had fully integrated with the Azure Jellyfish King's gene that he mastered the skill of controlling the qi blood within another's body from a distance. She, on the other hand, had mastered it in less than half a month since her fusion, far surpassing Yuan Dongji in talent. She planned to keep her newfound skill of controlling qi blood a secret, and learn from Lin Zichen to keep her cards close to her chest. When she had mastered even more formidable skills and become stronger, then she would reveal her ability to control qi blood. After all, she was already proving to be extremely talented and could access any resources she needed. There was no need to show all her strengths just yet. Keeping her cards close was the right choice. To Shen Qinghan's plans, Lin Zichen smiled and said, "Well, you've really learned the essence." The two continued to chat sporadically like this. When the clock struck 11 p.m., Lin Zichen suddenly thought of something. He turned to Shen Qinghan and said, "I once said you were a pure-blood human too, and asked your master if you could follow the pure-blood human path. He said no, claiming your qi blood was too weak. But I just thought, if you can control someone else's qi blood from afar, there's no reason you can't control your own and perform body refining. Most importantly, like me, you are a special being. We might be able to accomplish what ordinary people cannot." As he spoke, Lin Zichen sat up, looked at Shen Qinghan lying beside him, and said earnestly, "I'll teach you how to use qi blood in body refinement now. Give it a try. We are special beings." Shen Qinghan suddenly felt like she was being wooed, getting a kind of adolescent thrill from standing with her loved one against the world. But, she didn't feel embarrassed, instead, it felt wonderful. Han. Seeing Shen Qinghan spacing out, Lin Zichen called out, puzzled. Shen Qinghan snapped back to reality and quickly sat up on the bed, her eyes resolute as she said, "You're right, we are special, and I can definitely use qi blood to refine my body." In the following period, the night grew deep and quiet. Lin Zichen patiently instructed while Shen Qinghan earnestly learned. 2.5 hours later. At 1:30 a.m. Shen Qinghan suddenly shouted excitedly, "I did it, Xiao Chen, I did it." She had successfully mastered the blood tempering technique. She could use spiritual power to control her own qi blood and refine her body. She could follow the pure blood human path just like Lin Zichen. Seeing that Shen Qinghan had really succeeded, Lin Zichen felt somewhat surprised. 2.5 hours ago, he had only wanted her to give it a try, without much hope. After all, the blood tempering technique had its prerequisites. According to Lu Chuanyu, one needed to have at least the vital energy and blood strength of a typical fourth order to have enough blood qi power to refine the body. However, Shen Qinghan's current biological level was only a typical second order, yet she had mastered the blood tempering technique. She could use qi blood to refine her body. This was a bit of a paradigm shift. Xiao Chen, I can enslave exotic beast genes to obtain their abilities, and you can absorb exotic beast meat to gain their abilities, now both following the pure blood human path. Truly, we are a remarkable pair. Shen Qinghan excitedly hugged Lin Zichen, her pretty face flushed with excitement. Lin Zichen smiled and said, "As we should be." He was happy for Shen Qinghan and felt excited, but he didn't show it as openly as she did. That was just his nature. Shen Qinghan was the type to wear her emotions openly, while he was the type to remain poised at all times. In the days that followed, whenever Shen Qinghan was in the dormitory, she would practice the blood tempering technique with Lin Zichen, using qi blood to refine her body. With Lin Zichen, a master of body refining, at her side, Shen Qinghan didn't take any detours. Her progress in refining her body sped up. In just under half a month, Shen Qinghan had completely mastered tempering skin. Her biological level evolved directly from a typical second order to a typical third order. Though not as efficient as Lin Zichen, compared to Lu Chuanyu and Song Yuan, she was overwhelming. Moreover, there was something amazing. Although Shen Qinghan had completely mastered tempering skin, making her skin much stronger, the feel of her skin remained unchanged from before, still tender and smooth. If it weren't for a skin strength test where a fruit knife had been forcefully drawn across her hand, Lin Zichen would have doubted whether she had refined her skin at all. A few days later, on a bright and sunny morning, Shen Qinghan had no morning classes and was wrapped in a blanket, sleeping in. Lin Zichen woke up early but didn't rush to get up. He sat leaning against the headboard, browsing the school app's task system on his phone, thinking of picking up some off-campus tasks to earn school credits. After browsing for a while, he remembered saying he wanted to expose Shen Qinghan to real combat, to toughen her up. So, after half an hour of careful selection, he finally chose an off-campus task in the city to capture a drug dealer. Task: capture drug dealers, 21-member gang, armed with firearms, no mechanically modified humans, no genetic integrators, location on the outskirts of Shanghai City. Reward: 50 school credits. The reward for this task was only 50 school credits, indicating it wasn't very difficult. It was quite suitable for bringing Shen Qinghan to get some real combat experience. Right, this task it is. Thinking this, Lin Zichen accepted the task in the system, unlocking more task details. The task would begin at 11 p.m. the next evening. They needed to report to the security headquarters in Shanghai City 2 hours earlier and then join the security officers as reinforcements to capture the drug dealers. 145. Pure blood human path. Another strong warrior added, _2. In plain terms, just a hired thug. Lin Zichen suspected that those mechanically modified humans he had seen as a child were likely reinforcements called in by the security headquarters. Xiao Chen, when did you wake up? Shen Qinghan groggily woke up and asked Lin Zichen, her eyes bleary with sleep. Been awake for over an hour. After finishing, Lin Zichen continued, I just accepted a task on the university app to capture drug traffickers outside the campus. It's scheduled for 9 p.m. tomorrow night, and we're going to the security department to participate in the operation. You're coming with me, I'll let you see some action. Sure. Shen Qinghan readily agreed without a second thought. Lin Zichen handed her his phone, saying gently, "Then that's settled. Take a look at the details of the task on there, I'm going to make breakfast." Shen Qinghan responded, taking the phone Lin Zichen passed to her. Lin Zichen didn't stay in the room long, he quickly got out of bed, put on his shoes, and headed straight for the fridge. He had only taken a few steps when the doorbell rang. Ding dong! Hearing the doorbell, Lin Zichen immediately extended his senses to see who would come calling so early in the morning. Then, he sensed Li Moyu standing outside. What was he here for? Lin Zichen was puzzled. But without overthinking it, he quickly went to open the door for Li Moyu. Creak! The door opened. Upon seeing Lin Zichen, Li Moyu cut to the chase. "Lin Zichen, I accepted a task last night to kill an ordinary 7th order water monster. It's risky for me to go alone, do you want to come with me? The task reward is 100 academic credits. Once it's done, we'll split it 50-50, 50 credits each, and we'll do the same with the monster's carcass. A 50-50 split isn't taking advantage of you. I went home last week and under my dad's arrangement, I fused with another strand of demon-eyed giant ape genes. Now, even in my normal state, my strength has reached an ordinary 6th order. When I fully activate the demon-eyed giant ape genes, my strength can climb directly to ordinary 7th order. With this level of power, I'm not weaker than you. I might even be stronger," said Li Moyu, who rattled off so much at once, eventually asking again, "So, what do you say, want to team up?" Lin Zichen declined, "No thanks, I prefer doing tasks alone, it's freer that way." He could complete tasks by himself and keep all the academic credits, there was no need to find a teammate to share them. Unless that teammate was Shen Qinghan. As for those exceptionally difficult tasks that were nearly impossible to complete alone and required a team, he wouldn't even give them a glance. He wouldn't accept tasks he wasn't 100% sure of completing, to avoid capsizing in a gutter. Li Moyu disagreed, "Lin Zichen, how can you like doing tasks by yourself? With your strength, with your status, you must certainly know about Origin Land. Origin Land is the lair of exotic beasts, filled with them everywhere you turn. Without teaming up, it's near impossible for a human to make it even a step inside. As the future stars of humanity, we will have to enter Origin Land sooner or later. And, due to our roughly equivalent strengths and the fact that we are classmates, it's highly likely we'll end up as teammates eventually. Therefore, the 4 years of university are the best time for us to get used to cooperating as a team. With this in mind, how can you refuse to go out on missions with me? Even if we aren't teammates when we go down to Origin Land in the future, that shouldn't stop us from teaming up now. Both of us have similar strength, teaming up would allow us to practice coordinating with others, gathering more experience in teamwork, to prepare for entering Origin Land later. Don't you agree? Honestly, if you don't practice teaming up with others during these 4 years in university and decide to play the lone wolf, you will definitely regret it. You might not even get the chance to regret it, going down to Origin Land only to meet an early demise." Li Moyu was very talkative, his mouth moving non-stop, pouring out a whole lot of reasoning to Lin Zichen in just half a minute. The words coming out at a pace so fast his tongue could have twisted. After listening, Lin Zichen nodded and agreed, "You're right, during these 4 years at university, it is indeed important to team up for tasks and practice working with teammates." He felt that Li Moyu made a lot of sense, it was unwise to be a lone wolf, learning to team up with others was necessary. And teammates had to be of equal strength. Thinking it over, the only suitable candidates were Song Yuan and Lu Juanyu. All were ordinary 9th order, so their strength wouldn't differ much. However, Lu Juanyu was the dean, typically busy with important tasks, so he probably wouldn't have time to take on missions. Most importantly, he had his unique ways of making money and certainly didn't need to earn academic credits through tasks. After cancelling him out, that left only the senior sister Song Yuan. Yes, while his strength hadn't yet exceeded Sister Yan's too much, it was time to ask her out for a mission. Lin Zichen silently thought to himself. On the other side, seeing Lin Zichen's agreement, Li Moyu thought he had agreed to form a team with him, and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Not bad, a teachable lad indeed." Just as he was about to discuss the specific details of teaming up with Lin Zichen, Lin Zichen spoke up before him. "You just mentioned Origin Land, what do you know about it? Can you tell me more?" "You don't know much about it." Li Moyu was somewhat puzzled by this. Given the strength Lin Zichen had shown since school started, his family background must be incredibly strong, otherwise, it would have been impossible to cultivate such an exceptional talent. And with a strong family background, there must be many powerful individuals who frequently visited Origin Land, so it made no sense for him to be ignorant about it. 145. Pure-blood human path. Another strong warrior added, _3. "I don't know much." Lin Zichen answered honestly. Li Moyu was very puzzled but didn't dwell on it much. After organizing her thoughts briefly, she quickly started introducing him to Origin Land. If you want a detailed introduction to Origin Land, it's too complex to cover in less than half a year. So, I can only give you a brief overview. In one sentence, Origin Land is a place where opportunities and dangers coexist. If we want to evolve into rare-level fighters who can fly and burrow, epic-level powerhouses who can withstand nuclear bombs with their bodies, or even legendary-level strong persons who can move mountains and fill seas, then we must go to Origin Land. Inside Origin Land, there are abundant evolution resources, heaven and earth treasures, exotic flowers and fruits, and nearly everything else. Spending a year there is equivalent to spending 10 or even 100 years on Earth. At this point, Li Moyu shook her head. Relatively, the evolution resources on Earth are scarce, and it's truly sad that even rare-level fighters are hard to cultivate. After hearing what Li Moyu had to say, Lin Zichen fell into deep thought. Previously, Lu Chuanwu had mentioned that the creatures in Origin Land were constantly trying to invade Earth, and some strong people guessed that there might be something on Earth they desired. So the question was, what on Earth, which was scarce in evolution resources, could make the creatures from Origin Land so desperate to invade? By the way, when are you free? Let's schedule a time to go kill that sea monster. After briefly introducing Lin Zichen to Origin Land, Li Moyu brought the conversation back to forming a team for a mission. Lin Zichen, I didn't say I'd team up with you. Li Moyu, then what you just? You misunderstood, I only agree with the idea of teaming up for training, I didn't say I wanted to team up with you. After saying that, Lin Zichen suggested, I think Ma Ziwei is quite suitable for teaming up with you. The gap in strength between you two isn't big, and she is quite pretty. You could try teaming up with her. What do you mean? My strength is not much different from hers. Are you looking down on me? Li Moyu reacted as if she had been stepped on the tail, and her emotions flared up all at once. Lin Zichen, I didn't mean that. Hey, I think that's exactly what you meant. Li Moyu said, tossing her bangs that covered her eyes and, with a face full of displeasure, said, taking the title of king of the newcomers and then looking down on others, Hey? You think you are in a class of your own, don't you? Fine. Watch how I beat you in the freshman competition next semester. I'll teach you how to be humble. Lin Zichen was speechless. Li Moyu, you're being a bit too sensitive. Even the antagonists in my novels aren't as irritable as you. A novel? What novel? He writes novels? Li Moyu's eyes lit up, temporarily forgetting his annoyance, and curiously asked, what novel did you write? Tell me the title, I'll search for it and read it. Forget it, it's not worth showing off. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to my room. Lin Zichen didn't want to waste time with Li Moyu anymore and was about to close the door and head to the kitchen for breakfast. Seeing this, Li Moya quickly stuck her hand in the door gap to prevent it from closing, and said to Lin Zichen, "Tell me the title. I'll tip you 100,000. If 100,000 isn't enough, I'll tip you 1 million. I'll help you top the best-selling charts. Tipping 1,000,000. Wow, what a rich fool." Lin Zichen quickly pushed the door open, suddenly beaming with smiles and said, "I've thought about it, and a novel is meant to be read by others, there's nothing to hide. The title is Green Plum, the white face behind the goddess. What kind of bizarre title is that?" Li Moya frowned slightly, suspecting Lin Zichen was just making up a title on the spot to appease her. But then again, no, he couldn't be. She was going to tip him, and he definitely must have stated his own book. Such a strong newcomer, and he writes such soft rice flow novels? Tisk tisk, appearances really are deceiving. Time flies. Before they knew it, it was already 7:30 p.m. After dinner, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went out together to hail a cab to the Shanghai City Public Security Headquarters. Tonight at 11 p.m., they were supposed to join the officers in capturing drug traffickers and had to arrive 2 hours in advance. The ride from Shanghai University to the Shanghai City Public Security Headquarters took about an hour. Leaving at 7:30 p.m. was just right. In the car, Shen Qinghan was somewhat nervous, holding Lin Zichen's hand the whole time. Having grown up, she had never faced such vicious criminals, especially those armed with guns. It was hard not to feel anxious. Lin Zichen knew she was nervous, but unlike usual, he didn't try to comfort her. He thought about letting her slowly overcome it, slowly change. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Lin Zichen took out his mobile phone and saw a tip notification from the author's assistant app. "You have received a 10 million box novel coin tip from Li family's second young master X10. Could it be? Did she really tip me 1 million? Seeing these 10 tip notifications in the author assistant backend, Lin Zichen was utterly shocked. Shen Qinghan, leaning on his shoulder, also saw the tip notification on the phone screen and was instantly shocked, her mouth falling open. Her nervousness disappeared instantly, replaced by astonishment. After regaining her composure, with disbelief all over her face, she said, "Chen, this reader is so rich, giving you a direct tip of 1,000,000,000. P.S. Begging for a monthly pass recommendation ticket. 146, my brother Chen has an invincible demeanor." It was approaching 9 p.m. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrived at the Shanghai City Security Headquarters and received a warm welcome from the security team. Because of the media storm before the college entrance examination, nearly all the residents of Shanghai City recognized Lin Zichen. They knew he was the second top scorer in the Nanjiang Province College entrance examination. Thus, they greeted him with smiles all the way, their attitude enthusiastic. What does it mean to be the second top scorer in a college entrance exam? It meant a future where he was bound to become a sage. Who wouldn't welcome him warmly? Hearing the security team members address him repeatedly as the second top scorer, Shen Qinghan really wanted to tell them. "You're thinking too small, my Xiao Chen is not just the second top scorer, but also the new king of Shanghai University." She thought that if the mere title of provincial second top scorer could make the security team so enthusiastic, wouldn't they be stunned speechless if they knew Lin Zichen was the new king of Shanghai University? Tisk tisk, just thinking about that scene is beautiful. It's a pity, the information barrier within Shanghai University is just too high. Those inside seldom go out, and those outside can't get in. With this double layer in effect, most people outside are basically clueless about the inside happenings, which also causes Lin Zichen's prestige as the new king to be unrecognizable outside the campus. It's so frustrating, I really want to grab a megaphone and promote Xiao Chen a bit. Shen Qinghan murmured to herself. From her childhood to her adulthood, she has always been Lin Zichen's #1 fan, and her favorite thing to do is see Lin Zichen show off in public, filling her with pride over her man's prowess. Seeing that Lin Zichen had a chance to show off in public but didn't take it, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. I have a godson named Luo Yongjian, the top scorer from Daejeong province and also a freshman this year. He's in the talent class, do you know him? The captain of tonight's security team, a middle-aged man with a square face and graying temples, asked with a smile as he looked at the two. The top scorer from Daejeong province, Luo Yongjian? Lin Zichen found the name familiar and, after racking his brain, realized it was a challenger he had kicked away during the school's opening trials. It was that robust young man who had just stepped onto the martial stage and had been sent flying with a kick before he could even boast about his achievements. While Lin Zichen was recalling these events, Shen Qinghan said to the square-faced captain. Yes, I know him. Luo Yongjian's strength ranks in the top 5 of the talent class, and he is skilled with the sword, quite popular with the girls. I often see girls chasing after him. Shen Qinghan had a very deep impression of Luo Yongjian. However, it wasn't because he was extremely capable and somewhat handsome, but because the guy was simply too pretentious. He would dress in ancient-style white robes every day, carry a long sword on his back, prance around like a swordsman from a martial arts novel, and like to strut around like a model. It was hard not to have a deep impression of him. Many girls thought he looked cool like that, but Shen Qinghan found it too conspicuous, foolishly so. She felt Lin Zichen's style was better, typically low-key and only showing his sanctity on occasion. The square-faced captain didn't know what Shen Qinghan was thinking, but upon hearing her say this, he couldn't help but laugh. Seems my godson is quite famous in Shan University, even the students from the martial arts college know him. He knew that Lin Zichen had joined the Tianren Pavilion and was now a student at the martial arts college. The captain assumed that Shen Qinghan, who accompanied Lin Zichen, was also a student there. Lin Zichen didn't bother to correct him and politely replied with a smile, indeed famous, a lot of people know him. With great strength comes fame, he added. Afterward, the square-faced captain continued with a tone of regret, it's a pity, student Zichen, with your high talent, if you hadn't joined the Tianren Pavilion, you could have also been in the talent class and be classmates with my godson. Really, take my advice and quit the Tianren Pavilion as soon as possible to transfer to the Evolution College. That what's its name Tianren Pavilion, since its establishment, has ruined many talents by making them indistinguishable from the masses, staying there one more second is a waste of life. The square-faced captain, used to leading a team as a small authority figure, was fond of giving advice. Seeing that Lin Zichen was still a student and young, he couldn't help but adopt an elder's posture and start lecturing him. Lin Zichen wasn't buying it, but he didn't argue, simply smiling politely without saying anything. Realizing that Lin Zichen was silent, the square-faced captain also sensed that he was being too nosy. Once someone reaches middle age, it's easy to be over-talkative and inclined to lecture the younger generation. He thought he needed to change this habit to avoid offending people. Thinking this, the square-faced captain, in an attempt to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, smiled and changed the subject. Right, about tonight's operation, I've invited my godson to join and gain some real combat experience. He should be almost here. Once he arrives, you could take the opportunity to participate in the operation with him, add him on WeChat and make friends. My godson is quite approachable, and he likes to help the downtrodden. If any older students bully you at the university, just reach out to him, and he will definitely step in. The square-faced captain had heard about the survival of the fittest tradition of Shanghai University and knew that upperclassmen liked to bully freshmen in the inner campus area. But they were bullies who feared the tough and only picked on students from regular classes. As for the future stars of the talent class, the upperclassmen would not dare to bother them. After all, these future stars of the talent class were destined to have a bright future, and the upperclassmen were afraid of offending these talents now, in case they were retaliated against later. Godfather, I'm here. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as the square-faced captain was talking about his godson, the godson showed up. 146, my Chen Ji has an unbeatable look _2. Dressed in flowing white attire akin to that of a grand swordsman, he appeared at the entrance of the hall and immediately shouted out Godfather as soon as he came in. In an instant, everyone in the hall instinctively turned to look at the entrance, their eyes landing on the figure of the white-clad youth with a sword on his back. Upon hearing this call for Godfather, the square-faced captain immediately left the tea area with a beaming smile and briskly walked towards the entrance. The loud shout of Godfather from the white-clad youth had been specifically instructed by him. That previous talk about letting his godson come over for some training was fake. The real purpose was to show off to his colleagues at the headquarters that he had a provincial top scholar as his godson, seeking to leverage this for career benefits. As long as his colleagues were aware that he had a provincial top scholar as his godson, his path in the bureaucratic world would become much smoother. The people under him would respect him even more. His peers would not dare to oppose him or compete with him for fear of offending him. The leaders would try to court his favor, in turn trying to ingratiate themselves with him. After all, being the top scholar of a province was no laughing matter. The youth was destined to become a lofty advanced-level creature. Even more so than Lin Zichen, who was the top student in the college entrance examination. The majority of the personnel in the public security headquarters were ordinary people, and no one dared to offend such an advanced-level creature. That Fang Fixiang is really lucky to have a provincial top scholar as a godson. He's going to rise in power at the headquarters. He once took a bullet for his brother back in the day, nearly losing his life. Now that his brother's son has made something of himself, it's only right that he repays him. Chief Chen often targets him and even found an excuse to dock his bonus 6 months ago. Do you think Chief Chen will meet with bad luck in the future? Does that even need to be said? He will surely be retaliated against. Chief Chen's life will not be easy from now on. Good thing I've always been kind and have never offended Fang Fixiang. As the white-clad youth appeared, many officers in the hall began whispering among themselves. While being envious of the square-faced captain gaining power at the headquarters, they couldn't help taking delight in the misfortune that his rivals would be facing bad luck. Hearing the whispering around him, the square-faced captain felt a surge of triumph in his heart. Looking at his godson beside him with a slight smile, he said, "Xiao Jian, your dad mentioned you evolved to Common Tier 5 a few days ago. That's really impressive." "It's alright, it was just the normal pace of evolution." Luo Yongji unclasped his hands behind his back, responding calmly with an indifferent smile, like the depiction of a heroic swordsman with extraordinary bearing from a martial arts TV drama. The square-faced captain laughed and said, "That pace is far from normal, your evolution has been too fast. With your rate of progress, I estimate by the second semester of your junior year you'll evolve into an advanced-level creature." As he spoke these words, he deliberately raised his voice, worried that the colleagues nearby might not hear. Listening to that, all the colleagues were green with envy, wishing they had a godson whose coattails they could ride. Not having a godson would do, godfathers and godmothers would suffice, and even an old dear wouldn't be off the table. Unfortunately, most people weren't that fortunate and could only daydream about it. Feeling the envious stares of his colleagues, the square-faced captain's lips were practically curling up to the sky, his heart reveling in delight. And Luo Yongjian, beside him, was feeling so elated he was nearly breathless. He had loved to show off since elementary school. Showing off at school. Showing off in the residential complex. Showing off in the streets. Wherever there was an opportunity to show off, there he would be. He adored the heroes in martial arts TV dramas because they had high status and could show off. In fact, the very reason he became the top scholar in Daejiang province was because of the obsession in the depths of his heart to show off, which drove him to keep moving forward and allowed him to train his body with full motivation every day. The status of being the top scholar of Daejiang province allowed him to show off and be the center of attention wherever he went, greatly satisfying his vanity. By the way, Xiao Jian, aside from you, there are also 2 freshmen from Shan University participating in tonight's operation, including a very beautiful girl. I'll take you over to meet them, the square-faced captain said to Luo Yongjian beside him. A very beautiful girl? Upon hearing this, Luo Yongjian's eyes lit up. He immediately raised his hand to adjust his flowing locks and then confidently puffed out his chest, eager to strut in front of the pretty girl and show off his charm. Showcasing one's charm in front of a beautiful girl is something every teenager loves to do. It's just a matter of how overtly it's done. Soon, the square-faced captain and Luo Yongjian walked towards the tea area around the corner ahead. The moment he stepped into view, Luo Yongjian expertly exuded a bit of creaturely pressure to slightly lift his flowing hair, making a dramatic entrance with the image of a sword-wielding hero. Then, he wore a casual smile as he looked forward to the 2 sitting in front, ready to impress the pretty girl that his godfather had just mentioned. However, just as he glanced over and before he could even strike a showy pose, he froze on the spot, dumbstruck. Damn! It's actually Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. What's the point of showing off now? Luo Yongjian felt incredibly awkward, his face filled with discomfort, unsure of how to face the 2 sitting in front of him. Xiaojian, let me introduce you, this is from Nanjiang province. Xiaojian, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so off? The square-faced captain asked, only to cut off halfway as he suddenly noticed Luo Yongjian's unnatural complexion. Luo Yongjian scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled, it's nothing, I just didn't expect to see 2 acquaintances here and was a bit surprised. 146, my brother Chen has an invincible posture _3. Upon hearing this, even the square-faced captain was surprised, you know these 2? Yeah, I know them. After saying that, Luo Yongjian turned around and introduced to the square-faced captain, this beautiful girl is the top scholar of Nanjiang province and a classmate of mine. The guy sitting next to her is this year's newcomer king at Shan University. What the hell? Newcomer king? The square-faced captain's eyes widened as he thought he had misheard. The other security personnel close by were just as confused as he was, all baffled. Seeing his godfather confused, Luo Yongjian explained, you might not believe it, but Chen single-handedly blew up an entire class of geniuses during the school's initiation trials and effortlessly claimed the title of newcomer king, leaving the school's leaders in awe. Really or not? The square-faced captain looked incredulous. How could the second top scorer of Nanjiang province become Shan University's newcomer king? Since when did Nanjiang become so awesome? This must be a joke. The other security personnel nearby also looked just as skeptical, thinking Luo Yongjian was joking and just messing with them. Seriously, Chen is frighteningly powerful. The students from the genius class are no match for him. Everyone agrees he's the strongest newcomer king Shan University has ever had, and that's no exaggeration. Luo Yongjian kept calling him Brother Chen with a face full of admiration and had no intention of competing with Lin Zichen for glory. Although he loved to show off, he was quite aware of his limits. Knowing that a firefly's light cannot compete with the bright moon, he wisely chose not to embarrass himself. Seeing his godson look so serious and not joking, the square-faced captain felt so embarrassed he wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. Lin Zichen is the strongest newcomer king Shan University has ever had. Yet, the captain had just given a lecture in front of Lin Zichen, claiming his godson could be Lin Zichen's backing. What a disgrace! It was so embarrassing. Seeing that the other security personnel were also looking over in shock, Lin Zichen felt it was necessary to clarify, that was an exaggeration, I was just in good form on that day and barely managed to get the title of newcomer king. It was all a result of the right time, place, and people. If we did it again, I probably couldn't manage it. He was afraid these security personnel would exaggerate further and spread his fame nationwide. By then, he'd probably become a target for heretical sects all over the country, making his life difficult thereafter. Luo Yongjian was no fool. Hearing Lin Zichen say this, he immediately followed up, "Haha, I did exaggerate a bit just now. Actually, getting the title of newcomer king did involve some luck. It was our genius class fighting among themselves, weakening each other, and in the end, Brother Chen benefited from their rivalry." Luo Yongjian was quite good at reading the room. Lin Zichen looked at Luo Yongjian and mentally noted this about him. In the time that followed, a few people in the tea area chatted intermittently. Throughout, Lin Zichen continuously downplayed the fact that being the newcomer king was a big deal, always saying he just got lucky and was afraid the security personnel would go around bragging about him, causing unnecessary trouble. Luo Yongjian and Shen Qinghan were very perceptive, both knowing to go along with him in downplaying the fact that he was the impressive newcomer king. So they chatted on. Time flew by. It was 11 p.m. before they knew it. It was time to set out to capture the drug traffickers. Tonight's participating security personnel were fully armed and drove to an abandoned factory in the outskirts of Shanghai City, aiming to completely destroy the drug traffickers' den. Before leaving, the security team's captain handed Lin Zichen and two others a set of bulletproof gear to wear. Shen Qinghan obediently put hers on. Lin Zichen didn't need it, so he said he wouldn't use it. Luo Yongjian initially wanted to wear it, but seeing Lin Zichen opting out, he did the same. Although he wasn't as impressive as the newcomer king, he was still a provincial top scholar, and wearing bulletproof gear just didn't seem cool enough. Given that his biological level was as high as common tier 5, unless shot in the head by a heavy-duty sniper rifle, he wouldn't even be in mortal danger. He had every reason to show off. Soon, they would show these mere mortals among the security personnel just how powerful the students from Shan University's genius class were. P.S. Bowing for votes, seeking monthly passes. 147. The relationship between the rat god cult and the divine plant cult. Shanghai City outskirts. A series of heavy armored law enforcement vehicles gradually stopped in front of an abandoned factory. As the doors opened, a swarm of fully armed law enforcement officers poured out and charged into the factory in an orderly fashion. "Law enforcement is here, run!" A chorus of shouting rang out from inside the factory. Then came a burst of intense gunfire. The drug traffickers knew well their deep crimes, being caught meant almost certain death. Thus, they all took up arms in resistance, firing wildly at the law enforcement officers coming to arrest them. It was kill or be killed. Confronted with the drug traffickers' suppressive fire, the law enforcement officers chose to temporarily avoid direct confrontation, not rushing in recklessly. After all, there were drones outside the factory, the traffickers couldn't escape. Unlike the law enforcement officers, Lin Zichen didn't choose to temporarily avoid the confrontation. Instead, he charged through the hail of bullets toward the drug traffickers. Unlike the ordinary flesh and blood law enforcement officers, his biological level was as high as ordinary 9th rank, and his body had been tempered, extremely formidable, capable of withstanding even heavy sniper rifles, not fearing ordinary firearms. Seeing this, Luo Yongjian, following behind, clenched his teeth and, his scalp tingling with nerves, also charged forward. After all, as the provincial top scorer, he couldn't show cowardice at such a time. Bang! 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 Seeing the two men charge straight at them, the drug traffickers focused their firepower on suppressing them. Bullets striking Lin Zichen's body bounced off like they had hit steel, only managing to tear his clothes apart, unable to inflict any damage on him. In contrast, Luo Yongjian was less fortunate. Trying to impress but getting screwed instead, he was hit by several shots and his clothes were instantly stained red with spurting blood. He cried out in pain. He had no choice but to find some cover to hide and avoid the bullets. By this time, Lin Zichen had already broken through to the trafficker's side, kicking off a one-man show where each punch meant a takedown. "This guy is bulletproof, can't touch him. Don't kill me, I surrender. Go to hell, I'll take you down with me with a hand grenade." Boom! One desperate drug trafficker chose to blow himself up with a grenade. However, when the dust settled, Lin Zichen was unscathed, continuing to kill the remaining defiant drug traffickers with an expressionless face. Seeing Lin Zichen's bravery, many of the drug traffickers were so frightened that they threw down their guns and surrendered, no longer daring to resist. The few remaining were stubbornly holding out, shooting while trying to find an opportunity to flee. Seeing that the situation was under control, Lin Zichen no longer took action against the remaining drug traffickers, deliberately leaving this mess for Shen Qinghan to train. Truly worthy of being Shan University's top newcomer, his physique is incredibly strong. Watching Lin Zichen single-handedly defeat a group of armed drug traffickers into a rout, the team captain with the square face couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Then, with a grand gesture, he led the law enforcement officers following him to charge forward, chasing down the remaining traffickers victoriously. Shen Qinghan also began to make her move, using her ability to control chi blood through the air to assist the law enforcement officers, causing those traffickers still resisting to become disoriented and collapse from the blood chaos in their heads. To death with you! Suddenly, a female trafficker with incredible speed burst out from a corner, wielding an alloy steel knife and savagely chopping towards Shen Qinghan's neck. Shen Qinghan, wearing bulletproof gear, was immune to ordinary firearms. But the high-tech alloy steel knife the female trafficker held was different, it could slice through iron like mud. If she could manage one slice to Shen Qinghan's neck, she could chop off her head along with the bulletproof gear. Facing the female trafficker's attack, Shen Qinghan reacted extremely quickly, dodging to the side in the nick of time. Immediately afterward, with just a thought, she remotely controlled the chi blood within the female trafficker's body, causing it to become chaotic and sending the trafficker into a state of dizziness, stumbling uncontrollably. Shen Qinghan remembered the teachings Lin Zichen gave during normal times. One must never be merciful when killing enemies. The strike must be swift, accurate, and ruthless. So, seeing the dizzy trafficker before her, she didn't hesitate and immediately kicked viciously towards the other's head with a sweeping leg. This kick, she put her full force into it, holding nothing back. Thump! That was all that was heard. The trafficker's head was kicked to pieces, spilling guts all over the ground. Looking at the exploded head on the ground, Shen Qinghan felt uneasy, covering her mouth with her hand as she quickly found cover to hide behind, retching. The brain matter flowed out, the scene was too bloody, she couldn't handle it. Lin Zichen glanced at her, not coming forward to offer comfort, leaving her to retch on her own. This was a necessary part of growing, and she had to overcome it by herself. More than 10 minutes later, the arrest operation concluded perfectly. A total of 21 armed drug traffickers. 16 killed. 5 captured alive. Conversely, among the law enforcement officers involved in the arrest operation, only 3 were wounded, with none lost. The reason such a good outcome was achieved was mainly due to Lin Zichen. He completely dominated the scene with his strength. Once he took action, it was like descending from another dimension. The drug traffickers hadn't even fired many shots before they were continuously taken down by him. How does it feel? Outside the factory, Lin Zichen passed a bottle of water to Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan took the water, removed her bulletproof helmet, revealing a head of shiny azure hair and a pretty face somewhat flushed from the rush of chi blood. She first unscrewed the cap, took a sip of water, and then spoke with a voice as calm as possible. Inside the factory just now, I felt okay, but now that I'm outside, my legs are a bit weak. Normal, my first time was pretty much like you are now, you'll get used to it after a few more times. When is the next time? 147. The relationship between the rat god cult and the divine plant cult _2. Shen Qinghan screwed the cap on and asked with her clear, beautiful peach blossom eyes. She wanted to grow up quickly, catch up with Lin Zichen's footsteps, and fulfill her wish to be known as the unparalleled duo along with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Shen Qinghan would take the initiative to want to do missions to train herself. He could only say, she had really grown up. How about in half a month? I'll take on an appropriate mission then, and we can do it together. Okay. Shen Qinghan nodded her head. At that moment, Luo Yongjian, who was covered in bandages from several gunshot wounds, walked up to the two of them. Seeing Shen Qinghan's deep blue hair, he couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. Shen Qinghan, how did your hair turn blue? He clearly remembered Shen Qinghan's hair was jet black and shiny, so how did it change to blue all of a sudden? Shen Qinghan replied, I've integrated the genes of the Azure Jellyfish King. You underwent genetic fusion. Luo Yongjian's eyes widened in shock as he asked, when did you do the genetic integration? Shen Qinghan had a thought, and let the genes of the Azure Jellyfish King enter dormancy within her body, changing her hair back to black again before saying, not too long ago, just recently. I see. Luo Yongjian nodded, feeling a bit defeated inside. He had originally thought he could become the third genetic integrator in the class, following only after Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei. Unexpectedly, Shen Qinghan had beaten him to it. This beautiful girl really kept her talents hidden well. On the surface, she seemed like a pretty vase, but in reality, she was an absolute genius, and he had been completely fooled by her. Indeed, the most deadly weapon was the invisible show-off. I've learned something. Luo Yongjian's mind was full of thoughts, taking a small lesson in showing off from Shen Qinghan. While the three of them were chatting, the square-faced team leader walked out of the factory. He came to a stop in front of the trio and said with a smile, thanks to the three of you coming to support the operation tonight, we were able to complete it smoothly. As a reward, after we've cleared the scene, I'll treat you to a late-night meal. You can choose anywhere you'd like to go. Thanks for the kind offer, Captain Fang. Lin Zichen smiled and politely declined, my girlfriend and I have some things to attend to later, so we need to head back to school. We won't stay for the late-night meal. That's too bad, then. The square-faced team leader expressed his disappointment but was tactful enough not to invite them again. Immediately afterward, he turned to a female security officer nearby and called out, Xiaolu, Zichen, and Qinghan have to get back to school later. Please drive them back. Yes, Captain Feng. The young female security officer replied excitedly. Driving two top-tier geniuses back to school was certainly a fine task. If she could build even a slight connection with the two elites on the way, it would benefit her greatly for the rest of her life. It wasn't for nothing that she often brought gifts to the square-faced team leader and cozied up to him in his office. Now her efforts had paid off. Captain Feng, we found a box of very strange seeds inside. A security officer responsible for cleaning up the factory jogged out and stopped in front of the square-faced team leader to report this matter. Upon hearing this, the team leader immediately followed the officer into the factory. Very strange seeds? Lin Zichen's first thought was of the gu seed from the divine plant cult, so he followed inside the factory to see what was going on. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan and Luo Yongjian also quickly followed. Inside the factory, Lin Zichen followed the security officer to a wooden box about the size of a shoebox and stopped. The box contained a half-full assortment of colorful mysterious seeds, each seed strangely shaped with what appeared to be veins wriggling on their surfaces. Familiar strange shapes. Familiar vein movements. The appearance of these seeds was very similar to the gu seeds of the tree demons. It seemed to be related to the divine plant cult indeed. With this in mind, Lin Zichen's brow furrowed slightly, feeling uneasy. He was very cautious of the divine plant cult. Whenever the words divine plant cult crossed his mind, he remembered the incident when he'd been schemed against by Liu Gang and Wang Shuji some time ago. Meanwhile, the young female security officer who would later drive Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan back to school looked at the odd seeds in the box and questioned with curiosity, Captain, are these plant seeds, or do they look more like insect eggs? They are plant seeds. The square-faced team leader explained, these seeds might be related to the divine plant cult, a heretical sect that has been active in various universities recently. The mysterious plants that have been appearing in the city are likely connected to this section. He quickly had the 5 captured drug traffickers brought over for questioning. From their accounts, they learned that a couple of months prior, a mysterious masked person had approached these traffickers, offering them a hefty sum to scatter these seeds everywhere. Once the seeds took root and sprouted, they would grow into those mysterious unknown plants reported in the news within just a few days. As for the purpose of these mysterious unknown plants, the 5 traffickers claimed they didn't know. Not content with drug trafficking, you've also become human scum, worse than animals. After listening to the traffickers' tales, Luo Yongjian couldn't hold back his anger and cursed loudly. Then, he kicked at the 5 traffickers in front of him, venting the anger from having been shot. The square-faced team leader stepped in to moderate, to prevent the traffickers who were only human from being beaten to death. During this time, Lin Zichen reached out to touch the mysterious seeds in the wooden box, to see if he could assimilate them. Unfortunately, he could not. 147. The relationship between the rat god cult and the divine plant cult _3. It seems that the tree-devouring goo seed must be a rather special existence. Shenanigans aside, he thought for a while. Soon, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan left the factory and asked the young female security officer to drive them back to school. He was curious about the divine plant cult but had no desire to become entangled with them. For safety's sake, he would proactively avoid any heretical sects. He didn't want to create unnecessary trouble for himself. As long as one doesn't court death, one won't die. On the way back to school, the young female security officer driving the car would occasionally make small talk with the 2 in the back seat. She tried to ingratiate herself, checking to see if she could add them on WeChat and maybe get to know them a little. Lin Zichen was rather reticent and silent throughout the entire journey, with Shen Qinghan chatting with the officer instead. The female security officer was skilled at finding topics for conversation. She started by complimenting Shen Qinghan on her pretty and cute appearance, winning her favor, then moved on to playing the caring older sister role to steer the conversation towards the relationship between Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichen. The university semester has just started, and you 2 are already a couple. Did you know each other before? Yes, we've been childhood sweethearts. Such childhood love stories are really enviable. I have a childhood sweetheart too, and I really like him, but we are currently just friends. I'm not sure how to express my feelings to him. Could I add you on WeChat to ask for your advice on how to get along with a childhood sweetheart? Sure. Shen Qinghan agreed without hesitation. The female security officer was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly recited her phone number for Shen Qinghan to add her on WeChat. Lin Zichen was listening to the entire conversation and knew that the female security officer was trying to build a connection. Nevertheless, he thought that adding a female security officer on WeChat wasn't a bad thing, so he didn't stop Shen Qinghan from adding her. Just as the security car was about to exit the suburbs, Lin Zichen suddenly furrowed his brow. Through the car window, he noticed an unusually large rat on the side of the road not far ahead. This rat was incessantly digging in the dirt at the roadside, and within moments, it had made a small hole. Then, it spat out a bizarre seed with pulsating veins on the surface into the hole and carefully buried it. It appeared to be planting something. To Lin Zichen, the sight triggered a chilling contemplation. A rat working for the divine plant cult to plant seeds was evidently not any ordinary rat. And if not ordinary, the first thought that came to his mind was 3 words: rat god cult. Could it be that the rat god cult was not completely eliminated and was now in collusion with the divine plant cult? Wait a second. Both of these heretical sects have the word divine in their names. Could they possibly be branches of the same organization? In just a brief moment, Lin Zichen considered many possibilities. Therefore, he asked the young female security officer who was driving, "Excuse me, could you help me get in touch with Chief Fang?" Right now? Yes. I've connected you. The female security officer handed Lin Zichen the walkie-talkie. Lin Zichen took the walkie-talkie and informed the square-faced chief of what he had just witnessed and his suspicions. Afterward, he turned to Shen Qinghan and asked her to convey everything he had just told the square-faced chief to Yuan Dongji via WeChat. Having done all this, he had fulfilled his duty. Not even being an advanced-level creature himself and considering his own safety, he could only go to such lengths. As for the rat he had seen on the roadside, he neither wanted to deal with it nor dared to. At this stage, he was just a freshman who had turned 18 years old, no match for a colossal entity like a heretical sect, and certainly didn't dare to tempt fate and provoke one. The only thing he could do was to inform someone capable of handling it of the eerie scene he had just witnessed, along with his own speculations, in full detail, so that they could deal with it. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lin Zichen took on a mission to capture arms smugglers and went to execute it with Shen Qinghan. Those involved in arms smuggling were all extremely vicious characters. As soon as they realized someone was coming to capture them, they would open fire with machine guns without a second word, just like the last time they pursued drug traffickers in the abandoned factory. This time, Lin Zichen still took the lead. He was ruthless and a man of few words. With a single burst of speed, he charged forward and effortlessly crippled the enemy's main force, leaving a mess behind for Shen Qinghan to train on. Compared to the last time, Shen Qinghan clearly performed much more adeptly. Even when confronted with a scene bloodier than before, she didn't cover her mouth and retch. Her mental fortitude had greatly improved. Lin Zichen felt relieved. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audio Wave. 3 days later. With the aim of training his capability to lead a team, Lin Zichen invited Song Yuan to undertake missions to earn academic credits together. Song Yuan readily agreed. After discussing it, ultimately, Song Yuan used her advisor's privileges to accept a mission to kill a mechanically modified human. This mechanically modified human was a ferocious criminal who had robbed numerous banks, killing many people in each heist. His strength was at the advanced first rank. Both Lin Zichen and Song Yuan were at the ordinary 9th rank. But one had achieved body tempering great accomplishment. The other, second stage body refinement completion. Both had extremely strong physiques. With full preparation, joining forces against an advanced first-rank mechanically modified human, they had at least an 80% chance of victory. Even if they couldn't take it down, they could easily retreat unscathed. The day after accepting the mission, Lin Zichen and Song Yuan set off lightly, heading to the location of their task. Then, after 3 days of searching, they found their target and resolved it with ease. The rewards were split 50-50. Lin Zichen received 500 academic credits. 2 weeks later, after the pleasant experience of teaming up previously, Song Yuan took the initiative to approach Lin Zichen one day, proposing to team up for missions to earn academic credits. She had her eye on a mission to kill a member of the Divine Plant Cult. The target was an elder of the Divine Plant Cult, a genetic integrator who had recently evolved to advanced first rank. The two of them together could easily take him down. And the task would be even easier than defeating the previous mechanically modified human. However, as soon as Lin Zichen heard the target was an elder of the Divine Plant Cult, he didn't even think twice before decisively declining. He wasn't even considering missions related to heretical sects at this stage, fearing retaliation afterward. Although his family was now settled in Shanghai University and under the protection of the school, the problem was that heretics were omnipresent. Who knew if there were heretics from the Divine Plant Cult inside Shanghai University? Lin Zichen felt there probably were. After all, he remembered the incident involving Liu Gang and Wang Shijia like it was yesterday and remained vigilant at all times. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. 148, Newcomer Match. Time flew by. Unconsciously, the first semester of freshman year was nearing its end. By the end of December, the weather turned cold. That day, Lin Zichen didn't go to the research institute and chose to refine his body in the dormitory. When the clock struck 4 p.m., body refining ended. Lin Zichen slowly opened his eyes, revealing a smile at the corner of his mouth. Second stage body refinement completion. Without the enhancement of biometric attributes, the strength of his body alone was comparable to an advanced first-rank strongman. If including biometric attributes like survival of the fittest, social animal, and rapid self-healing, Lin Zichen felt that his strength was at least at the level of advanced second rank. Xiao Chen, I've achieved body tempering great accomplishment in one try. Shen Qinghan, who was nearby, suddenly shouted excitedly, her pretty face brimming with a joyful smile. Lin Zichen looked at her with disbelief, finding it a bit too incredible. How long had it been since she started practicing the blood tempering technique? Seemed to be less than 3 months. And she had achieved body tempering great accomplishment already? That's too exaggerated. Shocked for a good while, Lin Zichen steadied his emotions and happily said to Shen Qinghan, your special physique is even more powerful than I imagined. As long as it's related to water, or even slightly connected to it, you can demonstrate a talent far beyond that of ordinary people. You have a promising future. This is all because I often wet my pants and was laughed at as a kid, it definitely has to be impressive. Shen Qinghan said with a laugh. But as soon as she finished speaking, her brows furrowed slightly and she said, Xiao Chen, didn't you say that after first stage body tempering great accomplishment, biological level would evolve to ordinary 9th rank? Why am I only at ordinary 6th rank? This question hit Lin Zichen's blind spot. He, Song Yuan, and Lu Juanwu, the three of them, had all evolved to ordinary 9th rank after first stage body tempering great accomplishment. Because of these 3 examples, he had assumed that after first stage body tempering great accomplishment, biological level would naturally evolve to ordinary 9th rank, acquiring a powerful body. But judging from Shen Qinghan's condition, this law seemed to be wrong. After thinking for a while, Lin Zichen pondered. Soon, he thought of an answer. He explained to Shen Qinghan, I think I know what's going on. Normally, those who can practice the blood tempering technique are people with extremely high qi blood strength, which means they have a very high innate ability for body strength. And those with higher physical talent achieve greater improvements through practicing the blood tempering technique. Conversely, those with lower physical talent gain less from practicing the blood tempering technique. In your case, you belong to the category with low physical talent. The reason why you could practice the blood tempering technique and do it so well is entirely because of your strong blood control ability. Simply put, your blood control ability is very strong, even stronger than mine, but since your qi blood strength isn't high enough, the strength of the body you've refined isn't great. This explanation was logical and convincing. Hearing this, Shen Qinghan felt somewhat downcast. Based on what you're saying, doesn't that mean I'll never be able to catch up with you? If someone with cheats like me gets caught up, what would that mean? Lin Zichen comforted her, it's just that you're slightly behind me in terms of physical strength. You can pursue other avenues, for instance, exploring your still mysterious superpower. That's true, I'm just being impatient. Shen Qinghan smiled sweetly, her mood improving significantly. The next day, Lin Zichen got up early and went to the research institute, which he hadn't visited in quite some time, to delve deep into the research on activating acupoints with Song Yuan. They researched all morning with no progress. To be precise, there had been no progress from the time he joined Tianren Pavilion until now. How exactly do we activate these acupoints? Song Yuan was somewhat discouraged, her face filled with worry, as her enthusiasm for research had nearly plummeted to rock bottom. After thinking for a moment, Lin Zichen then said, do you think it's possible that one can only activate acupoints after completing body refining 5 times? Song Yuan shook her head, hopefully not. If it takes completing body refining 5 times to activate acupoints, then the universality of the blood tempering technique would be too poor to be widespread. Lin Zichen nodded, feeling that made sense. After discussing the topic of activating acupoints for a while, the two stopped and shifted to chatting about various gossips. Mainly, Song Yuan talked while Lin Zichen listened. Discussions ranged from the shoddy private lives of certain leaders, though married, still sneaking around in the school with affairs, to those tutors who were so desperate for attention, they would doggedly bring gifts daily, no matter how much she refused them. Lin Zichen was uninterested in these matters. After listening politely for a while, he soon asked, "By the way, Sister Yan, how many school credits do I have stored with you now?" He had performed all the high-ranking tasks outside the school with Song Yuan. Considering that he was publicly just a freshman and supposedly didn't have the capacity to complete high-level tasks for a large number of credits, he had stored all the credits obtained after splitting them evenly with Song Yuan in her instructor account. "Haven't you counted them yourself?" Song Yuan asked, surprised. "No. Are you that trusting of me, not afraid I'd embezzle them?" "Sister Yan, you're not that kind of person." "Haha, thanks for your trust, it feels good to be trusted." Song Yuan said with a charming smile, then added, "The credits you've stored on my instructor account now total up to 2,400. 2,400 credits? With mandrill mongoose meat priced at 20 credits per kilogram, that ought to be enough for 99 kilograms to open up the catalog." Thinking this, Lin Zichen said, "Sister Yan, I would like to buy 99 kilograms of mandrill mongoose meat, could you please order it for me in the credit store and have it delivered to the research institute?" "Why are you buying so much mandrill mongoose meat? It's not very convenient to say." Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.